Well, hello everyone, and welcome to the final digest of 2025. We will be talking about all the things that I finished all the way back from August until December of 2025. And hopefully you're looking at the runtime right now and you're seeing that this is somehow miraculously less than 2.5 hours, because I don't want to be sat here recording this for more than that. But, we'll see. Let's just get started. Oh, actually, let me think. So, actually, there probably is some important stuff to say here. One is that I'm going way back all the way to August of 2025, which means that some of these things that I've consumed, I don't have the best memory of, so, please excuse me if I'm not recalling all the best things, but I have written notes for all of these, so, it should be okay. And secondly, this is the last digest, so at the end I will be doing some, obviously the final rankings of all the best things that I've consumed this year, as well as the worst, and stats, so a bunch of different stats of like how I consume things. But anyway, let's just get started. So first up, we have Us 2019. So this is a Jordan Peele film. Jordan Peele film. He is obviously the famous director of Get Out, and I think he's like from Key and Peele and stuff. This is another movie he's done, as well as Nope, which is another movie that I'm going to talk about in this digest. It's 2 hours and 1 minute long, and I watched it on the 10th of August. This is a 4 out of 5. I think it's pretty damn good, but it's not perfect, and there's quite a few issues that I have with it. So yeah, okay, my notes. Generally engaging horror movie with a decent premise, but a little too comedic and goofy. That's pretty much what it is. Now, if you don't know anything about Us, the premise is that, trying to remember, like I know the premise. I'm just trying to think, like, what do you know if you want to go in? Why am I going to, I'm trying to prevent you from getting spoiled, but you're listening to my whole digest section here. Us is following a family, and then that family has a mirror family who is literally the same people, but they're like non-humans. They're like clones that look like them and like kind of behave like them, but like don't speak English except for like one of them. There's like a whole thing going on there. And then at the end of the movie, like the whole planet, everyone has a clone basically, and the clones are like taking over and protesting their existence or something. There's some symbolism going on, whatever. Anyway, that's the premise. It is good. I like it. The problem is that it's like a weird mix of like very like not intentionally, very like genuinely creepy and scary, and also like weirdly comedic, and I don't necessarily like that blending here in this movie. An example of this is like when there's probably the creepiest scene in this movie is when we're first meeting the shadow people, the clone people, and they're outside the house that they're renting, and they're just standing in the driveway. And on one hand, it's like very creepy and scary. There's this figure standing there in the driveway, but the way the scene is like kind of portrayed is very comedic. And I think the dad is like saying some funny things, and the way they're like standing there is kind of weird. And I'm like, okay, so this is kind of the tone of what's going on here. So I don't know. It's like a mix like that, what else is there? Like, it's hard to tell if the sitting down scene is meant to be funny or serious and scary. Clearly it's scary, but also like 10% funny. That is true. They make jokes, like at some point they're like, who are you? And they're like, we're Americans. And I'm like, this is meant to be a joke about like how Americans are like weird or something. It was, jokes like that are in this. You get the point. But that's my first kind of thing, my general overall take on this. The second, however, is that the portrayal of the shadow people themselves, I think, is really well done. As in, like, I kind of like the sci-fi element to it, in that they're like weirdly uncanny is probably the best word, where like I think of like a few examples. One of it is when the dad clone is like chasing them down and going to the water and stuff, and he's like communicating with another random like neighbor clone, and they're like yelling in this like weirdly like creepy voice, and I'm like, oh, this is like kind of interesting. Like he's yelling across the lake to like get his attention, but they're like talking in a weird communicative language. And the second thing is, if you look at an image like this, there's like a whole scene toward the end of the movie where it's like the normal people, the shadow people, like mimicking what's happening at the fair, because the actual family is like at the fair, or like the amusement park place, and they're kind of the shadow people underground are kind of like forced to mimic that. But they do it in like a weirdly creepy way. Like you can kind of see like the dad's expression is like not genuinely happy, but it's like over happy, and it's kind of scary. I like basically this entire portrayal of these people is pretty great. What is there? It's also there, I said it was like a bad mix of like horror and comedy, but there was actually good comedy in this. And one of them is when the shadow neighbor comes out of the house when the family is like trying to safely get in the house, or like I think safely run away at that point. But anyway, regardless. And he's like exaggerated, and he's like waving his hand like this, and I think like something like that, and he's like basically his expressions are like super exaggerated. It's a very actually genuinely very funny scene. So that was pretty good. What else is there? The same soul split across two bodies. using the tether shadows to control the humans living above, but they failed, so they abandoned the tethered. I don't know why I wrote that down, but that's basically what's going on. I said it feels a little cheesy, but the execution is so cool I don't mind, with the underground people copying the action. Yeah, basically what I was saying before. It's cool, like the way they actually portray these people. And the final thing is basically a little bit what I was hinting on before, which is that there is a message at the end of this movie, clearly. Like there is something going on here, which is that the people are the shadow people are, they come to the surface, they like push back the normal existing humans, and they like form a chain link around the planet, which is I think meant to, like, obviously it's invoking like protesting image or like resistance image or something like that, like they're demonstrating. And I guess like the implication is they're trying to show the world the cruelty that was done to them, or like resist that kind of cruelty or something. But I don't know. It doesn't really land. I don't know. I guess I never really connected with that stuff, so I don't know. It didn't really land for me. But anyway, that's us. Oh wait, no, I have more miscellaneous notes. The people on the ride screaming. Oh yeah, the actual movie opens very creepily, where it's like it's at an amusement park, but you know it's a horror movie. It's firstly it's directed like a horror movie, you can tell. But secondly, going into this, obviously I knew it was a horror movie. And when people are going on the roller coasters, like up and down, and they're coming like closer to the camera and further away, they like screams are like really getting loud and then getting quieter, and it's like really creepy. So I thought that was really cool. And it like sets the tone of the movie to be very eerie and creepy. The kids are good actors. That is true. There's two kids. There's the main girl, and then there's like the brother. And they're really good actors, because not even for a second did I question that the shadow people were actually genuine shadow people. I was like, oh yeah, these are shadow people, obviously, but it's actually just kid actors like pretending to be shadow people, and it was really well done. I didn't even question it. So good for them. I also didn't even question that these are played by the same person, like the normal kids and the normal like parents versus the clone kids and the clone parents. They feel like completely different people, but they are like played by the same actors. It's kind of really well done. The acting in this is pretty great. The neighbor woman silently screaming, going into laughing, was very cool and creepy. The problem is I don't remember this at all, but apparently that happened. Oh shit, the kid controls his shadow by walking backwards. That was actually a really cool scene. I wish they talked more. That is true. Like, this is a little bit of a one of those stories where you're like, man, a lot of this could have been resolved if you talked a little bit more, but they don't. Like, why can't we talk about coexistence? Why do you just blatantly hate the overworld people? Maybe there's like people who are on your side or something. So that was a little annoying, but that's fine. And then at the end, there's this plot twist, which is that the main woman she's in her car and she's like smiling at their son, and they both know that they're shadow people, is the implication. Now, the problem is that I remember, I talked to my friend about this, who's also seen this movie, and we came to a conclusion, or at least like she told me the conclusion. I was like, yeah, that makes a lot more sense. I don't remember what it was though, because this was like 5 months ago. But yeah, so I don't think necessarily they were both shadow people. There was probably a better conclusion, but it is what it is. Anyway, that was us. Now, next up, we have Greenland from 2020. So this is a movie. It's 2 hours long, and I finished it on the 10th of August. I think the same day as us, right? So the premise for this movie, Greenland, is it's an apocalypse movie. So there's like a big announcement that a comet is going to come and it's going to hit Earth, and it's going to destroy the entire planet, basically. And the whole of this movie is basically trying to get to Greenland, where apparently there's rumors that there's going to be like some safe facility there. This is a fantastic movie. This is a 5 out of 5. It's intense. It's engaging. It has sci-fi, good sci-fi that I like, and it's really fun. It has like fantastic, like emotional moments and emotional investment, and has like an interesting message. And I cried at the end, like I teared up. So this I really, really liked. One of the best movies I've seen this year, but also one of the best apocalypse movies I've ever seen. So that was really, really good. Now, an interesting thing this movie does is that it has a optimism about humanity at the core of humanity. It is very interesting. I think this movie is all about the human capacity for empathy, even in extreme circumstances like an apocalypse like this. And I have like a bunch of examples here. This is like my main takeaway. Like, whenever something bad happens in this movie, or you expect like in other apocalypse movies, like something bad would happen, this movie takes more of an optimistic approach of like, this is what humans would do in this situation if we're like being optimistic of humanity at the core. It was really cool. So it's like a bunch. Yeah, so the first example here, I'm trying to remember exactly what it was, but I wish I remembered this a bit more recently, or I watched it a bit more recently, but I said he takes the time to leave a note when he steals the family's car. So I think what this is referring to is when, I think the family is separated, where the dad gets separated from the mom and the kid, when like the mom and the kid are in an air hangar thing, like for the military, trying to get on a plane to get somewhere safe. And then the dad has to go back and get the medicine in the car. And I think he like doesn't make it back in time or something. So he like steals the car. And like when he steals the car, he like leaves a note on the car for like people to find them. I don't remember exactly, but it's something to do with the optimism thing. Okay, we'll whatever. Leave that one out. A bunch of the rest of them are really good. Another thing is that this guy kind of feels bad when he kills people. You know, it's like, oh, he's not like a heartless person who's like all just out for himself. He's there to kind of like, he doesn't want to hurt people like in this apocalyptic scenario. That was good. There's like this looter guy who like lets people go like during their looting, and I'm like, this is like kind of interesting. You know, they're out for themselves, but they also don't necessarily want to kill people. You know, they're not that like bad people. There's like a group of people who initially are kind of a bit resistant to help, like I think it's the mother or maybe the father to like get north basically. And after that initial resistance, they like let them on, and I'm like, oh, they're like kind of nice people who like, because they're all happen to be heading the same way. They're not going to be like very selfish and just like go like, we're on our own, we're gonna get there like by ourselves. They kind of let them in, and I'm like, oh, that's like very optimistic. There's this family who, another family, like a mother and father, or like I said, man and a woman, who don't have a kid, but they kind of need like a kid to get through the security, or at least they think, because the kid has like a wristband basically that lets them through the security to get on the plane to get to like somewhere safe. So they kidnap the main family's kid. But they don't like try and hurt the mother. It's not like a thing where they're like kind of crazy and they're like, oh, we're gonna really like, we're gonna take this kid, haha, this is our kid, and we're gonna like punch you and kill you and stuff. They just like basically take the kid and they're apologizing the whole time. They're like, you know, we're doing it, but we need to get out of here, and this is what's best for the kid, because with us, like he's more likely to get there, and like blah, blah, whatever. Like there's a whole thing going on there. That was like kind of optimistic. The father-in-law, basically like toward the end of this movie, they go to the main mother's father-in-law, or the main mother's father, who's the main guy's father-in-law. And he's very understanding that the main character guy is like stressed out. And it's like, oh, you would expect in this situation, this guy, the grandfather, to be pissed at this guy because he's like lost his daughter basically. But he's like understanding that it's a very stressful situation. I'm like, oh, that's like very nice. You know, it's being compassionate here. And then the main guy tries to save someone from a car during the apocalypse when he doesn't have to. And it's like, oh, you know, he cares about other people. The FEMA people are helping the mother to find the lost son. Like they're not just like, we're too busy, we can't handle this, we've already got stuff going on. They actually help her out, which is really nice. And the basically at the end of this movie, they get on a plane where they're trying to go to Greenland, and this guy has a burn on his hand, and the guy, a person on the plane, gives him medicine. I'm like, in another movie, they would just be like pissed at this guy for like delaying them or whatever, but he gives them medicine. I'm like, oh, this is like kind of very nice. You know, humanity is great. So that was great. Another thing is that the characters are smart and they're not frustrating. The neighbors at the beginning of this movie, when they don't get selected for like this special place that they're going to get to, like be safe from the things of the military, they don't like, they're like a little bit panicked, but they're not like hateful toward like the people who got selected. They understand it's like a random process or whatever, or semi-random because they like being selected on how important their job is or whatever. But they're not like mad. I'm like, oh, this is like these characters are smart and not frustrating. I like that a lot. Or when the military people, this is more about the optimism thing I get, or like the compassion kind of element to this movie, which is that they understand that like firstly they have to reject the kid for having diabetes. They can't let him on the plane to safety, because it's like literally it's not allowed in the rules, and there's more useful like people that could be put into the post-apocalyptic world or whatever. But they're understanding, like they get it, and they're like being compassionate when they're telling the mother this and stuff like that. It's like they're not just like these generic evil guys who are like doing this because they're evil or whatever. So that was really good. And yeah, so basically that was all great. But the best thing in this movie is the ending, which is that, oh my god, like we go to Greenland, like we have a whole movie journey, like crazy journey. We lose the kid, we lose the mother, we all get together, we go to Greenland, we get on a plane, the guy gives us medicine for our hand, and then we end up in the bunker. And you think like they're all gonna die basically, because like we get a flashback, you know, life flashing before their eyes, after the comet lands basically, and then afterwards you get like a time skip, and basically, like, all of these major facilities all around the world survived. And there's, like, all these different countries, like, which we basically have, like, a shot of the whole globe, I think. And we're going around, and it's, like, the Sydney thing, and has survived, or, like, we see the sky, or something. I'm like, oh my god, Sydney's alive, this is great. And then they go, and they're, like, Brazil, and, like, all these countries. And one of them was, like, this is Buenos Aires. I think that's how you say it. It's good to be alive. And I'm like, oh my god, it is good to be alive. I'm so glad humanity survived. And, you know, we're so optimistic, and what a happy movie. But I'm crying, and oh my goodness. So I don't know if I convinced you as to, you know, why this movie is so good. I don't think my notes were very comprehensive or anything, but, you know, overall, that's what I think. It was really, really good. Now, I have a few miscellaneous things. One is that the directing I thought was really good, but we'll leave it at that because I don't have any specific examples. The CG for the first explosion, which is like initially before the main comet hits, like right at the end of the movie, like way early on in the movie, a little splinter like kind of comet like hits Florida, I think. And there's like a weird like CG explosion. Like that didn't look very good, but that's fine. What else is this? There's Oh, I have a thing about a subversive scene, which is briefly what I was talking about before, which is the situation with the insulin, where the kid like forgot their insulin, or they accidentally took it out of their bag. So when they're lining up for the plane, they're just about to get onto the safe plane that the military is going to escort them out to safety. But then the dad has to go back and get the medicine. Wait, sorry, oh my goodness, this is a complete messy. Let me just read it out. A subversive scene. You expect he's going to have to get the insulin and miss the flight. Basically, you expect that the dad's going to do that. But in reality, it was the mother talking to the military guy that got them into trouble because they don't allow people with chronic conditions. That's exactly what it is, yeah. The subversion there is that you would expect in a movie, what's going to happen, the complication is going to be, oh my god, we forgot the insulin, the dad's going to have to go, and because that is going to miss the flight. But in reality, the complication ends up being that he goes back, and he probably would have made it back in time. But the problem is that when they were gone, because the mother was freaked out, the dad wasn't going to make it back in time. She's like, my husband's just going to get the medicine. Like, medicine? You said medicine? We can't have medicine. Like, so that was kind of funny. And then there's also a storyline in this movie about the husband having cheated on the wife, and this is like a reveal you get toward the end of the movie, and I thought that was really, it got to me a little bit. It was very interesting and cool and emotional. And my last miscellaneous note is that I really liked the grandpa guy. He was a good actor, and he came across as like stern, like a typical stereotypical like stoic grandpa, but also very kind. And I was like, oh, this is very nice. But that was Greenland. Next up, we have Nope from 2022. So this is a movie. It's 2 hours and 10 minutes long, and I watched it on the 12th of August. So this was me kind of finishing off my trilogy of Jordan Peele films. So the first one is Get Out, the second one is Us, and then the third one here is Nope. So this is a movie that I'd heard about for quite a while. I don't think I knew anything about it, except for I remember there was like the monkey, like there was a monkey related to this somehow. Which ended up being the case, which is the image we're using in the background here, the aftermath of the Gordy incident. But Nope is absolutely a 5 out of 5. This is a fantastic movie that I think is like, it's like built for me. Like the structure of this is really interesting in a way that like I love. The concepts in this are like really interesting. The kind of disconnected storylines are really interesting. This feels like a movie that is like perfectly made for me to enjoy. Like all the stuff I like is in this movie. But yeah, so Nope. First, we can talk about, like, I'll just go over my notes here. I think I've learned from my last two sections here that it's probably best if I just read out the notes and then talk about them. The first is that I like the segmentation of this movie into different segments. There's one for Ghost, Clover, Lucky, and Jean Jacket, and I think there's probably others as well. But basically what happens is that this movie is interesting to get through. It's kind of like a mystery movie where first, you open the movie on this, like, cold open of the Gordy incident, where you don't know what it is at that point. You're like, oh, wow, something happened, like a monkey or an ape kind of, like, killed all these people, seemingly. There was, like, some incident on a set of, like, a TV show. And then, like, that's, like, the intro. And then you cut to, like, I think it's the present day, which you don't know, like, these are separate time points at that point, I don't think. And then they're, like, basically they're on a ranch and they're like managing horses and stuff, and then the dad like gets hit by something and has to go to hospital, and there's that storyline. And then the movie continues from there, and then eventually like every now and then we're like cutting back, so we get flashbacks to the Gordy thing, and then we get like a proper like scene of the Gordy incident, like what happened. And then like when we're talking about basically the alien, which is the big like premise of this movie, there's an alien here, and we like have a whole section on that, and it's like a mystery segment, a horror segment, and then at the end of the movie we kind of figure out that the alien is not necessarily evil, but is more of an animal that we can either tame or kind of understand better. So we would understand that it's maybe not evil, but it might just be lashing out because we're treating it poorly or something like that. And we get the title Jean Jacket, and then that's basically the reveal that like all of these titles so far being the animals that are kind of being either used for our entertainment or are like not being treated properly or something. And it's like, oh, this is like kind of interesting. I really like the segmentation into like separate sections. It was really cool. Like it makes the reveal at the end that the spaceship is just another, or the UFO, which is like an alien, is just another animal. It kind of makes that reveal really special and cool. So I like that a lot. But more about the structure. So opening with the Gordy incident, then every now and then teasing more and more about it, cutting between that and the present day. It was so interesting to see how they were going to connect. That is true. It is like a very distinct like thing. Which is basically, this is exactly what I was saying, which is that eventually you get a bombshell line, which is, what if it's not a ship? Because the whole time you're thinking like this stereotypical UFO shaped thing is obviously like a UFO, and the reveal is that it's not actually a UFO, it's just a saucer shaped alien. And it's like, whoa, this is kind of crazy. Oh my God. And then it like ties it all in together. This is a movie obviously about animals. And it's like, wow, this is kind of crazy. So the alien is another animal we don't understand, an animal that can't be tamed, another animal that's being used for the sake of a spectacle, and it's lashing out might be because we don't understand it, not because it's a crazy animal, just like with Gordy, which is obviously the animal that, because a balloon popped on top of it, he kind of freaked out and kind of killed everyone. It's like, wow, this is kind of interesting, you know? Wow. Anyway, I really also, like, this is completely separate, but the shoe, you can't see it because it's blocked by a text here, but there's this shot of, like, the kid who's, like, hiding under the table when the ape is, like, going around killing people, and he's, like, hyper fixated on the shoe that's, like, standing up on its, like, sole, on its, like, heel or whatever, and it's like, whoa, why is this happening? But it's, like, kind of interesting that it's just, like, hyper focused on that during all the violence and everything. It's, like, a thing that he keeps in his, like, closet, I think, or, like, on his wall in his office, in the present day, like, after he's grown up and become an adult and everything. It's like, wow, this is kind of interesting, you know? So that was kind of cool. Yeah, God, the Gordy incident stuff is just so cool. Like, this movie, I don't know what to say. It's just so cool. And so scary as well. And very grounded and, like, realistic as well, which is what makes it so scary, I think. And then also, like, the fist bump. He's doing a fist bump at the end of that scene, and then he gets shot, and the monkey dies, and it's like, wow, well, the ape dies. Anyway. So structure, you know, structure was great. You know, we cut back and forth. It's fantastic. Also, really cool in this is the use of the word nope. And it's more comedic, but it's also, like, super cool whenever it gets done, because the movie is obviously called Nope. And every now and then, like, something will happen and the main character will be like, nope. And I'm like, oh, that's very funny. And one of them is when he is initially, there's these fake aliens that he doesn't know are fake, basically, in the barn. He thinks he sees an alien, and he gets his camera out because it's, like, in the distance. It's, like, really small. And it's like, oh, but he's going to start recording. And then, like, a second alien pops out. It's, like, looking at him, and then he's like, nope. And he, like, runs away. And I'm like, that's very funny. And what else was there? Oh yeah, when basically there's a scene where the alien is kind of stalking them, and it's, like, overhead, and he gets inside a van, and he thinks the alien, like, can't see him anymore, or is, like, gone away or something. So then he, like, sticks his head out, and he sees the alien is still there, and it's like, nope. And then he, like, goes back in the van and, like, falls asleep. And it's, like, very funny. So that was really good. But anyway, it's just a bunch of miscellaneous notes now. The blood, oh yeah, at the beginning of this movie, the dad, like I said, he gets injured by some falling debris, which we find out is, like, metal stuff that the alien can't consume because it's inorganic matter and all that. But he gets pierced in the head, and, like, blood is, like, shooting out of his head, and his words is, like, are, like, slurring because he's got, like, brain damage, and I'm like, oh, this is, like, terrible. So that was really cool. Another thing is that there's, like, there's two characters in this mainly, three. There's, like, the main guy, the main guy's sister, and then this guy from Radio Shack, I think, or something, like some tech place, basically. And I think the sister might be a bad actor. Like, she seemed a bit, like, I don't know, her, like, dialogue, I didn't buy it, and it felt like kind of like someone reading a script at points, and I don't know, I didn't really, so I don't know, maybe that sister's, like, a bad actor, I don't know. Or maybe she was directed in a weird way, who knows. Excuse me. The sound of the people screaming when the alien is, like, basically, because basically the alien goes and consumes a bunch of people and eats them, but it digests them over a very long period of time. So when the alien is flying overhead, you hear, like, the screams of people, and that's literally the people being digested inside the alien. It's like, whoa, it's kind of very scary. Raining blood over the house was an awesome visual. I love the idea that the flags that were set up during the final confrontation, which is that sorry, not the flags, the inflatable people being used in the final confrontation, where they set it out in a grid because they know that the alien will turn off will put, like, basically an EMF, like, jammer thing, so it'll turn off all the power to the things, and that's the way that you locate the animal, because you'll see the inflatable people kind of, like, go down because the air isn't coming out of them anymore. I thought that was a genius idea. That was really cool. But more about the actual flag thing. I like the idea that, like, throughout this movie, like, the kind of final confrontation, I think, or, like, the second last one, the alien eats a bunch of stuff, and a little flag, like a flagpole, has, like, a little ribbon attached to it, and the ribbon kind of gets embedded inside the mouth of the alien, and he can't really consume it. And the whole time I'm just like, oh, wow, look at this. We're doing, like, a kind of fun, like, visual thing to indicate that it just ate something. But in reality, the flag is actually, like, really annoying to that alien, and it learns that, like, I should never eat things that, like, look like that anymore, because, like, I can't digest them and they really hurt me. So that was kind of a cool story thing where it's like, oh, this little flag, this little, like, little banner thing is annoying it. But yeah, a little ribbon. Anyway, oh yeah, there's also a director guy in this who's trying to get, like, the really cool shot of the alien at the end, and that was really cool. He's, like, really excited, and it's, like, being lifted up, and he's, like, getting the footage, he's cranking his, like, camera manually, and he's getting the cool footage, and I'm like, that was awesome. It's a really cool mechanic of not looking at the monster. That is also true, because the whole premise of the monster is that because it's, like, an animal, and if you look at it directly in the eyes, it'll be, like, intimidated by you or have to attack you, but if you don't look at it in the eyes, it, like, doesn't really care about you. So that was a really cool mechanic. There's also a whole element of the the family that is the main characters in this movie are the offspring of this famous like Hollywood family that that basically in historical film, apparently there was this black man on a horse who's like the first like footage of a movie ever, apparently, or something like that, or the first animation involving film or something, where it's like a man is just riding a horse and it's like a very small loop basically, but that's like the first footage ever. And this movie follows the family who's like the descendant of that person, I think. And at the end of this movie they kind of like do a homage to that, where the main guy is obviously a black guy, and he's on a horse at the end when he's running away from the alien, and they basically at the end of the movie, when he goes to the final place to kind of lure the alien into like death or something, I think he basically has like they recreate the scene where it's like he's on a horse and the framing's the same, and it's like, wow, it's a black man on a horse again. I'm like, that was super cool, so I like that. And I guess it also ties into the idea that it's like the black man on the horse was originally, no one remembered him. Like, they don't really know his name. They just know, like, oh, the black man on the horse. That was the guy who, like, founded who was the first guy in film or something like that. But now in the present day, because they're, like, discovering this alien and they're getting the photos and they're going to give it out to the world and they're going to become famous, they probably will be defying that, like, kind of erasure of identity. And this black man on a horse is going to be remembered forever. And it's like, oh, that's super cute. So I like that a lot. The other thing is that the alien toward the end of this movie, oh, sorry, I'm shaking my camera here, also has a crazy, like, unique form, which is really cool sci-fi, where it's a, initially it starts off looking like a UFO, but then eventually at the end of the movie it gets very threatened, especially when it sees this, like, giant inflatable, like animal or something like that, so like some mascot. And it turns into this, like, weird amorphous, like, jellyfish-like kind of form, and it has a mouth or, like, a face that looks like a camera kind of thing, and it's like, well, this is, like, super, super cool, so I like that sci-fi element. And then my last note, miscellaneous on Nope, is the music is just really good in this movie. Especially the final scene when they're saying goodbye. You know what? Actually, what does this note say? The music is so good in this movie, especially the final goodbye scene to the sister. I actually don't know what this is talking about, but the final scene, okay? Just pretend that I knew exactly what I was saying. The music's so good, and the final goodbye scene, right, guys? But yeah, Nope. It's a fantastic movie. I highly recommend this. I mean, it's a bit too late to say this, but this would be the best movie to go in blind, I think. I am very glad that I knew nothing about this. It made the reveal at the end of the movie that the whole final act is going to be them trying to get footage of this quote-unquote animal. It was really good, so Nope. Next up, we have Alice in Wonderland. So this is a movie. It's from 1951, and I watched it on the 17th of August, and it's an hour and 13 minutes long. And this is a rewatch, because technically, when I was a kid, I did watch Alice in Wonderland. Now, this is a movie where I'm not sure if I necessarily watched the whole movie as a kid, because I have very distinct memories of, like, falling asleep in a certain section. And I have, like, some notes on this, but basically, this was a very good movie. This was a 4 out of 5. I think it's very creative. I think it's very engaging in certain interesting ways. It's really good. Yeah. However, it is also kind of exactly what I remember. I remember it being weird. I remember it being creepy. Not creepy. I remember it being, like, cool and creative, and yeah. But let me go through my actual notes. So I have a few overall notes, and then I have a few miscellaneous notes. My overall ones are, there's a lot of nostalgia watching this movie. I have a very distinct memory of, like, falling asleep in the section with the Queen of Hearts at the end of this movie. So that was, like, very nostalgic. But this movie is very interesting in that if I were to compare it to any other movie, and there's no way you can guess this, but I would absolutely compare it to Mad Max Fury Road. And you're probably thinking, wow, how? Oh my god, what's the similarity between Alice in Wonderland and Mad Max Fury Road? And the main similarity is that in both of these movies, crazy things kind of happen, and there's no time to breathe. Like, the movie just keeps going and going and going from one scene to the next and one crazy thing to the next. It just keeps going and going and going. And both these movies are very similar in that regard. And I like it. I appreciate Alice in Wonderland for that quite a lot. It is just a journey from start to end, and it keeps getting wackier and crazier, and it just keeps going, and I like it a lot. So that was really cool. But the best part of Alice in Wonderland is by far Alice herself. Like, it's not even close. Like, first her, like, her character design and her, like, outfit and stuff is, like, very cute. Like, we love that. We love her British accent, you know. We like her cute mannerisms when she's inside the house, like when she's giant and she's, like, freaking out, and when she's, like, small inside the house. Like, we like all that kind of stuff. And the fact that she's just so, like, go with the flow, and, like, all these crazy things are happening, and, like, she's getting large and small, and she's in a lake of tears, and like, she's meeting this crazy cat and this, like, Mad Hatter, and like these weird alien things, and there's like glasses, like, bird nose things, and these flower people, and, like, she just goes with it, and she doesn't really question it. And, like, even at the end, it's like this funny scene where the card people working under the Queen of Hearts, whatever her name is, they're like painting the roses red, and then during the song, like they're singing a song, painting the roses red or whatever, and then Alice just like joins in midway through and is like just committed to like painting the roses red now, and I'm like, she just goes with the flow, and she's fantastic. So we love Alice, but makes sense, I guess. Alice in Wonderland, who knew? The most appealing part of the story would be Alice. But yeah, I guess basically the less Alice there is, the less interesting the movie is. Like when we're following the Mad Hatter scene, when we're following the Mad Hatter during like his scene, and he's talking to the rabbit, and they have this whole like dinner table scene, and I'm like, this is like far less interesting. And then as soon as Alice comes into the picture, we're like, oh, it's like interesting again. So it is funny. I guess it is like, she is the protagonist. We're like following through this journey, and she kind of grounds us a little bit in like the reality of our world. So, it's interesting. The last like overall thought though is that I appreciate the art style in this a lot, and the animation. Like, it's very old school. Like, obviously, it's in 1951. Oh my goodness, my nose is itchy. It looks cool, and I like it. I mean, all these old Disney things, I think they're generally like regarded for having really good animation, but this definitely did too. So yeah. Now, a bunch of miscellaneous notes. One is that the audio quality is bad, but in a charming way, where it's like, oh, I guess like this is probably the best quality you could get back then, or the best quality you could maybe like store like digitally, or I don't know what technology they had back then for like distributing films, but I guess like analogly. Basically the audio was bad. Okay, it was in an interesting way, funny way. What else is there? There's a whole story about this creature like eating oysters or something, but the oysters were sentient, and they were like the oyster had kids, and he was like eating kids, and I'm like, what? It's crazy. Who knew that there was going to be like murder in this movie? One interesting thing about this movie is that it's very frustrating in that it feels almost impossible to communicate with any creature in this world, where like it makes the audience and Alice, I guess, feel very like alienated and isolated, and is like a little bit frustrating, where like you'll say something and the other person will hear you say it, but they like don't reply to you, or like they don't acknowledge it, and they kind of go on their own tangent, and it's just like so hard to like get through to them. And I'm like, oh, this is like interesting. This happens in real life sometimes, especially with like, I think older people like who are like set in their ways and like don't really have time to listen to you. And I'm probably not explaining this right. Because it's not like an intentional thing. It's like some people are just like this, and it was very well captured in this movie. It was like a concept. But anyway, there were duck horn creatures. They were like little horns that were like ducks. That was very cute. It's also crazy how big everything feels as a kid, just in general. Like this is the thing that just made me remember, like think of that. I think it was mainly when she became like, when she was really large, and then she became really small, and it was like whole different scales and stuff. And it just reminded me of like when I was a kid and I went to the zoo, and to me the zoo was like the size of a city. It was like, whoa, this is so confusing, and there's like so many different areas, and I could not possibly ever wrap my head around how to get here and here, and oh my god, we were just there, but how do we get here? And it was like that. But now as a kid, I'm sure if I went to the zoo, it'd be just like, oh, like I know roughly how big this is. I know how to get from place to place. Yeah, it is just funny how like as a kid everything feels so giant, but like as an adult it's like everything feels so small. So that was kind of interesting. The Cheshire Cat, or the Cheshire Cat, I don't remember exactly what they say, but the cat in this movie, which I'm sure you're aware of who they are, they were interesting. Were they like, you don't really get an answer as to what they're doing, but like, are they manipulating everything? Are they the ones creating Wonderland itself? Like obviously they're a direct reference to Alice's cat. Like if you're implying that this whole thing is a dream, which is like kind of what gets implied at the end, or was it? But if that's the case, then I think obviously that cat is like the representation of Alice's cat in the beginning of this movie. So yeah, it was kind of interesting. And then also the final miscellaneous note here is that "off with their heads" comes from this movie, unless this movie is referencing something else. That's like obviously a phrase I've heard a million times in my life, and people reference it all the time. But apparently it comes from this: "off with her head" or "off with their heads." So yeah, it's Alice in Wonderland, a 4 out of 5. Next up, we have Barbarian. So this is a movie. It's from 2022. It's an hour and 42 minutes long, and I watched it on the 17th of August. So this is a movie where me and Kyle Entertainment already did a discussion on this. I'm fairly sure it's on my channel, so this channel here. So if you're interested in my actual full thoughts on Barbarian, then go check that out. But essentially, this is a 5 out of 5. Can you believe how many 5 out of 5 movies I've consumed in the past 5 months? So this is definitely one of them. So my overall thoughts for this, if you don't just want to get a brief summary, is that number one, it's amazingly engaging and scary, which is kind of what I want from a horror movie. And I love horror movies, so this is one of my favorites. And I love the slow figuring out of like what is the horror element in this, where initially you're not quite sure, like, is this guy like a kidnapper? Is it like a plot twist where the main girl is like evil or something and she's gonna like kidnap him or like hurt him? And eventually you get like the revelation that actually there's like a horror living in the basement, and there's this monster that kind of like goes and kills the guy and slams his head against the wall, and it's like so creepy and scary. And then like like later on, like you figure out that, oh, actually we're meant to have empathy for this creature because there's like an incest baby, and they don't know any better, and they're suffering because of their terrible evil father, and you like end the movie with empathy for the creature. So it's like an interesting, firstly it's very scary, but the actual structure of the movie is very interesting too. So that was good. And then also one thing this movie does, which is interesting, is that you swap characters midway through the movie, where you follow the first two characters and you're like going through a whole story until you meet the creature. And then you start with a new main character and follow him like throughout the whole movie until he gets back in this house and then interacts with the creature. And it's like a whole, wow, what an interesting structure. And my final note is just a higher level note, is to say that like this movie legitimately scared me. Like I was scared that when I slept the next night, I was like, oh my god, what if the incest lady comes and gets me? Like if I open my eyes right now when I'm sleeping. So this was a very scary movie, so I liked it a lot. But if you're actually interested in a full review of Barbarian, go check out the video on this channel. So next up we have Dating Amber. So this is a movie. It's from 2020. It's an hour and 32 minutes long, and I watched it on the 21st of August. The premise of this movie is that there's a gay guy and a gay girl, and they start fake dating to hide their gayness, basically, from society. And this is a 4 out of 5. I actually really like this a lot. Now, of all the movies that I wrote notes for, like, or kind of updated my notes for over these past 5 months, like in the past 2 days, this is the movie where I feel like I'm struggling to remember the details of this movie the most, which is kind of surprising, but it is what it is, okay? Basically, my high-level thought, though, is that I like this a lot, and I almost teared up at the end in the final scene, so I liked it quite a lot. But the main, my main takeaway from this movie is probably the message, which I thought was interesting, which is that the movie seems to be about how it's bad to make things taboo. Where the idea is that making something taboo means that it's like something that people don't want to say, and that makes people not say things that they really feel, and that leads to bad things happening to everyone. So, so in this movie, the obvious example is like being afraid to come out as gay, which leads to you living an unhappy life and the people around you being sad that you're like not living a happy life, and it's like a whole thing, you know? So that's obviously one element of it. But there's two others. One is that there's a dad in this movie, and the dad used to be in the military, or is maybe still in the military, but he obviously like it's taboo for him to admit that his son isn't cut out to be in the military, because obviously he came from the military and it's his son, you know, his masculine son. He's got to be in the military. And because he can't do that, like his son is going to go into the military when he doesn't want to, and even the dad knows that he doesn't want, like he shouldn't be in the military, and it's just a terrible situation for everyone, all because he can't admit, like can't say out loud because it's taboo that his son isn't cut out for the military, you know? Yeah. And another thing is that like, you know, it's probably just more of this military stuff as well, which is that like not even the main son like wants to join the military, but he's like doing it because he like can't talk honestly to his family about stuff. And it's like, you know, things just shouldn't be a taboo. You should be able to talk to people about the things you believe, so that like there's no frustrating things like this where you're gonna live a terrible life because you can't talk about it. So I don't know, that was my main takeaway from this movie, but to be honest, I don't have too much else from this to say. My only other like main overall thought is that toward the end of this movie, basically the whole movie, you're kind of like fake dating, and you're kind of scared, the characters are scared to come out as gay, and basically there's kids in this school who were like bullying the girl for like coming out as gay, I think, at some point. And basically one of the final scenes in this movie is that all the kids who were like bullying the girl, they're like celebrating because they're graduating high school, I think. And the main kid, who was like representative of the like anti-gay like bully like kind of segment, he basically comes up to the girl who's come out as gay and is like, oh, I'm sorry for that, you know, like it is what it is, like and basically the point is that like no one really cared that she was gay, and they're just happy to be graduating at this point. It's like, and because she like came out, like she's able to like move on with her life, whereas the guy who doesn't come out until like probably right at the end of this movie, we'll see, like he doesn't live a happy life, and it's like, oh, you know, don't base your expectation, don't base your life on what others like think of you, like try and live your life, and you know, maybe they will change their ways eventually, you know. So it's it was an interesting kind of mini storyline with the bullied kids at school, you know. But my miscellaneous notes for this, the big gay wall is probably the thing that I remember the most from this movie, which is like, there's a scene where they're like talking about how you're gay, I'm gay, the big gay, we're in front of the big gay wall or whatever, and I'm like, this is very funny. I think forever I'll be remembering this line. The high schoolers are very well cast. They really genuinely feel like high school kids, which is like, wow, this is very impressive. Especially the main kid that I was talking about, the main like anti-gay like bully kid. He was a really good actor, and I feel like I basically like seen kids like him when I was in high school. Like it was a very good portrayal of like a high school kid. Another element of this movie that was interesting was it pointed out to me that like attraction makes relationships so much more complicated. It's so nice that these two can be like so close to each other and have such a great like relationship, because there is no like emotional or like sexual attraction. which is like interesting, you know. So I don't know what to say, but I think this only works because like they're not really, there's no one else competing for their interest. Like even if there was like no sexual attraction between these two, which there isn't, but if like say there was another guy who was just like close friends with her and that was taking away her time or something, then the guy would probably be upset. It's like a whole thing. But anyway, I don't know. There was some element here about like non-sexual stuff being better or something, but yeah, it is what it is. What else is there? There's also a whole storyline about like the main guy's mum being supportive of him, but she's also going through like a breakup with her husband, so she's obviously not happy with her life as well, and it's like a whole thing going on there. There's a whole awkward scene where he tries to kiss the teacher, and it's like, oh my god, this is terrible. It's so awkward and uncomfortable, so that happens. And then the final scene is fantastic, where he basically is like, Amber, I'm gay. And then she smiles, and it's like, no shit. And I'm like, this is like super cute. And then she says, you're the only boy in the world that I'm glad I dated. And I'm like crying. I'm like, oh my goodness, this is so cute. And he goes and lives his life, you know, with the money that she gave him. And I'm like, oh, that's super cute. So dating Amber, you know, I hardly remember it somehow, but, you know, there's a lot of good stuff in this, and I enjoyed it quite a lot. And I almost cried at the end. Or maybe I did cry. I don't actually remember, but that's it. Next up, we have Dune Awakening. So this is a game. It took me 63 hours to beat it, and I finished it on the 22nd of August. So this is a game I played with me and 3 friends. This is my beautiful house. You know, me and my friend Michael, we both lived in this house. And over there is me and my friend Mitchell, and that was his house, basically. And basically my other friend is like across the mountain. But this is a 3 out of 5 game. Okay, so I had a fun time playing it with my friends. You know, it's always fun to play with my friends. This is a game that I would probably never play alone. I don't know if there is any appeal to this whatsoever by playing this alone. But my main problem with this game is that the world feels very empty and repetitive. Like, it's a lot of sand, and like there's not really much going on. There's like enemies, but all the enemies are kind of like the same all around the world, and I don't know, it all like felt very, very like samey all around, even though it is a very big world. The combat is like okay, like it feels somewhat satisfying, but it's like not really the best, and it's not like too deep or anything like that. It's not the worst, but it's like also, yeah, not really the best. There is base building in this, but it's like serviceable, like very, very simplistic. Like it's no like Valheim or like Minecraft or any of those like crazy, you know, like building systems. But it was like serviceable. Like I wish there was like some element of like base defense or something where there's like a reason to be building like these bases. But like, to be honest, you could probably deal with like a tiny like 5x5 like brick wall like base, and that would be it, and you'd survive the whole game. Like there's no real motivation to build anything interesting, and like even the mechanism doesn't really, like the building mechanism doesn't let you build anything interesting. So it is what it is. Now, there are, like, some good elements to this, okay? I'm just, like, shitting on it, but the environmental elements, like, there's a giant worm that, like, will pop up if you spend too much time on the sand and will, like, eat you. And there's also a sandstorm that means you have to, like, take shelter within, like, a 2-minute warning. That stuff is all, like, really great. The problem is that, like, the danger of the worm is initially very great and, like, makes you feel very scared, but over time, the worm basically becomes, like, irrelevant, and it's, like, you kind of know how to time it, so you're, like, never in the danger zone, and even if you are in the danger zone, like, 99% of the time, you'll be able to get out of there in time. Like, I think I got eaten by the worm once in my whole, like, 63 hours, and every other time, I was being very reckless. I was like, I'll make it. Like, the worm never gets me anyway, and it never did get me. So yeah, it wasn't, I think, like, I like the idea of it, I just wish it was a bit more dangerous, I guess. Or maybe the danger of the worm, like, progressed as, like, your leveled up or something like that. I don't know, like, maybe it would chase you faster or something. Yeah. Eventually, the last thing I did in this game was build an ornithopter, which is, like, a helicopter, basically, in the Dune universe. And that was really good. And it was very satisfying, but to be honest, at that point we were done, like we'd moved on with the game, and I was just like building the ornithopter to be done, so I could say I finally like did everything I wanted to in this game. But I kind of wish it was like unlocked a little bit earlier, like it was like maybe if we played faster, or maybe it's like easier to get a bit earlier, because it does like change the game a lot. It makes it much easier to like traverse like around and everything. So I don't know, that was like a whole element to it. And also like the final note here, like overall thought, is that it kind of feels pointless that this is an MMO. Like, I think one time I ran into, like, a random person, but besides that, it was, like, completely empty, and it was, like, just NPCs, so, I don't know, it feels a bit weird. But, yeah. So, overall thoughts, Dune Awakening, like, it's fun. I enjoyed it a lot playing with my friends, but, like, I would never really play it alone, and it was kind of empty and boring. It's my takeaway. But I only have one miscellaneous note. It's a very funny note, which is that to progress the objectives in this game, which at the top left you can see there's like objectives, like enter Harko Village, search Harko Village, whatever, blah, blah, blah. There's at one point where you have to do this like long mission, basically. You go to this mountain, and inside the mountain there's like a quest you need to do, and you like follow the instructions, and there's like puzzles and stuff, and you have to do that. And the funny thing is that only one person in the server can do this quest at one time. So firstly, there's like me and my 3 friends. So there's 4 of us, and the quest takes like 20 minutes at least to like do. So we're just like one of my friends. I think I went in first, and I went in. And I took a while because I was the first one. I was a bit confused and everything. It took me like 40 minutes. And all my friends just have to wait for me to be finished before they can go and do the quest. And it's like kind of crazy that like only one person in this entire server can do it at once. So that was wild. But it was a miscellaneous note. That's Dune Awakening. Next up, we have The Day the Earth Stood Still from 2008. This is a movie. It's an hour and 32 minutes long, and I watched it on the 25th of August. So this is a movie that I've heard about for quite a while. I think I remember like hearing about this as a kid or like seeing like a scene on TV or something. But the reason I ended up watching this is that I was on TikTok and I saw this scene, which is on the screen right now, which is like the big alien like monolith creature being torn down by or sending out the nanobots and tearing down the people destroying it. I saw that scene and I thought it was super cool, and I was like, oh, let me watch this movie. So I did. And overall, this is a pretty bad movie. It's a 2 out of 5. So firstly, it's mostly entertaining. Like I enjoyed most of it. There are like definitely boring bits, especially toward the end. There are like a little annoying bits as well, but it's like generally okay. But there's like a lot of things I didn't like about it, so it's a 2 out of 5. So number one, the first thing is to say that also just separately, like history wise, the nanobot scene that I saw on TikTok was the best scene in the movie. So it was all like downhill from there. So yeah, that's the first thing. But the military was like very annoying. Basically, the premise of this movie is that like an alien comes down to Earth, like in an alien ship, and then humans shoot that alien, and then the alien is basically trying to get to the leaders of the planet so that they can like warn them about climate change or something. And because the humans aren't listening to them about climate change, the aliens are going to destroy the planet and wipe it out, but will destroy humans from the planet, and they're going to protect the Earth and blah 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 blah. That's the premise. So the military is very annoying. They don't like listen to the alien. They immediately shoot the alien before they even see it. They're wanting to kill the aliens. Blah blah blah. We don't like the alien, the military. Early on in the movie also tries to keep misdirecting us that like the alien is here to save humans, but like save everyone, but it's very, very obvious that like the alien doesn't care about humans and they only care about literally the Earth. It's like early on they're basically saying we're here to save the Earth, we're here to save the Earth, blah blah blah, whatever. And like we know obviously like the audience is like, yes, obviously you're here to save the Earth, not the humans. That's the implication. But the movie's meant to trying to convince us that that's the case. It's dumb. Okay. There's an annoying kid in this movie who's like, I think they're like a pretty bad actor from memory, but that's not the point. The point is that they're annoying and they like call the police on the alien, and it's like a whole boring storyline about the kid and the kid's dad being dead. And I'm like, I don't care about any of this. And the movie, like I said, it's about climate change, but it's like a boring allegory. I don't find it interesting. And it also feels like the alien, basically the alien has a storyline in this movie where he starts off like basically wanting to be against you. He's against humans, and then eventually he becomes like, he wants to save humanity at the end or something. And he changes his mind very quickly, and I'm like, this is just, it doesn't land. It feels weird. And the movie like ends with all the technology in the world like stopping. And it's like a very cringe message about technology being bad or like something like that. I don't really understand it, but I don't know, it was cringe. What else is there? Miscellaneous notes. There's a scene midway through where Keanu Reeves talks to an Asian alien old man, and the Asian alien old man starts talking about how he loves humanity and we're so great. It's so funny because humans are writing this movie script glazing humanity. It comes across as cringe. That is very true. Also, the Sentinel character on the screen right now, he has a very cool design. And he basically has this glowing like single eye, and as a guy is like walking across the screen in front of him, the eye is like tracking the guy, and like that's like super cool. Excuse me. And my final miscellaneous note is that it's incredibly surprising that this incompetent military didn't just nuke Manhattan immediately. Like, that's where the aliens landed. I don't know why they wouldn't just do it straight away, but it is what it is. But that was the Day the Earth Stood Still. Pretty bad movie. Not the worst. It's a 2 out of 5. Next up, we have Girl Asleep. So this is a movie from 2015. I watched it on the 2nd of September, and it's an hour and 17 minutes long. And to be honest, it's a 3 out of 5, okay? So this is a very abstract movie. I've heard that it's compared to Wes Anderson movies, which I have not seen a single Wes Anderson movie, but that I know it's always compared to that, is at least what my friend said, who told me about this. And I think the problem with this movie, like the reason it's like a 3 out of 5, not any higher, is that like it's weird, it's abstract, but I also don't think I understood a lot of it, which is I guess kind of the point, but also like I probably wish I understood a bit more. And I kind of got bored at like a few points, and I don't like gross stuff in movies. And there's like a gross like seaweed kind of like man at the end, and I don't like that. So that was kind of weird. but it's very clearly like a surrealist comedy. And I think the comedy is like okay for the most part. Like the funny scenes are like, oh, they're like kind of funny, but it also misses for other parts. So those are my like very, very high level thoughts on this movie. Um, but I have some like elements here that abstract elements that I think I really like a lot, which is that I think the movie at some point, or probably the movie throughout a lot of it, also this is a mess because I like hardly understood this movie, but I think what this movie does a lot is it makes ideas visual and real, which is kind of interesting. Which, for instance, like you have like like a fear that you're having in like the representation of that fear in the movie would be like creatures inside the forest, like literal creatures inside a forest that represent the fear that you're having. They have like pictures that are moving like movies because it's like the ideas or like visuals are like made real. There's like cool kids in this movie, but they're like legitimately serious and scary. Like the idea that you think of like all the cool kids and like serious and scary, but like in this movie they actually are serious and scary. The mom, when she's like cooking Chinese food, she's like wearing a Chinese outfit, and it's like, oh, there's like all these like weird like whenever like something is happening, like an idea is being conveyed or like something is happening, like you're cooking Chinese food, it's being shown visually or like literally in the movie, which is interesting. More examples of like the abstract stuff are like when there's like a birthday scene in the middle of this, or like toward the whole latter half of this, I guess, where everyone who is attending the party, they all like come into the main like hallway or whatever to address the birthday girl, and they're all dancing for her, like they're all dancing to like give her a present and stuff. And obviously this is like representing that everyone is like kind of being performative when they're like giving you gifts for your birthday, because like they're doing it because it's like a thing that like you do for a birthday, you know, it's like a performative gesture. So that's kind of interesting. And then also this entire party toward the end, like I was saying, it moves incredibly fast, and it all like happens like the whole like dance segment like all happens according to one song, like it's all just following that one song. That's like super cool, and like everyone knows exactly what to do, and they're all like choreographed like to the T, and they're all like super socially aware, whereas the main girl like isn't. And that's kind of the abstract element going on there, or like the way of showing that, which is that like it, from her perspective, everyone seems to be so organized and like on top of things, whereas she is like really very much struggling to like understand things socially. And it's almost like this party is like an initiation ritual to like get her to understand like social dynamics and stuff. So that was super interesting. But separate to these abstract elements, I thought the directing was very interesting, just generally. There are a lot of lines where the different, like the line between the movie and the actual fourth wall or like reality and stuff was very blurry, where characters I think would like even speak to us, or there'd be scenes where like they would be speaking in subtitles, whereas like the movie didn't have a subtitle. Weird things like that, you know. Well, like this is like interesting directing choices. But my favorite like scene in this movie and directing choice and everything was definitely the scene that I have on the screen here, which is the ice witch scene, where it's basically this like this woman is there in this like crystal cave or something. And it's just super cool. Like the vibe is like very scary and creepy and stuff, and there's smoke coming out of the place, and she's like speaking in slow motion, and some frames are missing, so her movement seems very like jagged and weird, and I thought that was super cool. But that's all my high level stuff. Now, my miscellaneous notes, I like the awkward relationship between the two main characters. Like they were very interesting. I like those two. I like the dad character, but the actors playing both parents seemed very young. Like they seemed like they were maybe like 25 to 27 years old. Whereas like obviously their kids are like like upper teenagers, like 14, 16, something like that. Well, not upper, but like in the teenage years. So it was a bit weird. What else is there? There's something I have a note on that I don't remember, but I said the twins dancing into the room is so surreal. Reminds me of the Ex Machina dance scene. Now, I don't remember the actual scene in this, but yeah. There's a whole element of things moving fast in the movie, the party moving fast, the movie transitioning to different stages, genres so fast, Elliot admitting his feelings so fast, so on and so forth. And I said I'd probably like this movie a lot more the second time through. There's a lot of moments I don't really remember because it's been a few months since I watched it. So, yeah. That was Girl Asleep, you know. It was fun. I liked it. Next up, we have Animal Farm. So this is a book. I reread it on the 6th of September, and it took around 3 hours to read. It's a very fast read. And this is absolutely 4 out of 5. So it's pretty much exactly what I gave it last time when I read it, which was before I started doing Digest, in fairness. It was back when I think I was going to university, so it was quite a while ago, like before my PhD and everything. But yeah, basically my takeaway is that it's about as I liked it about as much as I did the first time through, and I didn't really get anything new from it. But my overall takeaways for this, like my high level notes are, firstly, I love the allegory of this. It's much more engaging than using real people, I think. So if you don't know anything about Animal Farm, now I don't know if I know anything about Animal Farm, but my understanding is that this is an allegory for for communism and the rise of like the Soviet Union and everything. and or rise and fall, I guess, probably. But the idea is that this takes place on a farm where there's a big incident that happens where the animals have an uprising and they fight against the humans and they kick the humans out and they impose a new kind of philosophy for the society, which is animalism, which is obviously the parallel to communism. And the idea is that all animals are equal and they will all contribute to society using their own means and like in all equally and everything. And there'll be like this ruling class of people who will be the pigs and they will like look after everyone and make the wise decisions and everything. And eventually this turns into corruption and eventually by the end of this book, society has returned to the same normal, and no one even remembers if things were better or worse before the change. So this is an allegory, and I think I appreciate the fact that it uses animals. It is very engaging and very cute, and I like that. That's the first thing. Probably my biggest enjoyment, like the thing I enjoyed the most in this book, is probably seeing the different stages of revolution. Like seeing the initial excitement, which is like probably people with good intentions wanting to build a better society, and then that excitement starting to make initial progress, and it's like, oh wow, look, we're starting to build a better world. Like we're building a farm without humans, and we're like got better working conditions and less hours, and we have to work less hard, and it's like, oh, it's like really cool. And then the slowing of the progress and the tolerating of like growing pains, because then we don't have the humans to rely on. We have to kind of do some things ourselves that the humans were taking care of. And then the violence to maintain the revolution, where like people who disagree with the revolution will kind of fight against it, and then you have to like kind of enact violence on those people. The educating of the children to make sure that the philosophy stays the same in the next generations and the ruling class can maintain power. And the new normal, which may be basically the same or it may be worse as the old normal, as corruption settles in and the new generations grow up, and it is interesting. You know, I like the stages of the revolution here. And I think the part of this book that I liked the most was probably the final stretch, where you get a bunch of payoffs. Throughout the entire book, you get this like 4 legs good, 2 legs bad. It's like a mantra that's like chanted throughout the entire book. And then the big revelation, or the big like kind of payoff at the end of this book, is that the chant turns into 4 legs good, 2 legs better. And the big like reveal is that like the pigs are now, instead of walking on 4 legs, they're walking on 2 legs. And the big symbolism is obviously that they become like the corrupt people that were like ruling over them before, or the cruel people that were ruling over them before. So I like that reveal a lot. As well as all animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others. So that was a great payoff as well. And the imagery of right at the end when the humans and the pigs are kind of arguing against each other in this like boardroom or something. I like the imagery of the pigs and the humans being indistinguishable. That was very cool. So a few of my favorite characters, I have 3 that I've written down here. I like Boxer, who was the horse, who was basically the foundation of the revolution. He was the hard worker that was doing all the tough jobs at the start of the revolution. There's Benjamin, who's the donkey that lives a long life and like thinks of everything as like nothing ever changes and stuff like that. And then Molly, who's like this, I think they were a horse, and they liked ribbons and sugar. And I was like, oh, this is like super cute, you know, they just want their ribbons and their sugar and they'll be happy, you know, just let her have her things, you know, you don't have to force her to work, you know. But yeah, those are my basically high level thoughts on Animal Farm. Now I have quite a few miscellaneous notes. The first is that, there is a whole element to individuality preventing equality. This is like an element in this book, I think, a little bit, where Molly, like I said before, she like wants her ribbons and her sugar, and she doesn't necessarily want to work. You have Boxer, who thinks that the solution to everything, on the other hand, is to work. Like, working is everything, you know, it's always just work harder. If there's a problem, work harder, it'll solve it. There's the cat, like, who just wants to like do its own thing. It's not really interested in the farm at all. There's like all these different competing interests that make like a revolution or like an equality in this new society so difficult, because people don't inherently want the same thing. Like, you can strive to make everyone equal in the stuff they like produce, but like who knows who wants to consume the stuff that is produced. Like, yeah, it's just interesting. I thought the individuality element was kind of interesting because it's like a mark against equality. The humans are also pretty interesting. Like, they exist in opposition to animalism, but they're not portrayed as good. Like, the animalism is very clearly portrayed as bad. Like, it's corrupt, it leads to bad outcomes, blah, 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 whatever. But the humans aren't portrayed as good either. Like, they spread extremely, like, untrue, like, rumors and lies about the revolution. They hurt and kill some of the like, animals that we love. They probably represent, if I were to guess, the flawed capitalist system, which is, like, opposed to the communist system, I guess, where the book definitely portrays communism as, like, very bad and not good. But at the same time, it probably portrays the capitalism through the humans as very corrupt and like not ideal, right? And then at the end of the movie, end of the book, sorry, they're corrupt and they placate a dictatorship, which is the Napoleon and the animals on the farm, because it's easier for the humans to kind of placate them than to kind of like fight against them. So no one's good in this. The humans aren't good, the animals aren't good. We hate them. So yeah. What else is there? It touches on a bunch of elements of maintaining the dictatorship. So educating the children, silencing opinions via easy-to-digest propaganda, the animals chanting 4 legs good, 2 legs bad for 45 minutes after the attack that Napoleon clearly orchestrated, the threat of violence for those who try to defy it, the slow erosion or rewriting of laws over time with poor records leading to people being ignorant of the changes. That was kind of interesting, where it's like the laws will slowly be like changed over time, but because no one is really like, no one is like paying too close attention to them, and they're not really keeping track of them, that like these small changes accumulate over time until like laws are completely flipped. And that was kind of very interesting element to the story. Using Snowball as who's like one of the animals, as a scapegoat for everything bad that happens. And the example is like, this is obviously in the modern day, like Trump blaming the Democrats for everything, stuff like that. And using Jones, who was the farmer, as a reason to tolerate bad things, because it's like things may be bad now, but they used to be so much worse. We never want to go back to the days of Jones ruining or running things. So there's that whole element, and other people's lies further the divide. The response by the other farmers being to spread extreme, true beliefs and rumors. So this is like an element of maintaining the dictatorship as well, where if people lie about the revolution, then you're kind of, the people inside the revolution will think like, oh man, maybe it can't be that bad. They're kind of lying about what's actually going on here. It's not that bad. Like, we're not like eating each other or something, which is like what they're claiming is happening here. So like that element too, it kind of adds to it. But I don't know. That was Animal Farm. I like it quite a lot, but it is a reread, so, no counting on this yearly digest final rankings, but yep. All right, and next up we have The Half of It. So this is a movie from 2020, and I watched it on the 8th of September, and it's an hour and 44 minutes long. So the premise of this movie is that there's a girl, another girl, and a guy. And the guy is in love with one of the girls, and the guy writes a letter to the girl, but it's not good enough, so he's kind of like scared to give it to her. So he goes to get advice from the main girl, who is Ellie Chu, I believe is her name. And Ellie ends up taking on his case and starts writing letters and starts basically texting for him and everything, and basically communicating with this girl that the guy has a crush on, that she also seems to have a crush on. And it's this weird dynamic where technically the girl and the guy are dating, but the person who is doing all the in-person interactions is actually Ellie. So that's like the premise here. So I like this premise. I think it's an interesting premise. And I think it was a pretty good movie. I'd give this a 3 out of 5. I think I enjoyed it, good enough. I think the main appeal of this movie is the dynamics and, I guess, interactions between Ellie and the main guy. I wish I wrote down his name, but I didn't. But I thought that was probably the most interesting bit. Like, I think the guy himself is, like, kind of, like, interesting. Like, I think his original letter that he actually wrote to the girl was very cute. I know Ellie didn't like it, but I like it. It was very, very wholesome or whatever. It showed his personality. I like that he gets mad at the bullies who are like bullying Ellie, calling her Ellie choo choo choo, whatever, like a train. Funny joke. The bullies in this movie are very funny. Actually, I really, really like the bullies. They're like comically evil, by the way. Like the fact that I'm getting so distracted, but let's just talk about the bullies. The bullies are great. They sabotage Ellie's piano at some point. They have the chugga chugga choo choo, like that, like super extreme, like racist bullying kind of stuff is very funny. And when Ellie's doing her concert, they're like, next. And I'm like, this is just so ridiculous. Anyway, back to the guy. His original letter was, very cute. And he gets mad at the bullies, and behind the scenes at the same time, while he's like, protecting from the bullies, she is mailing food critics to get the guy's name out there as a food maker. So it's very cute. We love their dynamic back and forth. And to be honest, that's the main appeal of the movie. Like, the relationship stuff to me it was fine. Like, there were like the interesting elements of having, like, I felt bad for the other girl, because she thought she was like dating one guy, but the guy was like not really himself, and it was like half himself, but also half the interaction of the guy was actually from Ellie, and it was like, oh, she's dating 2 people, but she doesn't know. And I kind of felt that bad for that regards. That was like kind of cool. But I don't know. I really just don't have too much to say. I thought it was like a perfectly fine movie. But let me go into the miscellaneous notes. Also, I'm talking to be quieter now because for all the people listening to the meta of this discussion here, I recorded like an hour and a half, and then my voice almost disappeared. And I'm like, man, this is not sustainable. We got a lot of stuff to review, so I'm gonna try and talk a bit quieter now, so my voice doesn't disappear. Anyway, miscellaneous notes. I initially felt, I said this already. Like I felt bad for the love interest girl. The music is pretty good in this movie, especially for setting the emotional tone. Definitely. The after party is super cute. There's like a concert at some point in this movie, and after the concert, there's like a party, and it's very interesting because Ellie before the concert is like kind of bullied, or like not really, like people don't really pay much attention to her or anything like that. They think of her as like a loser nerd basically. And then the concert happens, and at the concert she like plays the guitar and like sings a song, and then in the after party everyone likes her now. And it shows that like people didn't really hate her before, or like have any particular reason to not like her. They just like really didn't care about her much, and they like if they bullied her, it was because it was like no one really cared about her. She was like an easy target. So now afterwards, everyone like really is interested in her. She's like, wow, that's the girl that sung. That was really cool and everything. And that was cool, you know. Interesting subversion there, or not really subversion. Interesting plot development there. I love Ellie's dad and the guy together, like the main guy. They were a very funny pairing. And then there's like two scenes that I liked quite a lot. One was a proposal scene, which is in a church when the girl is getting announced to be marrying another guy. I've done a terrible job at explaining this movie if you haven't seen it, but basically there's like a big proposal thing, and they're announcing that these two are going to get married, and then Ellie objects to this by yelling out no, and then she like struggles to find what words to say, and then the main guy gets up and he objects and gives a speech about like pretending and like pretending to do this and that, or whatever, like a big speech about pretending. And then Ellie interjects about pretending too, and then the proposed like husband, like the person who's getting proposed to, like in the pairing, he thinks that Ellie like is talking about pretending to like someone else when in fact like she likes him, and there's like a whole love triangle thing there, and it's just very funny. And all the people in the church are like looking at Ellie as she's like stuttering, and everyone's confused, and I thought this was a very funny scene. But also the end of this scene is really good, and I have like a long quote here which I thought was a very cute speech that Ellie makes, but she says, love isn't finding your perfect half, it's trying and reaching and failing. Love is being willing to ruin your good painting for the chance of a great one. Is this really the boldest stroke you can make? And I was like, oh, I really like that end bit. It's really the boldest stroke you can make. You know, we love it. But to be honest, at the end of this movie, I was left a little bit confused. I didn't quite know what each character was feeling. I think I got the gist of it, which is that like Ellie is like sad she has to go her own way, but she's also like happy that like she is gonna wait for this girl who's gonna like her back one day when she's ready. And I got the gist of it, but I don't know, it didn't really land for me perfectly, I don't think. But to be honest, the best scene in this movie is that final scene at the end here, which is the image I've chosen for my background here, which is Ellie is leaving. She's gonna go, I don't know exactly what she's gonna do. I think she's gonna study or something far away. And then the guy who is like her friend is like running after her on the train. It's super cute. And the reason like this otherwise would be like fine, like it'd be like, oh, it's like an okay scene, but the thing that elevates it to be better than the rest is that it's a callback to an earlier scene where the two of them are watching TV, and they're watching this movie on the TV, and they have two different reactions to what's happening on the TV. And what's happening on the TV is that there's like a girl on a train, and the guy who's like the love interest is like running after her on the train. And the guy, this main guy, his reaction is to be like, oh, you know, it shows he cares and it's like super cute or whatever. And then Ellie's reaction is like, oh, it's like so cliche and cringe and dumb, and the girl is dumb for like finding it or crying about it. And oh my god, my light's like flashing in the background. That was crazy. And it's cool because it's like now at the end of the movie, she kind of understands what was happening in that movie, that like she's gonna cry to this guy like chasing after her on the train because, you know, what he represents. And yeah. It was just super cute. But that's all I have for the half of it, you know. Not too much to say, but it was a perfectly fine movie. I liked it quite a bit. Next up, we have Threads. So this is a movie all the way from 1984. It's an hour and 52 minutes long, and I watched it on the 10th of September. Now, for anyone who doesn't know, Threads is a well, I guess it's an apocalypse movie where it's all about nuclear weapons. And it takes place in England, I'm pretty sure, or Britain, somewhere in Britain. And the premise of this movie is that like people are preparing during the Cold War, I think, for a nuclear war to happen. And to say midway through the movie, a nuclear explosion goes off, and then we're dealing with the aftermath of the nuclear explosion. So we have the immediate aftermath of like people scrambling to kind of deal with the immediate like ramifications of the explosion. Then we have the midterm like kind of ramifications of like a few months or like a few years later, and then we have the long-term ramifications of what happens to the next generation being raised in a post-nuclear world, and what happens when disease is spread around everywhere and the crops are like not being able to be grown because the clouds are like being, or the environments of the earth is like getting to a almost post like a nuclear winter kind of world. And basically this I thought was a fantastic movie. This is a 4 out of 5. This is a movie that left a very strong impression on me. I was thinking about it for like literally like weeks after I finished it. Like I would think about it and I'd be like, man, what a depressing kind of like bleak movie. It might I mean, to be honest, like nothing else comes to mind. This probably is the bleakest or like most depressing movie I've ever seen. There is no hope. It is just like the world like comes to ruin because we don't really know why. It's like there's some, I don't know who could possibly want a world like this. Like the people setting off the nukes, there is no way they would want the world to be destroyed like this and people to suffer. Like there is no one who comes out good in this at the end. No one is happy in the world that is created after a nuclear war. It's just sad and depressing and bleak, and like even the next generation, they can't even speak proper sentences because of the lack of education and nutrition, and like it's just terrible. And nothing has like made me hate like the possibility of a nuclear war in this movie. So, you know, I think it's a very interesting movie. Like I wrote in my notes here, I said the aftermath inspires a feeling of pure hatred for all those people who let humanity die like this. How could it come to this? What could be worth this? Like there is nothing. There is no possible like slight that could have been done to you, or anything that could possibly have been done wrong to you as a leader of a country. Nothing could be worth this. Yeah, it's truly terrible. But yeah, the movie itself has a very large build-up as well. Like, I think over maybe half of this movie is literally before the nuclear bomb goes off. And it's just, like, setting up the world and showing us the preparations that are being made and the different, like, chains of power that are being established and who's gonna, like, what happens and contingencies and blah, blah, blah. And the point of the movie is that, like, it doesn't matter. Like, everything falls apart eventually. Like, the planned contingencies of power are just not, like, they can't survive this post-nuclear world. There's not enough food for people. We need to go and we're gonna have to kill people because like there's just nothing we can do. There's not enough crops. We need to protect the military things, but like it's an utterly depressing movie, and I love it a lot. Now I have a bunch of miscellaneous notes. So firstly, constantly having news broadcasts playing in the background is like a thing this movie does. And I think it's a very interesting, like I like it. It kind of feels like a zombie movie where like you're kind of getting reports of these zombies in the background that are like, you're not really paying attention. Like it reminds me of like Shaun of the Dead or something like that. But in this, it's like talking about like, oh, the Soviets and the Americans are having this dialogue in Saudi Arabia, like stuff like that, where it's like, oh, this is like interesting. So I like that. It also shows how, like, even though the backdrop of this entire movie has these broadcasts going on in the background of, like, the wartime, like, Cold War kind of stuff, life just goes on. Like, people are just living their lives normally with this, like, scary news in the background of the potential of nuclear war. It is very interesting. What else is there? Oh, there's also a particular bit where like there's a TV announcer that's talking about how there's growing evidence that a nuclear explosion in the Middle East has gone off, based on scientific consensus. And it's such a scary thought. Like the idea that you might not ever, like you as someone who doesn't live in the Middle East might never know that a nuclear weapon went off, because how would you know? Like you'd have to rely on reports and like, and especially back in like the 1984 or whatever, I don't know when this movie takes place. Like it might be 1984, it might be earlier, but like with technology back then, without the internet and stuff, like how would you know? Like how do you know it wasn't just some bomb? Like how would you know it's a nuclear bomb? Like it's scary, fascinating stuff. But yeah, after this, the nuke does go off, and the reaction is very interesting. Like seeing people react, like immediately when it goes off, like you see, like it's a blinding flash of light basically, and for a split second, everyone is like considering whether it's real or not. Like they don't quite know. They're like, "What was that?" And they're like kind of shocked, and they don't really know. And then immediately, everyone goes into panic, and they all start like preparing for the actual blast to reach them. And it's like, it's very stressful, you know. Like there's people panicking on the streets, people running into stores. There's like one guy who's like distributing, I don't know what it was, like distributing wood or like food or something off the back of a truck. And when he sees the explosion, like for a moment, him and his friend are like they're kind of like realizing what's happening. And then like his friend like pulls him out of the truck, and they try and go under the truck to hide. And like literally everyone we see eventually will die because of the radiation, but it's just like the kind of like the hopeless kind of reaction with like no matter what you do you're going to die in a matter of months anyway regardless. It's very, very depressing, you know. We love it. What else is there? All the reactions to the blinding light of the nuke going off, and then just the dialogue, like Jesus Christ, they've done it. Like when they're looking at the bomb in the sky having gone off, like the mushroom cloud, and it's like Jesus Christ, they've done it, you know. The movie also has like a thing where it's like there's like an order of priority when it comes to nuclear weapons, which is that we need to maintain communication first, then energy, and then steel, and then chemicals. And I don't, it's just an interesting kind of thing. I assume this is probably true, like in reality, like it kind of makes sense, right? Like communication is obviously important. Without communications, there is no society. Energy, obviously important. Energy runs like everything, like the distribution of food, the production of food, like all of this relies on energy. Steel is interesting because it's like, I don't quite know, like maybe for the machinery that's required to maintain like a large number of people who get like their houses and their like even just the stuff to harvest their food and everything like that probably relies on steel. Chemicals, I'm not so sure. Maybe chemicals are like really important for stuff like transport, like maybe for like cars and I don't even know. It's probably like a variety of different things, like fertilizers, stuff like that. Food is really at the core. Like the point at which the world loses hope in this movie is when they're running out of food and they can't grow any more food because of the nuclear winter. Yeah, it's interesting. There's a shot of a cat being tossed around by the winds of the nuclear like blast, and it's just being unable to walk and it's injured, and it's like, damn, this is terrible. The sounds of the nuclear wind are also fantastic. It sounds like it's screaming almost, like it's really well done. The surviving families are also like, when I say surviving, I mean for like the first like few days or weeks after the explosion, they're like annoyingly real as well. Like they're annoying as well. Like the mom and dad, they're going out to find their son, but the mother is just like, she keeps rambling and crying and panicking, and she's like super annoying, but it's also like really grounded, and I can imagine people like this. And then there's like another family, which is like a mother, father, grandma, daughter, and the grandma's like so annoying and the mother's so annoying, and I'm like, oh my god, like can we just like, we're living in a nuclear world, like can we just like be less annoying? I don't know, they're all annoying, and it's in a, like a realistic way, and I like that. It's also absolutely insane for anyone to give birth in this world. I cannot believe it happened. Yeah, I could not imagine. It's just, you're bringing your child into a terrible world, but you know, it is what it is. Life goes on, I guess. You know, people just want to have some sense of happiness in their world, I guess. And yeah, like I said before, the idea of disease spreading everywhere becomes a thing at the end of this movie, and it's just terrible. But that was Threads. It is the most impactful movie I have ever consumed. I highly recommend this to anyone. Yeah, it's fantastic. Threads. Next up, we have Factorio. So this is a game. I played it in 183 hours, and I finished it on the 16th of September. So this is a game where I played both single player, like I had a single player world, and I played with me and one other friend. And right now, actually, I'm playing with me and two other friends. So we're doing like a third world here. And this is one of my favorite games of all time. I absolutely love Factorio. I don't have too much to say about it. Like it's pretty much the automation aspect is just amazing. Like it's a very addictive kind of like, it's just a fun game. I don't know what to say. Like this is the type of game I love. I love automation. I love base defense. And this has like a whole element of base defense, which is fantastic. Like you got to guard your defenses against enemies. Like that's all really great stuff. I appreciate, or I really, really like the scale of Factorio as well, which is that it's basically infinite. And when I say scale, I mean like you can expand your factory to produce as much as you need. All you need is to go and gather the resources, and you can have mega factories that'll be producing like 10,000 items per like minute or something. Like I just appreciate the scale of this so much. And the robots in this are like night and day. Like before you get robots and after you get robots are like a night and day transition. Robotics is a fantastic system in this game. It makes it incredibly satisfying to build things where you can like copy like different buildings and place them, and literally you can cut and paste an entire factory, which means that like you select a factory by like dragging over it in the map, like a massive factory. You move it so you like click somewhere else so that like it'll go be placed there, which then places a bunch of ghosts, like ghost buildings, and then the robots will take all the materials from the existing factory and slowly over the period of whatever 10 minutes to like 10 hours, depending on how big the factory is and how fast your robots are and how many robots you have, and they'll go and move the factory to the new location. It's like this is automation, the game, and I love it so much. Factorio is a fantastic game. It's absolutely a 5 out of 5. So next up, we have Weapons. So this is a 2025 movie. It's 2 hours and 8 minutes long, and I watched it on the 21st of September. So if you're interested, I have a discussion, like I said, for the Barbarian section on this channel. I think it's titled something like "The Greatest Movies of the 21st Century," which was very, very clickbaity of a title. But if you want to see the full discussion, go check that out. But overall, Weapons, I think, was a really good movie. I actually have, over time, like since that discussion, I have appreciated it a bit more. Even in the aftermath of the discussion, just like thinking about it more. But initially I gave it a 3 out of 5 in that first discussion. I think I'm giving it a 4 out of 5 now. I think it's a overall like decently enjoyable movie. Like I enjoy it quite a lot. It's actually surprisingly fun to watch reaction videos to this. Because there's like a lot of react-worthy moments. I think my favorite thing about this movie is the multiple perspectives. Like it's told through, I think like 4 or 5 different character perspectives that we watch the same day through, basically. Like we start with the teacher, then I think we swap to the other father guy, then we swap to the principal of the school, then we swap to the drug addict guy and the police guy. Basically, there's like a few different perspectives that keeps it fresh, and it also gives us like novel perspectives of the same day, which is really interesting. So I like that a lot. The final sequence in this movie with the kids chasing the witch lady is just so damn good. Like it's so over the top and so like scary and dramatic. Not scary, it's so like cool and dramatic, and like the directing is awesome. I really like that final sequence. The one like thing about this movie is that it's not scary though. Like it's trying to be a horror movie, but like I don't know. I don't find it to be a horror movie. Like it's not very scary at all. I think the supernatural element is like takes away from it. Something like Barbarian. So spoilers for Barbarian if you want to go watch that for some reason. That's a scary movie, and it feels very grounded, and like I could imagine that happening to me. And I was very scared like the days few after that, because like what if an incest baby like comes and kills me or something? This one is like, oh, it's like a supernatural witch. Like is that really scary? Like that's not gonna happen. So I don't know. It wasn't very scary. So that's my one takeaway why it's a 4 out of 5 and not a 5 out of 5. But yeah, Weapons, good movie. Go check out the discussion. Next up, we have Tusk. So this is a movie from 2014. It's an hour and 42 minutes long, and I watched it on the 29th of September. So this, what a movie. This is an interesting movie. This is definitely the weirdest movie I've ever watched in my life. This is my first Kevin Smith movie. Kevin Smith, the famous, I know him as a podcaster. I don't really know what he's known for before that. I know he like directed Clerks, whatever it's called. I haven't seen that. Maybe one day I will. But Tusk is a 3 out of 5. So the premise of this movie is that there's a guy who he's on a podcast with like another co-host, and he basically, as part of his podcast, he goes out and he like interviews weird people. Because one of their guests on their podcast canceled, they have to go find someone else. And on his journey to find someone else, he runs into this old sailor man. And this old sailor man drugs him and cuts his like limbs off and turns him into a walrus. And this guy is basically wearing a walrus like costume, and he's like got limbs which are like deformed to like shape the shape of a walrus. And he like basically keeps him as his walrus pet, because this sailor guy, when he was younger, he got stranded like because his boat crashed or something, and he had to like live with a walrus, and he had sex with this walrus, and it was like a companion to him basically. I mean, he wants to like recreate that special moment he had with that walrus because he killed that walrus at the end or something. So this is an absolutely crazy premise, and I love it so much. The premise is absolutely a 5 out of 5. The execution, I think, is like decent. Like the problem, I think, basically okay, let me give this as like a 1-sentence summary that I have in my notes. Fantastic premise, decent execution, and a great ending. Where they basically, the ending of this movie is that they keep the guy who became a walrus, quote unquote. They keep him in a sanctuary because he like doesn't speak anymore because he's mentally become a walrus. It's like crazy. But my main drawback in this movie is just the comedy. Like I don't really like the comedy in this at all. Like I don't know, it just wasn't for me. Like there's even a scene which is so boring, which is the scene I've chosen for my image here, where the sailor guy is like given a long speech in his like very like sailor like accent, and he's talking about his past and the moral lesson of his like learnings back in the day, and it's going on for so long and long and long. And I get like the point of this is probably to be over the top and like comedic, where it's like the fact that this guy is keep droning on for so long is like meant to be the joke, but I just found it boring, and I'm like, oh, why are we doing this? Stuff like that. I don't really have any specific jokes to call out, but I didn't really like the tone of it. Actually, the tone of the movie's fine. I just didn't really like the comedy. I don't know. But yeah. Now, what other notes do I have? I said it's an interesting mix where it feels very well directed and very like A24 kind of like, you know, small indie movie kind of vibe. But it feels very cheesy at the same time. And I do have some examples here, actually. I said bad CGI, the guy's leg being chopped off at the beginning of the movie. The guy at the airport interview being mad because he doesn't like the hockey. Oh yeah, true, there's like a whole interaction there, which is meant to be funny, but I don't really find it funny. The sailor guy doing his very cheesy, over-the-top narration, like I was just saying there. Like, it's a weird, like, tonal mismatch, I guess. I don't know, but yeah. But the coolest thing about this movie is something I learned afterward, which is that apparently this movie was conceived on a podcast where they were doing some like hypothetical like discussion or something about like what if, or they were basically like riffing or something. Not riffing, is that the right word? Like they were doing what's the word I'm looking for? You know when you like spontaneously do something, yes and or whatever. Oh my god, improv, that's what I'm saying. It was some improv like back and forth thing on a podcast. And then they like literally turned it into a movie, which is like super cool. Like imagine being a fan of that podcast and then watching this movie one day. It's like, wow, how did this happen? You know, it's kind of awesome. So yeah, that's, yeah, overall thoughts for Tusk. Now I have two miscellaneous notes. One is that there's this very scary scene, which actually was like, oh my god, this is actually very scary, which is when they're sitting at the table, I think, the dining table, and the sailor guy starts doing Itsy Bitsy Spider, but he does it in this like scary, like weird, like different voice. And then the music gets like really intense and he like gets out of his chair and it's very loud and scary. So that was really scary. I like that. And my other miscellaneous note is that I like the little detail in the story, which is that you have the guy, the main guy, you have his podcast co-host, and then you have the main guy's girlfriend. They're like the main three characters kind of, or the main three like trio. And they're separated for the majority of the movie. But I like the little character detail, the little like story element, which is that the friend knows the podcast co-host guy, like his friend. He knows him better than the girlfriend knows him. But this never like gets found out. Like the friend never tells the girlfriend that he knows about the cheating that the guy's doing or like any other like secret stuff. Like it just never gets brought up, and it's interesting. So yeah, but to be honest, I don't have too much to say about Tusk. That's all my thoughts on this. So yeah, Tusk. Next up, we have Practical Magic. So this is a movie from 1998, if you can believe it. It's an hour and 44 minutes long, and I watched it on the 30th of September. So the premise of this movie is that, how can I possibly explain this? You've got witches, like a family of witches. And when I say a family, I mean you've got like two girls and their two aunts. And they're all magicians, basically. Or not magicians, they're all witches, sorry. And this is a love story where when the two younger girls, when they're younger, like little kids or like teenagers or something, one of the girls uses magic to kind of, she wants to create a boyfriend for herself, or like the perfect man basically for her. And she like sends that magic into the world. And then this movie is following like, I don't know, like 20 years later, some ridiculous amount of time later maybe, when that guy finally comes into her life. And she doesn't know it, but we know it as the audience. And that's like, it's like a love story basically. And the whole element, the whole like reason she does the initial spell is that there's like a curse on this family where whenever they fall in love with a woman, with a man, that man will die eventually. Like it is cursed to die. So it's like a movie about like overcoming that kind of curse or whatever. So this is a fantastic movie. This is a 4 out of 5. I like this a lot. This was very close to being a 5 out of 5, but it's not quite there. The number one thing I like about this movie is absolutely the vibe, the directing, the colors, the characters, the tone, and the aesthetic. Like the visual stuff as well as the characters are what I like a lot, basically. So firstly, there's a lot of like, just separate all this. Like there's a lot of like, this is a movie about witches, and there's a lot of like small magic and like witch elements to it, and I like it a lot. Like just small things, like there's a mixing cup and they're using a spoon that like spins on its own. That's really cool. Or like there's a scene where both the main woman and her aunt, like one of her aunts, the phone rings and they both hear it ring and they both know who's calling because it's like a magic like connection with the person who's calling, and they know it's the sister who's calling. And before they pick it up, and it's like, oh, it's like super cool. There's also a scene where they're in a car, both the sisters, and then this like crazy man is like also in the back. And this guy is like rambling about something, and then one of the sister that's sitting next to him in the back speaks like telepathically to the woman at the front. It's like displayed and directed in a really cool way where like the background gets slightly blurred and her speech sounds slightly different. It's like super cool. I really like that a lot. So the magic elements are really cool. But yeah, also, this is another overall thought I have, another overall note, is that this is an interesting mix of a movie where the characters feel very there's something about like the characters and the premise, I guess, a little bit, which feels very like Disney or like kids movie, but this isn't a kids movie at all. It's a very, very adult movie, and it follows like older characters who are like adults. It follows like abusive husbands, and there's sex jokes and sex, and like it's not a kids movie, but it has like the premise and like the tone kind of initially of a kids movie, which is kind of interesting. I like it. And what other notes do I have? I also love the climax scene where they show a flashback to all their sister moments basically together. Like this got to me a little bit. I almost cried when they're like trying to get the demon, the possessed demon that is possessing one of the sisters. They're trying to get it out of her. And after that scene, they're all like clasping hands, and you're seeing the flashback of all their happy moments. And this image on the screen is like one of their happy moments where they're just being sisters and they're being happy. And I'm like, this is like super duper cute. So I like that a lot. Now I have a few miscellaneous notes. So one thing is that I think the symbolism of this movie has like gone over my head a little bit, which is that there's obviously some like metaphor going on here, like with magic and witches and the curses, and I don't quite know what it is. Like it might have something to do with the abusive husband kind of stuff that's in this. It might have to do with something about being gay, maybe, or it could be a love at first sight thing, or like a soulmate thing. I don't really know what this movie is trying to say symbolically or metaphorically, but there's something it's trying to say. I just don't know what it is. Another miscellaneous note is that I like the amorality. What's like the word? Amorality of the witches, where they do love spells, which is typically in like things like Harry Potter. It's like, oh, it's like frowned upon, and like in like other magical things, it's like, no, that's like, it's like rape. You're raping someone if you do that. But they don't. They're just like amoral. They don't really care. What else is there? They also know that the men that they date will like die, or like fall in love with will die, but they like still fall in love with them and stuff. It's like the witches are kind of amoral, and I think it's interesting. Another thing is that I also like the idea of two adult sisters, like in their 20s or 30s, and they come back into their childhood home, and they're like casting this secret spell together to bring the guy they killed back to life. And like it's like a cute scene where it feels like these are two young, like it feels like what their relationship must have been like when they were kids, like just messing around, like having fun, not having fun, but like messing around with these spells, and being in these terrible situations together. I really completely like that scene where they're trying to bring that guy back to life by like messing with magic. It really like, I buy the fact that they're sisters so much. Like it really adds to their kind of relationship a lot. So that was really cool. What else is there? Just generally though, I also like the family dynamic. I love the aunties. I love when the family all gets drunk together. Like it's super cute. Like I said before, like I really like the characters in this movie and their dynamic. What else is there? Oh, another, it's just like a miscellaneous thing, but like, they kill the guy in the middle of the movie. And then they want to bring him back to life so they don't get in trouble for killing him. But they don't want to tell the aunties, which to me is like kind of falls like in opposition to the amorality thing I talked about before, which is that I feel like the aunties probably wouldn't care if they killed the guy. And if anything, the aunties would be able to probably help them. Like they would probably know, like they'd probably help them like not make a mistake when they like try and resurrect him, or they might even know a spell to like kind of like undo the death or something. Like who knows? Like, yeah, so it was a bit weird they didn't ask them, but it is what it is. Then there's also a cute scene I wanted to talk about, or just mention how much I liked it, which is that the sisters are like sitting on the stairs of the house before the main woman's daughters come home, and then the sister of the main girl is like nervous because she's like, oh, what if the kids don't like her, or like don't like me or whatever like that. And then the kids come home and they're all excited to see their mum, and then they see their auntie. And they get even more excited, like, oh my god, auntie! And they say, I don't remember her name is, but they're like, oh my god, auntie X. And they're like super excited. And I thought that was a super cute scene. What else is there? All the women are kind of happy. Oh yeah, they form like a temporary like witches coven at the end of this movie, and all the women are like happy and excited to be there. And I thought that was very cute. Like I love that. And then finally is that the kids find out that the policeman guy who's investigating them is the man that their mum made as part of their like love curse thing, or love like charm thing. And they're like kind of excited, and they're like talking about it to each other, and it's like super cute. So what can I say? Cute movie, cute characters, well directed, cool vibe, interesting movie. I liked it a lot. Practical magic. Next up, we have A Series of Unfortunate Events, Book 1, The Bad Beginning. So this is a book. It's 3 hours long, roughly, on an audiobook. And I read it on the 6th of October. So this is something that I don't have too much thoughts on. I didn't really like it that much. It was like perfectly fine, I think, but I really didn't like it. Like, it's not terrible. It's not a 1 out of 5, but it's certainly a 2 out of 5. Now, for context, this is, I've technically seen the Series of Unfortunate Events movie, at least the first one. I don't know if there's multiple, back when it first came out, which is like when I was a young kid, I think. So I did have like some context for this a little bit. Like I barely remembered anything though. The one thing I remembered is something that like wasn't in this book. And I could be misremembering it, but I think it was that the youngest kid would like eat furniture or something. was like, okay, I don't know. I guess the other thing I remembered is that the uncle was evil. But yeah, but to be honest, I don't think I have like, I have like 3 notes. I have hardly anything to say about this. My first thing is that this well and truly feels like a children's book. Like they define words a bunch. Like the comedy is like kind of like very childish. Like to me that it feels like this is a book that's like trying to show kids how to deal with a bad home situation or something like that, like an abusive parents or something. Like that's the vibe it gives. So I don't know, it wasn't too interesting to me. There was one thing that I liked, which is that like midway through, or like maybe even early on in the book, they like the narrator of this book gives us like a warning and is like, stop reading this book if you want a happy ending, because there's not going to be a happy ending. I'm like, oh, that's like super cool. Oh my goodness. But speaking about the narrator, I didn't really like the narrator. It felt weird. It's like I was like a narrator of this book. It felt very like a children's book kind of thing. Yeah, but you know, I like the moment of the warning, so that was all worth it for that, I guess. But my final note is that I truly just don't have anything to say about this book, but the final note is that the audiobook ends with like a conversation with the author of the book, but like the author's pretending to be like a character or something, and I'm like, this is weird. So I don't know, this was like a baffling book. I didn't really like it that much. There was like some cool things, like the narrator breaking the fourth wall and telling me to stop reading if you want a bad ending, but it wasn't like boring or anything. I just wasn't particularly interested, so 2 out of 5. Next up, we have The Fantastic Four, First Steps. So this is a movie from 2025. It's an hour and 55 minutes long, and I recorded on the 12th of October. Now, technically, I actually have a discussion for this with Kyle Entertainment, because we discussed both Superman and this movie, and I think it's on Kyle's second channel, Secondary NT, so go check that out. But funnily enough, I also recorded a video, like a review for this, like before we recorded that discussion. So I'm probably going to insert this right after this, where I recorded this months ago, much fresher on my knowledge of the Fantastic Four. And I'm probably going to be much more energetic because I haven't been recording for like 2 hours. So get ready for a jump scare. 3, 2, 1. Next up, we have The Fantastic Four, First Steps 2025. So this is a movie. It's an hour and 55 minutes long, and I watched it on the 12th of October. I'm sure you've heard of it. It's the latest MCU movie. Actually, I don't know if it's the latest. I think it's the latest, though. But I'm very behind in watching it. But basically, I'm a bit behind on these Marvel movies. I haven't seen the Thunderbolts yet, at least as of recording this video. I haven't seen that Captain America movie that is like really badly reviewed, and I hadn't seen the Fantastic Four. Now, I was deciding whether I watch this or the Thunderbolts first, and I thought, you know what, I'm the most interested in the Fantastic Four. It's an interesting premise. All the trailers have been really interesting. The only thing that stopped me from watching it immediately was that I hadn't heard anything too positive about this. I'd heard that people were like, oh, it's like pretty good. It's like an okay movie. But I was hoping it would be something like special, something like really good, you know, that people really liked a lot. And since it wasn't that, I didn't end up watching it in the movie theaters. But here I am watching it, and it is absolutely a really good superhero movie. I like this a lot. It's a 4 out of 5. It's very different. You know what? I don't know if I'd say it's very different from like other MCU movies, but it feels a little different, you know? It's set in a different world, different characters, like kind of a different dynamic. Less comedy, which is kind of good, because I don't really like the MCU comedy that much. But anyway, my big takeaway for this movie, if you want like a 1-sentence summary of what I think, is that I think this movie is like very, very good. It's like a superhero movie until the final fight, which is like a little bit goofy and kind of like undermines, I think, a little bit of the build up from the rest of the movie. But other than that, I think it's like a really good movie. And honestly, the final fight wasn't that bad, but it was like kind of goofy. But anyway, so I have 3, or let me see, I got 4 overall thoughts, okay? And the first one is my favorite thing about this movie, without a doubt, it's like not even close, is the Silver Surfer. I absolutely love the Silver Surfer. And I don't even know if they call her that in the movie, but I just know this is like the lore of like, oh my God, they call that person the Silver Surfer. Or maybe that's like the man version and the girl version is like called something different. I don't know. I like her a lot for many reasons, okay? For even like just the first like line she gives about like, I herald his beginning, I herald your end, I herald Galactic. I'm like, this is so cool. Oh my goodness. But, I like everything. I like the VFX, you know, visually, like it's really good. Like especially the first shot where it's like this panning shot where it like starts on her face and like moves around and shows the whole thing. It like it looks really good, like photorealistic. Like this looks like it's a statue of like a person. Now maybe it's not like VFX, maybe it's like an actual like metal person or something, that like a metal statue or whatever. But I thought it looked really good. I like the way that she like moves and sounds, and I like the way that she like how fast she moves out. Like I like all that. I like, oh my goodness, I like the way she moves on the board, especially in this first scene here, which is my image here. I like the Silver Surfer a lot, and just everything about her is really fantastic, including I like the little, you know, if I go more into the actual like story of this movie, I like the little storyline, you know. It's very cliche. It's like, oh, this like lady, she like, gets taken away, she's like a scientist, she sacrifices herself for a planet, and now she's like serving this bad guy, but in the end she's like, oh, you know what, I have a heart, and you've like reminded me of that, and I'm gonna save you in the end. I liked it, you know, very cliche. But when she like saved Johnny at the end, instead of Johnny sacrificing himself and her coming in, I was like, this is awesome. I was like so excited and I liked it a lot, you know? And it is very generic and very cliche, but it's like, there's like one small scene they have together, like these two specifically, which kind of makes this final like sacrifice a bit less generic and a bit more like, I was like, oh, I actually kind of like this, which is that I have a quote here. Let me have a look. She says, basically they're like arguing, not this scene here, like on the image, but another one later in the movie. They're arguing about like whether Johnny should sacrifice himself. And she like retorts basically, let the kid sacrifice himself because, let me just, what's the quote? Give up the child. If he were older, he'd do it himself like I did. I don't know. It's just something interesting about that. Like it's probably true, honestly. Like the kid probably would sacrifice himself if he was older, and she did sacrifice herself, and she like kind of understands it. And it's like, it's interesting. I like that. And when she sacrificed herself at the end, I'm like, oh, you know, like she kind of cares, and she was trying. And I'm like, oh, but yeah, you know, I like the Silver Surfer. What can I say? Another thing, my second major note, is that I really love Galactus, surprisingly. The only thing I knew about Galactus before this is that he was a really big guy, like really big, like planet size, and that he would eat planets or whatever. And I guess I also knew that in the previous movie where he was in, like in the old Fantastic Four movies, he was like a cloud or something, but I never really saw that movie, so I don't have a strong opinion on it. But I think visually, he looked really cool. I think like the voice was very intimidating. His initial scene was very like, he had the aura, you know, as the kids would say on TikTok these days. And it was cool. I liked it. I like just everything about him. Like the way he was presented was really good. I also like the lore, or like the sci-fi element to it. Like I like the idea of like an what's like the word? Unsatisfiable hunger or whatever. Like how he'll always be hungry and he's like striving to get rid of it. And he might not necessarily be like evil in any way. He kind of just like is sick and tired of this hunger, and he like is forced to eat these planets because he has to satiate his hunger. Like I like it. It's interesting. I like I guess before this, I'd never really thought about how he eats planets. So I really like seeing, like, he has this giant ship that's like a giant worm that consumes the planet and kind of converts it or funnels it down to him, or like gives it in like a form that he can digest. I like it. It's like a cool sci-fi thing, you know? But I wasn't really expecting it. I just thought that, oh, he like somehow like shoots it with a laser or something and like eats the planet, the energy from it or something. But no, he literally like eats the planet. It's kind of cool. I like it. My biggest concern, like when I was watching and I was like, oh, wow, he's really cool. This is so awesome. Like they're kind of like, they're confronting Galactus. What could you possibly do? And it was that question that concerned me. Like, what could you possibly do against this guy? Like, how could you beat this guy? And how on earth do you beat him? Like, he's so large, he's so powerful. Like, he controls the Silver Surfer, and the Silver Surfer itself, like, as just the concept, is incredibly powerful. It could probably take, like, the entire Fantastic Four out, right? So that was my biggest concern, and it did end up, I guess, materializing in the biggest drawback in the movie, which is the final fight, which immediately, firstly, Galactus is, like, initially he's portrayed as like really large in that first scene, and then when you see him on the planet, he like, maybe he is the exact same size, like if you map it out like logically and do the count the pixels or whatever, but he felt a lot smaller. Like when you put it next to buildings and he's like barely like looking over the buildings and he like slightly can't see over some of them, and I'm like, I don't know. It's a little, I don't know. It was a bit like it deflated his kind of reputation a little bit, or like not reputation, but like his aura, you know, let's use that word. But so that was a bit of a like, oh, I wish it was like kind of more intimidating or something. And then the second thing that really like undermined it was this really goofy scene where they're trying to get him to the baby, which is on this like little triangle pad. And I'm like, okay, whatever. Like maybe he doesn't see the pad, he can walk there, whatever. I get it. Good plan. But then they like burn his eyes, and I'm like, oh really? Like this really strong, powerful guy that we're meant to be afraid of, who has like psychic powers and can like force someone to give birth and like can command the Silver Surfer and give them these crazy powers where they face through everything and can push people around as like much as he wants with telekinetic. Like he's getting his eyes burned by like a fire guy. Like it was a bit like, I don't really believe this. And it was a bit convenient, and you know, we hate that word, but yeah, it was really, I didn't really like it. And it just portrays him as a little bit goofy. Like, oh, this is a little guy who can like get his eyes burned, you know? I don't know. It was like, oh, okay, I guess this guy, I guess he's really not that cool. But initially he was, so it was a little sad to see that. But the other thing during this fight is that the whole time I'm just thinking like, where is the Silver Surfer? Like, what are they doing right now? Like I get, okay, they're probably going to come back and like save the day in the end. Like that's probably the only way you beat Galactus is like through winning over his like star general or whatever. But the whole time I'm just like, oh, what's happening? What are they doing? Like, is Galactus not going to be mad that the Silver Surfer isn't here? Like, shouldn't this be the Silver Surfer's role? I don't know, it was weird. When I say role, I mean like to collect the baby or whatever, but yeah. Anyway, those are three of my overall thoughts. My final overall thought is that just emotional investment. There was I would say I had very little emotional investment in like any of the characters in this, or any like character moments or anything. But it's not that I didn't have any emotional investment in the movie, because I certainly had emotional investment in like the idea of like humanity all coming together, and the fact that like that scene where they're like trying to build all those teleporter gates all around the world, and they're pulling together all the people around the world to get all their resources, and we need this plutonium and get as much as you can, all the people around the world, and like even the people above on the surface are like collaborating with the people underground, and then later on they evacuate all the people to the underground. I'm like, oh, this is like kind of cool. So there was like emotional investment in this, and I did get like emotional points. I'm like, oh my god, look at this, humanity's all coming together to defeat Galactus, and I like that. So yeah. But that's all my overall thoughts. Now, miscellaneous, let's see what I have. One thing is that they do a good job, in my opinion, of making Reed, I think that's his name, Richard Reed, right? Making him feel smart, which is sometimes a bit cringe to do and sometimes a bit difficult to do, where either they do dumb things and you're like, oh, it's like meant to be a smart guy, how to do dumb things. Or maybe like he just says like a bunch of jargon that is like, oh, he's meant to be smart because we're not meant to understand what he's saying. But this one does a good job where it's like he doesn't use like many weird jargon or anything. He like basically just, I don't know, he's just like always writing on the board. It's like a small thing like that where I'm like, oh, he's like always thinking. And like even just the, I just don't know how to, there's nothing I can really point to. It's just like, I buy it. Like, I just completely buy that he's smart. Like it might be the scene that I liked the most in terms of his intelligence was maybe the idea where the scene where he brought up the lever, where he's talking about like, he has no solution at the moment. And he has no idea how to find a solution. But if you give him something small, he will work with it and he will be able to make it into something large that can take down Galactus. And I like that as an idea of like someone, like I can believe that someone smart could do something like that. Someone smart doesn't necessarily have all the answers. They can't find the magical lever that will solve everything. But they might be able to transform that lever into something greater, you know, given the foundation from like other people, he may be able to build on it with his own intelligence. I like it. It's an interesting idea. Now, I think he does end up finding the lever himself, I think, from memory. Using the baby as like, no, for the teleporter thing. I don't know, someone gave him I don't know. I don't remember if that all ties in together because I think in the end he might have actually found the lever himself. Whatever. You get the point. It was cool. What else is there? The music is also good during specifically the scene where they're running away from Galactus for the first time and the Silver Surfer is like chasing after them when they're in like light speed or beyond light speed. I like the music there. It was like techno and like, I don't know if techno is the right word, but it was like a really good beat, I guess. I liked it. It was really energizing in the scene. I like the idea of using time dilation to trap the Silver Surfer. That was a cool sci-fi thing. However, I didn't really understand at the end of that scene, why did the ship look like it blew up? Was that like an illusion? Can like, what's her name? Sue Storm? Can she do I know she can do invisibility and she can like do telekinetic stuff, I guess. But can she also do like illusions? Is that what that was? I don't know. It was weird. I like the Mole Man. I like the fact that he and Sue have like, I shouldn't disrespect him. I call him Mole Man, by the way. He doesn't like that. But I liked him and Sue had like a good relationship. That was really cool. One negative, very strong negative thing is the final joke in this movie or the final scene where they're trying to do the child seat. It went on for so damn long. You know, for 2 seconds, I was like, oh, it's like kind of funny, you know? And then it just went on and on and on. I'm like, oh my God, like who thought this was a good idea? But yeah, so besides that, you know, it was all good. But I didn't like that one joke specifically. I also realized at the end of the movie that it's called the Fantastic Four First Steps because the baby is like a baby who's born. He's taking his first steps, you know, for basically going into this, I thought the first steps were like, oh, they're going to space or they're like interacting with like a space civilization or something, which would be Galactus, obviously. But no, it's like the baby is like taking its steps. Or maybe it's like a dual meaning or whatever, but it was kind of cool, you know. I was not expecting a baby. I had no idea about the plot of this, by the way, just beyond the fact that like Galactus was in it, right? Which was kind of cool. Like I hadn't really heard much about it. No spoilers or anything. So yeah. And the final thing is that the post-credit scene was very disappointing. It was basically, I guess if you haven't seen this and you're listening to this for some reason, it was just Sue Storm walks away and leaving her like kid on the chair or like the couch or whatever. And then when she comes back, Dr. Doom, I think is his name, right? Dr. Victor Von Doom or whatever, he's holding his mask like to the side. And he's like, the idea is that he's like talking to the baby or maybe he's going to steal the baby or something. And they don't show the actor. So either they couldn't get Robert Downey Jr. because obviously he's going to be Doom in the big upcoming Avengers movie. Or it's like they're like misdirecting us and maybe he's not going to be Doom. Or maybe there will be multiple Dooms and it'll be someone else. But I don't know. It was a little cringe. I'm like, come on, it just showed that it's like him or like, don't do this. Don't have him hold the mask in like an awkward angle so you like see the mask as like a fan service kind of thing. I was kind of cringe, but yeah, that was the Fantastic Four First Steps, you know, for the most part, really good movie. And I'm back. So next up we have, 4 out of 5. Next up we have Words Bubble Up Like Soda Pop. So this is a movie, an anime movie from 2021. It's an hour and 27 minutes long, and I watched it on the 15th of October. Okay, let me get my notes up. So this is an interesting movie in that it's a 3 out of 5, just to give it away here. But it's a very mixed bag. And I'll talk about the positives and I'll talk about the negatives. You know, my overall thoughts, I've actually separated them that way. So firstly, there's the number one positive of this movie, the thing I liked about this movie the most, which is the absolutely beautiful color palette, art style, and directing. I think this is visually, for the most part, you know, there are some Jesus Christ, there are some exceptions, if you can notice, of things I didn't say that looked good. But for the most part, the color palette, the art style, and the directing looked good. I like it a lot. I like the way this movie looks for the most part. with some exceptions, which we'll talk about. The soundtrack is also fantastic in this. Like, it's up there with, just to say, it is made by Kensuke Ushio, the famous sound music composer for things like Chainsaw Man and things like Heavenly Delusion and things like Devilman Crybaby, and there's a bunch of stuff that he's done that is all fantastic, and this is absolutely one of those things. So the music's great. Production, for the most part, this is a very good movie. The other thing I like about this movie is one fantastic scene that I like a lot, and it is the scene I've chosen for this image here, which is, to give a little bit of context, throughout this movie, again, this is also a movie where I feel like I didn't really understand quite a bit of it, so I'd have to probably rewatch it or try and recall a bit of it, because I'm not recalling it that well either. But the general premise of this movie is that it's a love story between a guy and a girl, and the girl is sad at some point because the guy is moving away, so he's going to move somewhere else and they're not going to see each other anymore. During that process, at some point in the movie, the girl, there's also like another storyline of this girl and this guy trying to get a vinyl for an old man who wants to hear his wife's voice one more time, basically, because his wife was a singer and he hasn't heard her voice since she died, and it was a long time ago. So they try and find a vinyl of her singing. During this process, the girl breaks the vinyl by accident when she's trying to like make it less warped, basically. She like breaks it. It's a very funny scene. But then, throughout the movie afterwards, when we get the reveal that the guy is leaving, she's very sad. And there's a scene where she's trying to, after that, where she's trying to basically repair the vinyl that she broke. And this is like, it is an incredibly long static shot that I went and timed it, and it's literally on screen for almost 2 minutes. Like, it's just, you see her and she's like slowly putting the vinyl together. It's like a static shot. Like, it's this shot you're seeing here, but she's like moving, trying to put it together. And it falls and it breaks. And then she musters the courage and tries to do it again. She smiles and she does it again and tries to put it together, and it breaks again. And she does this and she tries again and again and again. It just keeps breaking. And then she just starts breaking down crying. And it's like, it's just so unbelievably sad and so real as well. And the music just adds to it so much. And it's just so real. It's like, it's when you, like, there are times when you bottle up emotions and they don't come up in like some big dramatic moment that you have later in your life. That those emotions will come up at the most mundane of times. It comes up when she's like, it can come up when you're trying to repair a vinyl that you like promised this old man that you'd like find for him or something. Like, it is just, it's like the grounded nature of like just crying at the most mundane of things and letting out all the emotions all at once. And once you let them out, they're just coming out. Yeah, I really like in this scene. I absolutely, I appreciate the slow pace of it. Like, it's so well done. Her just crying over the fact that like she broke this, like she's crying over two things. She's crying over the fact that like she just can't repair this vinyl, which is like 10% of the reason she's crying. And then the other like 90% of the crying is because this guy, Cherry is apparently his name, I wrote it in my notes, is leaving. Phenomenal scene, he got to me emotionally a lot. And the music is so good in this scene. But yeah. So that was all the positives. Now, the negatives is that this movie, let me give a little bit of context for anyone who's been watching this entire digest so far. Early on, I said that Nope is like an Ari movie, an elite Ari movie. Okay, that is a movie that is made for me. Words Bubble Up Like Soda Pop is kind of like an anti-Ari story. Okay, an anti-elite Ari story, where haiku is at the center of this movie. And boy, do I hate metaphorical poems and symbols and metaphorical like words and songs and stuff in movies. Because my God, do I not have the patience to kind of like pause and like think about what the message behind the particular like lyrical thing they're saying in the movie is. And this movie is centered about haikus, and I just don't like it. So that whole element was a massive negative. The other thing is the exception to what I was saying about the production thing, where I said the color palette, the art style, and directing are fantastic. The animation in this is weirdly choppy. I don't like it. I'm sure it's a stylistic choice. Like, it's a movie that otherwise looks very, very good production-wise. So unless there was like some time or budget constraint on this or something, but it just, I don't like it. It's like very choppy in terms, like, not bad in terms of like, oh wow, that's like so, like the movements are weird, or it's just like choppy. Like, it feels very low frame rate, and like they didn't have many like in between frames or anything like that. So I don't know what the reason is, but I didn't like it. And my last like negative thing is that I don't think the dub was very good for this, which is very rare for me to say. I typically almost always love dubs, but this one I don't think was very good. The dialogue feels awkward and slow a lot of the time, and the character reactions to dialogue, like someone will say something and then someone else will like react to it, and it feels a bit like they're reacting a bit too slowly or something like that. Like, it feels weird. Now this could be a thing that's like a problem with the original movie. Like, maybe it's not necessarily the dub that has an issue. Maybe the movie's just like styled like this. But I don't know because I didn't watch the sub, but felt weird to me, I don't know. The dub wasn't that great, I don't think. Now, I have a few miscellaneous notes. One is that there's a scene where early on the words bubble up, like the word, I think the guy like says something to the girl, or the girl says something to the guy, and the street lights like all light up and they're like making bubble sounds, and I'm like, oh, it's like super cool. The words are bubbling up like soda pop. So that was really cool. I like the interactions that the two have over Twitter, or like Curiosity, whatever, I think that's what they call it. Early on, like that was very cool. There was a whole old man storyline, like I said, about him and his wife and everything, and it is funny because I didn't find it particularly interesting for the overwhelming majority of this movie. I was like, oh, whatever, it's like I don't really care about him that much, and he's a little annoying, and he's the one centered on all the haiku stuff, and I don't like any of that. At least I thought that, until the final scene of the movie where they play the vinyl and he hears his wife's voice for the first time in a long time, and he's like eyes widen for a second. I'm like, oh my goodness, he's hearing his wife's voice, and I was like almost crying, like hearing it. And I'm like, oh my goodness. So the story of the old man won me over in the end, but initially I was not liking it at all. I also said in my notes that I feel like this is a movie I'll appreciate more with time, and might like on a rewatch if I watch it in the sub potentially. This is a very Japanese movie. Like I don't know what particularly gives me that impression, but it feels very Japanese. Like the small town, the festival they have, like the fact that haiku is like at the center, like it feels just very extremely Japanese to me, which I wonder if the sub would be more like, it might be a thing that's like even tougher to like write subtitles for. I don't know. It's interesting. I'd be interested in watching the sub for this. Also, I don't really have too much of an interest to rewatch this. I don't think I'll be watching this in the sub for a long time. But yeah. And my last note is, I love the small town feeling, the community of old people, the celebration at the mall at the end. Like, I like all that stuff. It was very cool. So yeah, that was Words Bubble Up Like Soda Pop. All right, next up we have Don't Look Up. So this is a movie from 2021. It's 2 hours and 18 minutes long, and I watched it on the 17th of October. And overall, this is a 2 out of 5. So the premise of this movie is that it's a parody. No, it's an satire, that's probably the better word for this, of real life politics, I suppose, and conspiracy theories, and like people's beliefs in modern society, thanks to things like social media. So the idea is that like there's a comet that's going to come crash into Earth, and there's a scientist who discovers it, and they have to kind of communicate that to the world, but the world like doesn't want to look up. The world like basically is divided on whether the comet is coming or not, and the president is involved, and there's like a tech CEO, and it's very much like satire of real life. So this is a comedy movie with a very distinct directing style to it, which is very interesting. Like there's a bunch of freeze frames, and like even at the beginning, like when the characters are introduced, there's like freeze frames with like characters and actors' names and stuff. And basically, I'm not a fan of either the directing or the style of this. The comedy or the directing of this movie. So I don't know. It basically falls flat in that regard. So it's a 2 out of 5 for that. There's also a bunch of annoying characters. Like the main scientist guy, like just sucks at speaking up for himself, and it's just annoying. Like I know it's like it is like intentional, like that's his character, but it's just an annoying character. No one at the White House like listens, and they're annoying, and like I know all of these things are like intentional choices, but it's just annoying to watch. So I just didn't like it. It was unpleasant. So yeah, like I said, it's a satire of real life politics, and the popularity of misinformation and conspiracy theories, and the issue is that like the issue is like I don't find it particularly interesting as like a satire. Like this is real life. I think I would have appreciated it more if it was like I think more grounded, or like taken more seriously or something, and comedy wasn't as much of a big element of it. Like yeah, I don't know. I like the concept. Like misinformation is like something that I would love to have like a really good movie on, but I just don't like the comedy element, I guess. There are a few good elements though. Like I have 2 notes here. One is that after the announcement of the comet like coming to Earth being like a public thing, like public announcement, there's like a compilation of all the discourse all around the world on like the mainstream channels, as well as like all the fringe like social media kind of stuff. And everyone is like giving their opinion on it, and I'm like, this is super real, so I like that. And there's also a scene where like this is a good satire where there's a centrist and they're selling pins or something, and the pins say like, this pin tells us to look both up and down because we need to stop arguing. But like obviously the truth is that we need to like look the fuck up. like there is no ambiguity here. It's not like there's a middle centrist position where like, oh, we can look up and down. No, there is a comet coming and we need to look up. So I thought that was very funny. That was great. And this is like the best thing in this movie, by the way. The best thing is that this CEO guy on the screen right now, what a fantastic performance. This guy, like he's funny. He absolutely embodies like a combination of like Elon Musk obviously is the biggest inspiration for this guy, just like the way he talks and everything, but also like with a more like quiet presence of like someone like Tim Cook, like some CEO who like doesn't really have like a very charismatic kind of speech or anything like that. So he was great. I liked him a lot. Like everything he was in, he was very funny and interesting to watch. So that was great. But that's all my overall thoughts. Like miscellaneous, I have a few things. So one is that I watched this movie over like 5 sessions. Pretty much like I was doing something else, and I'm like, what can I like? I'm like every now and then when I wanted to take a break from that other thing, I was like, let me just like watch this movie. So I like split it up, and midway through, I was like contemplating like, do I keep watching this or do I just drop it? But I finished it. I made it all the way through. But yeah, that's a little bit of context. Another thing is that I have a note that says there was 2 seconds of nudity in this movie, which was like very out of place. I don't remember this at all, but apparently it's a thing. I don't know. I cannot possibly imagine why there was nudity in this, but yeah. There's an utterly baffling scene. Oh yeah, this was wild actually. Toward the right at the end of this movie, there's like a dinner table scene. And there's like a bunch of people like sitting at a dinner table, and one of the guys is like talking. And we're like cutting, like he's like in the corner of the frame like talking, and we see his mouth moving and everything. Then we like cut directly to him, so we like see him talking, which is like typical. You do like that in scenes sometimes. But the thing is, like the audio is still, his speech is still happening in like the audio, but it's like he's like not talking. He's just like sitting there with his mouth closed. And I'm like, this is weird. This feels like weird. Like it must be like an editing mistake or something. Like, or like Netflix like edited the file or something, and it was really weird. It was utterly baffling to me. And I thought initially it was my internet, but then I went back and watched it again, and apparently it's an issue. I don't know. It's really weird. My last like miscellaneous note is that there's a good payoff to the Bronterok mention, which is the alien mention. But basically, like early in this movie, or like not early, but at some point in this movie, the CEO guy's like, we can even predict how you're going to die. And then the president of the United States is like, how am I going to die? Please tell me. And he's like, apparently you're going to be eaten by a Bronterok. And then the payoff in the movie is that like you go through the whole movie and nothing happens. And right at the end, I think it's even a post-credit scene, all the surviving politicians and tech people, they arrive on like a separate planet thanks to the spaceship that like avoided the destruction of the planet. And the spaceship that they land on a planet in that spaceship, and there's aliens on that planet, and they're called Bronteroks, and then they like eat her and die, and it's like, wow, what a payoff, she got eaten by a Bronterok, which is an alien on another planet. So that was Don't Look Up. There's not much. I don't really like this movie that much. It was okay in some regards, but for the most part, I didn't enjoy it. Next up, we have Superman 2025. So this is a movie. It's 2 hours and 9 minutes long, and I watched it on the 19th of October. So again, this is a movie where there's a discussion. It was a dual discussion between me and Kyle, and a dual movie discussion where we discussed both Superman and Fantastic Four. So go check that out in the secondary and D channel, which is Kyle Entertainment's second channel. Just to give like a very high level overview of Superman, it's a 3 out of 5. Like I enjoyed this, but it wasn't anything special. Let me start with the negatives, and I'll talk about the positives. So firstly, it was very like generic and predictable, which sometimes can be okay. In this, it wasn't that okay. It was like just a little annoying. The comedy is terrible, but James Gunn is kind of like hit or miss for me. Like sometimes he can be really good. Like Guardians 1, I liked a lot. I thought that was very funny. Guardians 3, I even thought was very funny. Guardians 2, I didn't think was funny. The Belko experiment, that was not very funny. And this is not very funny. So yeah. The action pieces are pretty bland. Like whenever there's an action like moment, I don't know, I didn't really like the fights or anything. They weren't very good. The movie is very long, and it's not really long. It's like 2 hours and 9 minutes, but it feels very long to me at least. So I don't know, that kind of went a bit long. And the dialogue is pretty bad at points. Like there's a scene where Lex is inside, I think, the Fortress of Solitude, and he's talking to himself and he's giving exposition about like, I don't even know. He's giving exposition at some point, And then there's also like the nanobot girl who's like giving her backstory in that scene as well. It's weird. Like the dialogue was weird, especially for that one scene. But those are the negatives. The positives are that the world itself feels very large and alive, and like I like the world of the Superman story here, which is good. We like that. The second thing is that I generally like the vibe of this movie. It's a very like energetic, like kind of upbeat kind of movie. I like that. And I very much liked Superman. Superman, I think, was fantastic. And I think is embodied by the speech he gives to Lex at the end about that's where you're wrong, Lex, or whatever. Like, I thought that was a really great speech, and I like Superman in that part. And also, generally, I liked Lex Luthor pretty much. Like, I liked his enthusiasm. 1A, 1A, like, all that stuff was fantastic. And I think it looked really cool, especially in his winter coat when he's in Antarctica or whatever. So that was all pretty great. But that's Superman. If you want more thoughts, go check out the discussion. Next up, we have another superhero movie, Thunderbolts Star, or Thunderbolts, I guess. This is a movie from 2025. It's 2 hours and 6 minutes long, and I watched it on the 19th of October. So, let me just rip off the band-aid. I did not like this movie, okay? I had only ever heard positive things going into this. Everyone was saying that Thunderbolts was actually really good, and it was like a return to form for the MCU. I did not find that at all. I did not like much about this movie. It is a 2 out of 5, though, so there was something I did like about it. I don't know. I don't like the characters. I didn't like the comedy. I didn't like the action. I definitely did not like the muted colors, or like the vibe of it, I guess. I didn't like the plot. I don't think there was anything I really liked about this movie, especially, I'll just talk about, like, there's a few things I liked. We'll point them out, but for the most part, I did not like it, okay? There was a lot of stuff I just didn't like it. I especially want to emphasize that I did not like the action in this movie. It was terrible. It's exemplified mostly by this like one scene near the beginning where Bucky shows up and he's on a bike and he's just like slowly riding up to like the van he's like chasing or something, and I'm like, why is it so late? Like, I have the aura of like Bucky the Winter Soldier. I'm like, yeah, Bucky, hell yeah, and I've got like this aura built up in me, like of like, that's Bucky. I'm so excited. He was in that cool like Captain America movie like in 2014. But like the visuals on screen are not matching it. It's just like slowly driving up. And I'm like, this is really lame. And that holds true for basically all the action pieces in this, except for one action piece, which is the one on the screen right here, which I thought was really cool. But other than that, it was very, very lame. But yeah, the one, to speak a little bit more positively, the main villain guy, I thought he was great in like basically every way except for like characterization, which I didn't like. Like, I didn't like his story or character, but like everything else, like his powers, his fights, his like the way he looked, like I liked all of that, like the powers themselves were like super overpowered, and like the fight, like I said, I liked really, it was really cool. I loved the visual effect of him turning people into dust or like shadows. I think it's probably a better way to say it. Like, that was really cool. His silhouette appearance, like when he turns into the dark mood, like when the powers take over or whatever, with the like slightly visible eyes, but the rest is like black silhouetted. Like, I thought that was super cool. So yeah, the villain was good. And Valentina, who's like the other kind of villain, like the lady who's in charge of everything. She was an enjoyable character to watch, So these two things, like the villain and Valentina, they kind of redeemed the movie from being a 1 out of 5. But everything else, I did not like. I did not like the characters or their interactions or anything like that. So yeah, let me see my miscellaneous notes. The guy in charge of the CIA mission at the beginning of this movie gets annoyed because Valentina changes the mission to be non-lethal. And he's like, oh god, now we have to make it non-lethal. It was very fun. It's very like mundane, like kind of slice of life kind of thing. It's like, this poor guy is, he planned for a lethal mission and now he has to like change things. That was funny. And then I have a note, which is like, this movie like made me question how it's even possible that The Avengers is such a good movie. The Avengers are great. All the Avengers movies, I love them so much. It's all to do with the characters and the dynamics. But when I finished this, I was like, how is it possible that like such a movie can fail so spectacularly at creating like a dynamic of characters? Like, it's not like I don't know these characters. Like, I've seen for maybe all of them. I think I've seen them in other movies. Like, I've seen 2 of them in Black Widow. I've seen one in Captain America or Falcon and the Winter Soldier. I've seen one in Ant-Man. Like, I know they've all been established before, so it's not like, oh, I don't know who they are or anything, and they're coming together. It's just like, they're just boring, and their dynamics, there was like no interesting dynamic, and I don't know, I didn't like it. Yeah, so I don't know, the Avengers is a miracle, I guess, because they really did not pull it off here. I guess Guardians of the Galaxy also worked, though, so it's not just like the Avengers are like a standout case. Like, they can do it well, they just didn't do it here. But yeah. And then I also said, like, how is it possible? I've heard, basically, that the new Captain America movie, which I haven't seen, the one with Harrison Ford in it, apparently that's, like, really bad, and is worse than this. I don't know how that's possible. This is, like, one of the worst MCU movies I've seen, so I am actually curious to see that. Maybe I would like it more than this. Yeah, so maybe I will give it a try. It is baffling to me that people don't like that or like it less than this. And then the last note is that apparently at the end of this movie, they like, Bucky or someone like whispers in Valentina's ear, like, we own you now. It's like, how did they own her? Like, couldn't she just secretly have them killed like she was planning, like up until this point? Like, how is that? Couldn't she just do that now? It was weird, but it is what it is. That was Thunderbolts. This was the biggest surprise of the year. Like, I thought everyone was saying this was really good. And it was certainly not very good at all. So yeah. Next up, we have Gifted. So this is a movie from 2017. It's 1 hour and 41 minutes long, and I watched it on the 24th of October. And this is a great movie. I got very emotional watching this, and I even cried watching this at the end. So this is a fantastic movie. So let me check my notes. My first note here is that there's 3 standout scenes in this, and that is true. There are 3 scenes, but let me give a premise just for anyone who's listening and doesn't know anything about this movie. Why are you here? I don't know why you're here listening to this, but I'm sure Kyle is probably listening. Maybe other people just they're interested. What is Gifted? The premise of this movie is that there's an uncle who's the main character, played by Chris Evans, Captain America. I think it's his name, right? Chris Evans, Captain America guy, basically. And he has a quote unquote daughter or like a niece that he like looks after because the mother's dead. and the niece is gifted. She's very smart, basically. Like she's like Einstein level, but she's only like, I don't know, like how old is 7? I don't know how old she is. She's very young. And the movie is about like, where's her rightful place to be? Like, should she be with like kids in school? Should her talents be like being nurtured, and like she should go to like a university or something? And basically this is like the whole movie, and there's like two warring factions. There's the uncle who we're like on the side of, basically, where he cares about her as a person or whatever. And then there's the grandmother, who's like the mother of the girl's mother, who, like, just to say that the gifted girl's mother committed suicide. And the grandmother kind of wants to take this girl and raise her to maximally produce what she can with her talents. She wants to, like, basically not exploit her, but like she wants to kind of use the granddaughter as a way of like, she wants her granddaughter to produce something great, to make a great contribution to the world. So it's more like you have these two people. One cares about the girl, one cares about her, like, possibility because of her brain or whatever. And there's 3 standout scenes in this, okay, now that I've set the premise out of the way. One is absolutely the hospital birthing scene, which is that there's basically there's a point in the movie where the little girl is kind of sad because she feels like the uncle doesn't appreciate her or something like that, I think that's the context. It's been a while since I watched this. So he takes her to the hospital, and they're like sitting in the waiting room, and there's like a family who's also sitting there. Like, there's like a big family, and they're all like kind of nervous and stuff. And we're like, oh, what's going on here? Like, I don't quite understand what's happening here, as an audience. And then one of there's someone comes out of like the operating area of the hospital, and they're like, it's a boy or it's a girl. They say the gender of the child that was born. And then the family like is cheering and they're so excited. And then the uncle's like, that's what it was like when you were born. And I'm like, oh, this is like super duper cute. And then there's like a whole compilation of like other families like getting the announcement that their kids are born. And she, like, the little girl is going and she's like not dancing. She's like cheering up and down with like the families as though she's like part of them, and she's like getting swept up in the excitement. This is an unbelievably very super cute scene. Yeah, really, really fantastic. Then the second scene, which this one really got to me emotionally, is, let me just say, there's a cat in this movie, and I got like emotionally invested in this cat, which, if you know me, I generally don't care about animals in movies, so who would have thought that I would get invested in a cat? But yeah, so anyway, there's a scene in this movie where there's the cat gets like, basically the little girl lives with the cat, and she loves the cat, Fred, the one-eyed cat that lives in her house. And then eventually the girl has to be given up to like a third party, like foster home, because neither the grandma or the uncle, the compromise is he could give her to a family that'll look after her, basically. And she can't take the cat there because they're allergic to cats. And eventually the cat gets put up for euthanization because no one wants to adopt it, basically. And then the uncle goes and saves the cat because he realizes that it was going to be euthanized, so he goes and saves it. And then the uncle and the daughter reunite, basically, because they find out that it's a whole thing. The grandma was like scheming to like kind of get more like access to the daughter. It was like a whole thing. But basically the uncle goes to take the daughter because like the foster home agreement had been like violated or whatever. And the daughter's like incredibly sad and angry that like he like abandoned her, basically, but also at the same time she's sad because she thinks the cat was killed, basically, or like given up and lost forever. And he says like Fred is all right. It's like, because basically she's like, they took Fred, and it's so sad because it's like Fred was like the grounding emotional anchor to this girl, like this gifted girl who like has all these like, she doesn't really relate to the other kids at school because she's like so much smarter than them and everything, but Fred was like the one thing she loved and like related to, and Fred has been like taken away to be euthanized, and from her perspective, like they took Fred, Fred is gone forever. And he says like Fred is all right, and like it's just so like I don't know, it really got to me a lot, where I'm like, this poor girl, and she's just getting this like one bit of happiness because Fred is still alive. So I don't know, there's something there. And he said he's at home kicking around his ping pong ball, and I'm like, oh, look at that, oh yeah, that's so cute. Fred has a little ping pong ball and he's like kicking it around, super cute. So that was great. That's my second great scene. The third great scene was basically the final scene with the grandmother. So there's a big reveal, which is that at the end of this movie, again, if you're just listening to this, I don't know how you're following along at any point, but without having seen the movie, but there's a whole storyline of the mother who committed suicide, was a math genius as well. And her whole life, she was working on this math problem that that she was never able to solve. Basically, she committed suicide before she solved it. And her mother, so the grandmother character, wanted her to solve it. Like she basically made sure that she never had any like boyfriends or anything growing up because she didn't want her to be distracted. She had a gifted mind and she had to make sure she made use of it. That's the grandmother's perspective. And very clearly, the daughter hated the grandma, right, or hated her mother. And at the end of this movie, the uncle, so the main guy, Chris Evans, Captain America, he reveals that before when his sister committed suicide, she left all of her books and research to him to only because basically she had solved the math equation, but she wanted it to be published after the grandma had died, because she obviously, the implication is that she didn't want the grandma to have the satisfaction of knowing that her daughter solved the problem, because the daughter hated the grandmother. And this really gets to the grandmother. Like it is like, oh my goodness, like your daughter hated you, basically. And this is an amazing scene. But the thing that really got to me, the one I wrote down here about the standout scene here, is when the grandmother is alone after the movie has basically wrapped up, and she's looking at her daughter's notes, and she sees, like, right at the end, when the daughter had figured out, like, solving the equation that she was trying to solve, she sees, like, yes, with, like, an exclamation mark written next to it. And it's like, it clearly shows that the daughter was genuinely excited about solving the problem. And it also shows that she hid it from her mother. Like, she made sure that, like, even though she was so excited, and I'm sure she wanted to tell the entire world, and she wanted to tell people around her, she didn't tell anyone. She didn't tell her grandmother, who obviously was the one who made her do this. And it just shows how much she, like, hated her. And it's so heartbreaking. Like, her daughter was so happy to have found a solution, but she wouldn't show her mother the happiness that she found, because she hated her. And it breaks down the grandmother, and it's amazing. It breaks down me, and I was like, oh my goodness, that's so sad. So yeah, that was basically 3 fantastic scenes in this movie. The kid actor, I'm just going through my other overall thoughts. The kid actor is fantastic, which is essential for this movie to work at all. Like, she is a main character in this, basically, like the secondary lead. So yeah, it wouldn't work if she was a bad actor. Like, she kind of has to feel like an adult because she's smart, right? Like, it's the point. But yeah. And then what else? Oh, and then I sent my note here about, wow, a movie where I care about an animal. Who would have thought? Yeah, Fred was the emotional anchor. I love how much Mary loves him. Mary's the little girl. It's so heartbreaking when he was up for adoption. True. Okay. I have a few miscellaneous notes. So this is a super cool shot, by the way. Look at this. That was my first note. It was a cool shot with the sun setting in the background. The daughter is, like, playing with the uncle and climbing on him. It's very cute. The neighbor lady, there's also, like, another character who's, like, a neighbor to the uncle and the daughter, and they, like, live in the same kind of area. And they have, like, a karaoke night together, and that was a super cute scene. What else was there? There's a super cute apology scene where I think the uncle, like, implies that he doesn't want to have her, like, he's like annoyed by the daughter, basically. But obviously he doesn't mean it. And then later on she's mad about it, and then he goes up to her and is like, where is it? Do I have the quote here? Last week you said I was the worst uncle in the world because I wouldn't buy you a toy piano. Did you mean that? And, like, he, like, basically gets to her by saying that we all say things that we don't mean in the moment, you know? And that was, like, that was cute. I also wrote that the movie is actually funny at times. Now, let me see what I quoted here, because I don't actually remember it being very funny. I knew that guy was going to have a beard before he walked in. Math teachers like growing beards. That is true. I think there was a scene where, like, his math guy, like, walks in and he does have a beard. It's very funny. I don't watch TV, but I got hooked on SpongeBob. True. I think the little girl got hooked on SpongeBob. You know, it's great. We love it. She's at university, but also Girl Scouts. It's very cute. Like, she's happy, basically. At the end of this movie, she's very happy, and we love it. So a nice, happy ending. But that was Gifted. A wonderful movie. All right, next up, we've got the Chainsaw Man anime, so season 1 specifically. So this is a TV show. It's 12 episodes, and I watched it, or finished it, on the 29th of October. So this is a rewatch, so I have watched this initially when it aired week to week, and now I'm rewatching it again in anticipation of the movie that came out. So if you want to know my full thoughts, go check out the discussion on this channel for the Chainsaw Man movie, as well as the anime. But just to give some high-level thoughts, I've categorized them, and I've given 1 for each section. So production-wise, this anime is fantastic. Directing and music are absolutely the highlights. Kensuke Ishii is amazing, my favorite composer. As for the characters, Himeno is definitely the highlight. Her playfulness and, like, her relationship with Aki, and she's, like, the focus, she's the emotional, like, center of it. She's fantastic in this season, so Himeno stands out. The vibe feels very grounded, with no, like, joke scenes that, like, other anime like JJK have, which I never like. And the best episode is, like, probably the most grounded episode, which is when they just go out for, like, a work dinner, and they're having a work dinner and stuff. So that is just, the grounded nature of this season is amazing. But that's Chainsaw Man season 1. It's obviously a 5 out of 5. You know, we love Chainsaw Man. So next up, we have Hollow Knight. So this is a game. I played it for around 67 hours, and I finished it on the 1st of November. And the takeaway for Hollow Knight is that this is a 4 out of 5. This is a fantastic game. I very much enjoyed this. There is only like one drawback to this, and we'll talk about it, which is why it's not a 5 out of 5. But I enjoyed this thoroughly. I will definitely be playing Silksong one day. I don't know when that will be, but I will definitely be playing it. It was very fun. The combat is absolutely fantastic. The world itself is like very fun and feels like alive. And oh my god, there's like different elements to it, so I like that a lot. Yeah, generally that's my takeaway. Now let me see, what have I written? This is my first of like playing this style of game. I don't know what like I know there's like some category for this. Is not Souls like, because I played a Dark Souls game. I don't know what the category is, but I know there's like other games like this. It's the first one I played. But anyway, I think it's really cool how the map like is pretty small if you think about it, but there's like so much to it. And like initially you start out and it's like one like kind of layout of the map, and then you unlock a little bit more like new abilities and stuff, like you can see in the dark, and then you can like have wings, you can jump higher, and you can like leap on wall. You basically unlock all these new things, and that enables you to like go back and like see new areas of the map that like you didn't either know existed or like didn't think were accessible before. So it's super cool how like the world like transforms, even though it's technically occupying the same space as like you thought it did. So I thought that was like super cool. But this kind of ties into the reason that I don't think this is a 5 out of 5, which is that at some point, I think it was around like half the way in, so like 30 hours in or something, it became like very tedious for me to figure out what to do next, where I'm like basically I've unlocked like a lot of the different map areas, and I'm trying to figure out like what do I do. And in order to do this, like without looking it up, because I didn't look up anything until I finished the game, without looking, I had to like just like basically sweep the entire map, like left, right, up, down, try and break walls, try and see where I could go. And it was like many hours of just me sweeping, trying to figure out what to do next. So it is a bit tedious, I think. Like the reason it's not a 5 is that there were sections like that where I'm like, oh my, I'm not enjoying doing this right now. So yeah, but you know what, for the most part, this was fantastic. Another kind of very positive thing here, my last like overall note, is that the progression in this game is fantastically paced. Like I really like that you get upgrades every now and then, like I said, that like unlock new areas. I like that you like upgrade your weapon strength every now and then. So like the bugs that are in the first area, initially they take like 3 or 4 hits to kind of kill them, but over time you get more upgrades and you can just kill them in one hit, and it's like, oh my god, I feel this is so rewarding, you know, I can finally kill these things in one hit. What else is there? You get more lives as time goes on, and that's fantastic. You get new abilities like dashing, wall climbing, crystal dashing. Like this is all fun stuff. So I love the progression in this game. And I think I've emphasized, like, I really love the map as well. Like, it's so diverse, and there's different regions, and it's just fun to explore. It's great. And there's, like, little, like, the animations are cute. Like, the small details in this game are just really cool. Even, I don't even know. Like, the fact there's these worms here as well that are, like, found around the world. There's just so many small details that I just like about this game. And for context, I technically got 104% completion out of 112%. So what happened was that I got to, I think I wrote it somewhere, but I think maybe I finished the game with like 96% or something like that completion, or maybe 92%, some like small amount. And then after beating the game, like killing the whatever, I don't know if it was the Hollow Knight or like the chained Hollow Knight, whatever it was, like I beat the final boss, and the credits played and everything. After that, I like, looked up like how do I get like the rest of the achievements. So after that, it was basically me like particularly going around trying to get the achievements. And then I got to 104%. There were like other ones I could do, but they were all so tedious and like boring, and I'm like, I don't really care about this. So I don't know. For context, for anyone who knows, that's how much I've done of it. So maybe one day I'll go back and get that remaining, like, what is it, 8%? But I probably won't. But yeah, that's the overall thoughts. Now I have a bunch of miscellaneous notes. So, one is that, oh boy, for like 30 hours into this, maybe more, I was utterly convinced that the healing system in this game was like intentionally annoying. Where basically the way you heal in this game is that you have this. Oh my god, I was gonna point with my hand, but you're not gonna see it. Can you see my mouse up here? There's this like soul meter basically that like charges up this white liquid as time goes on, or not as time goes on, but as you like attack enemies, it like charges up. And it's initially going to be gray for like maybe like halfway through, but when you get like more than half of the thing filled up, it'll be turned white. And then when you hold down circle or B, you like drain that bar until it hits like the empty point basically. And then you heal your masks, so you get more health back basically. That's the mechanism. Now, for the majority of this game, I was playing with this controller that I didn't realize was broken. So whenever I was holding down the trigger to kind of use my soul and heal my health, sometimes it would glitch, and it would like the problem is that like if you hold down the trigger and then let go, you will use your soul, like the soul will be depleted by say like 10% or something, but you get no benefit in terms of health. So you have to hit like a certain threshold before you get health. So for instance, if you like held down the trigger and used 10% and then let go and use another 10% and let go and use another 10%, you've used 30%, but you've got no health whatsoever because each 10% didn't reach the threshold, so you get no health benefit. Like you don't get the healing. So my controller was glitching, so it kept like going in and out and like not letting me get the full like threshold amount. So I would drain my whole thing and I'd be like, God damn it, there must be some probability based thing in this game where it's like you only heal sometimes because that makes the game more difficult. And in reality, it was just my controller that was like messing up, and I didn't realize that until like way later into the game. And then I bought a new controller, so now I have this fancy like PS5 controller that I'm playing the rest of the game on. But yeah, so that was really annoying, but I'm glad I figured that out. Anyway, what else is there? I was so shocked and excited. Oh yeah, I had no idea that Hornet was in this game, which is the character from Silksong. So whenever she showed up, like in this game, just randomly, like she was like on the side of a cliff or something. I was like, what? I can't believe it. How is Hornet in this? Like that's from the other game. So that was very shocking. I love these worms. I love the concept of having a room where like all the saved worms are just there, and whenever you walk past them and then walk back, they just like drop money. And then when I saved all of them, they dropped an ungodly amount of money on in front of me, and I was like, oh my god, I'm so grateful, you guys, thank you. So that was lovely. What else is there? I like that when you go inside a tram, I like how the music turns like muted. That was really cool. Like sounds like a radio kind of. Like the game music. The fighting in the arena was super cool, especially for the first level where you get all the way to the end and it's like a little bit challenging because it's like your first time doing this arena thing. And then you get to the final boss and you're like, oh my god, I barely survived. Now I've got to fight this final boss. And then the final boss is like the easiest of them all. I'm like, oh, thank god. So that was a cool subversion. But I really liked fighting in the arena. That was super cool. It was really cool how the map changed at some point. So the crossroads became infected and it was like a bunch of different orange, like kind of hue to it and all these like little infected areas and new enemies and stuff. That was really cool. I love the swimming animation. It's like super cute. There was some point where I was fighting Hornet in like one of the Hornet fights you have to do, and I had 7,500 geo, and there was nothing I could do. And it kept like, basically my geo was in a place where as long as I go and retrieve it, I like engages the fight. So I had to basically beat her without losing all that geo. And that back then that was a lot of geo, okay? By the time I finished the game, I had like 35,000 geo or something ridiculous, but at that point that was a lot of geo. I didn't want to lose it. So that was very annoying. It's also cool that you can read the NPC thoughts. That was really cool. Like you see an enemy that you see an NPC that's like on the surface very nice to you, and then you read their thoughts and they're thinking about killing you. And I'm like, oh my goodness, well, I don't like you anymore. What else? I like the fight with the 5, I don't know how to describe this, but there were like 5 roly-poly things you fight basically simultaneously. That was a very hard fight, but it also like felt very rewarding when I beat it, so I liked that a lot. I think the hardest fight to me was the Lost Kin. Or I don't know which one it is, but like there's basically like one character you fight, and then you use your nail on it, like the secret arts of the nail, and then you go into like the heaven realm or whatever, and you fight like the other version of that, and I think that version is the Lost Kin. Basically, whatever that version is called, that was the hardest fight for me. I don't know why, I struggled so much to kill that thing. So yeah, that was my hardest fight. But anyway, I like the little ding sound that the game makes whenever you discover a hidden area. It's very like, ooh, like ominous, exciting. So I like that. What is this? Oh, I like when you go to the abyss and the black specters of the other characters are like spawning from the graveyard. That was a really cool addition. I really, really like there's like this horse guy that like takes you around to different places. And I like that at some point, like when you've uncovered all the areas, he takes you to like his hometown and he's talking about it. I'm like, oh, this is like super cute. He's like reminiscing about it. That was very good. The final fight was cool, but it was like pretty easy, I guess. Surprisingly, like it was much easier than a bunch of the earlier fights. I did like the small cutscene though afterwards, like about the night and me embracing all the energy and all that. Like that was cool. What else is there? It was very cool that the game menu becomes infected after you beat the game. That was really cool, like orange. I guess for the ending that I got, I know there's like multiple endings for this. What else is there? Oh yeah, this was a note I wrote at the time. I said, I have absolutely no idea what to do now to get 100% completion. So going forward, I'm going to look stuff up and try to get achievements. But to be honest, I don't really feel too motivated to play much anymore. That is true. But I did get to 104%. So there we go. And yeah, I said before looking things up, I've done 24 out of the 63 achievements. So that's for a bit of context if anyone's interested. Another rewarding thing is that when you get right to the end of the game, or at least for me at my progression, I unlocked the teleportation ability. And that was really satisfying. It was a really good end game kind of thing where it's like you can set a marker and you can like teleport back to it whenever you want. And that like sped up things in this like achievement hunting stage of the game. So that was really cool. What else is there? Oh my god, I killed the nailsmith by accident, and I didn't know it would kill him, and I kind of regretted it because I wanted to go talk to him one last time. That was sad. And then I said, holy fuck, I finally finished the saw blade area. So there's this crazy saw blade area, which afterwards I've learned is like next to the Path of Pain, which is something I had heard of before. But I didn't do the Path of Pain. I just did the saw blade area like around it, and that was hard enough. So I don't know, it was kind of crazy, but yeah. That was Hollow Knight, you know? It was a very fun game. I enjoyed Hollow Knight a lot, and I will definitely be playing Silksong. So, yeah. Next up, we have The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo from 2011. So this is a movie. It's 2 hours and 38 minutes long, and I watched it on the 2nd of November. And it is a 4 out of 5. So this was a really good movie. This is basically a mystery movie, or a crime drama. No, what do you call it? A crime thriller? Mystery crime thriller. Something like that, okay? It was a pretty good one. I enjoyed it. Like, I like the mystery elements. I like the characters. A lot of this movie is basically following these two characters that are on the screen right now, as they live two separate kind of lives, very separate lives, two separate storylines, and eventually they converge. And a lot of the movie is me thinking, like, how are these two going to converge? I'm so curious, like, what's going on here? And then when they do converge, it's like the best thing ever, because it's like, oh my god, these two separate characters like interacting. I'm so excited. Like, how are they going to interact? They're so different. So yeah, like, to be honest, like, that's really just my general thoughts, which is that the mystery was good, the conclusion was good with the killer guy, like, that was all interesting stuff, but to be honest, the most interesting part was, like, these two characters and their interaction. So yeah, I mean, I truly don't have too much to say beyond that, but I have a bunch of miscellaneous notes. I know this is, again, if you haven't seen this movie, you probably have no idea what I'm talking about, because I haven't given any context, but it's good. You know, we love the characters. Anyway, miscellaneous notes. There's a disgusting rape scene in this, and like disgusting like physically, not like mentally, although mentally as well, but like it's just like, ugh, god, this is terrible. Isn't rape terrible, guys? Oh my goodness. Anyway, that was really bad. Kind of crazy. Oh yeah, it is kind of crazy there's won an Oscar though, because like to me it doesn't really feel particularly like greatest of all time or anything like that. I know it didn't win for Best Picture. I think it won for like filmography, cinematography. Like, there's like a few different random like things it won. I'm like, I don't really know. I didn't really, you know, it didn't feel that crazy, but anyway, it's kind of surprising. The tech stuff in this movie is kind of surprisingly good. Like the method they do hacking with is it seems plausible. The way they like maneuver the laptops, like the way they like use them and stuff seems like real, unlike a lot of movies that don't do a very good job at that. So that was pretty great. Thank God for the Amazon name thing. Like when you're watching on Amazon Prime Video and you hover over the screen, it shows you like all the characters in the scene right now. Thank God for that, because otherwise I would not be able to keep track of all the names in this movie. Because like I said, this is a murder mystery movie. I don't know if I said that. I think it said it's a crime mystery, but a murder mystery movie. And there's a lot of like suspects, which all have their names and they all refer to them at some point. So thank God for that. But yeah. Then I have a quote here. If I could just get away from them, just get past the police, then I might be safe. This like got to me a little bit. It was very impactful. The context is that this is from a woman who growing up was raised by an abusive father and then an abusive brother, and basically she felt trapped. And it kind of, this line, like, I don't know, it really impacted me. And hammered in how terrible your life can be when your family and the people that are like that you're dependent on are bad people. Yeah, it was kind of terrible. And I guess it ties in with the same way, same thing that's happening with the main woman in the story, who's dependent on this guy to provide her with her income, and so therefore she lets him rape her, and it's like, oh my god, it's terrible. So yeah, what else? I was very glad Henrik survived. Oh yeah, so the end of this movie, basically the guy who charges the... Okay, let me step back. The mystery in this movie is that there's an old man called Henrik, and his granddaughter basically has lost or has been gone for like 40 years or some ridiculous amount of time. And he charges this journalist guy, the main guy in this movie, to figure out what happened and try and investigate a little bit, with the premise that he's like going to pretend to be writing a story on the family. And what happens is that at the end, they find the lady, and it turns out she ran away from her abusive home and was living life in another country. And we get a very cute scene where Henrik, the old man, has survived throughout the whole movie, despite like a health scare midway through. And he like cries on seeing this, like his granddaughter Harriet, who's alive, and it's like, oh, it's like super cute. So that was great. The conclusion was very funny and good. Oh yeah, this was kind of funny, which is that the reason that the journalist guy kind of takes on this job is that Henrik, the old man, is kind of convinced that convinces him that if he helps him out and solves the mystery, the murder mystery or whatever's going on here with his granddaughter, then he will take down the guy who who this guy was sued by for slander. Because that guy's a bad guy, but because he's rich or like powerful or whatever, he managed to get off the charge, or like managed to charge this guy for slander because he couldn't prove it. But basically, Henrik promised him that, don't worry, if you do what I want you to do, then all your enemies will suffer. But in the end, what happens is that Henrik was probably good on this deal, but the information that Henrik had wasn't enough to kind of take down the guy, like, at all. Like, it was kind of just like not very useful. Like, it painted him in a bad light, but it didn't really provide him with anything actionable. And the implication is, and I think they might even say this explicitly, but the idea is that because Henrik's an old guy, he kind of cares about reputations, and he thinks that everyone cares about that. So he thought that if you like took down the reputation of that other guy, then people would care. But like in the modern world, no one really cares about that anymore. So that was very funny. It was an old man's form of thinking, and that was very cute and funny. And then the end of this movie is these two characters, basically they have this like romantic kind of entanglement throughout the movie. And at the end, it's like he kind of discards her, but in a way where it's like, I don't even know if he's aware of how much she cared about him. But as an audience member, it's very jarring because it's like you thought it was a very mutual relationship they were having, which, to be honest, we don't know how good of a relationship it is because he is so much older than her. Like, it is weird. And she's obviously lived a very tortured life. So it's a weird situation where it's like, are we meant to think it's like a good thing because this guy seems to be a nice person and like one of the nice people that she actually has in her life? Or are we meant to think it's bad because it's like there's such a big age gap and it's like he could be like another power, like a figure of power that she is like subservient to, and it's like it's not good. So I don't know where it lands, but it is funny, or not funny, it is interesting that it ends on like him kind of living his own life with a new girlfriend and her kind of getting upset about it, you know. It's kind of crazy. My final note is that this was directed by David Fincher, and I had no idea. That's like a famous director that I've heard the name of, and I think he directed The Social Network, if I'm remembering correctly. So that was surprising at the end when I saw that. But yeah, that was The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. It was surprisingly, like, I enjoyed it quite a lot. It's one of the best movies I've seen this year. Yeah, 4 out of 5. Next up, we have Black Swan, 2010. This is the movie. It's an hour and 48 minutes long, and I watched it on the 2nd of November. This is a fantastic movie. This is the 5 out of 5. So this is a movie I've heard about for a very long time. I didn't really know anything about it. I guess I don't even remember if I knew it was about ballet. I probably did, but it's a movie about ballet. You follow Natalie Portman. I don't actually know her character's name, but Queen Padme Amidala herself from Star Wars. She's the main character, and she's a ballerina, basically. And the production company that she works with, or the ballet company or whatever, is going to do a production of Swan Lake, and she wants to be the main character, who's going to be the Swan, who's going to be both the white swan and the black swan. And the whole movie is basically a psychological movie about the pressures of like retaining authenticity of who you are versus like giving into like the easy thing to do, or like not the easy thing, but like the expectations or the corruption of the people around you. And it's about innocence versus corruption, and like authenticity versus like putting on an act and stuff like that and being someone you're not. It's like all these themes which are like, you know, they're like somewhat interesting. Like I find them, it's serviceable, which the appeal of this movie isn't really the themes to me, but they're serviceable themes. It's a very psychological movie. The direct comparison to this is absolutely Perfect Blue, which, if you know what that is, that's an anime movie. It's a very psychological movie. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. It might have been my favorite thing I consumed like 2 years ago when I watched it, or it might have been like my top 3 or something at the very least. Perfect Blue is a fantastic movie. And there's a lot of overlap where they're both like psychological movies where there's no real plot. Like Perfect Blue definitely doesn't have a plot. And this movie, like there's no literal plot. Like you cannot possibly like have a sequence of events that play out and know what they are for sure. Like it's very like, you don't know what's a dream and what's real and who exists and who doesn't. And this is a very psychological movie in the same way that Perfect Blue is. And it's very, it's interesting. So, you know, I was probably bound to like this because of how much I like Perfect Blue. But anyway, so to take a step back on what I actually really like about this movie, is the best thing by far is the directing and the music. This movie, just to say, this might be the best directed movie I've seen all year. It'd probably be up there with Anora, which I think Anora was fantastically directed. Maybe there's other stuff I'm forgetting, but Black Swan is phenomenally directed. The way the camera has, the best way I can put this is that the camera has so much energy. Like it feels like there's a person literally running with the camera after the performers who are like doing the ballet performances, and it's like chasing them as they're doing it. There's a lot of really, really long shots that last for a very long time. There's shots which are like extremely close up when someone is like doing a ballet performance, and like it's so good. And the footage itself is like so grainy, and I really like the way it looks. It's just so good. And just speaking about the music and the sound effects and stuff, this is one of those movies kind of similar to The Shining when I talked about like 2 years ago, which uses overbearing loud music to like emphasize the tone of a scene. Especially in this final performance of Swan Lake when she's actually doing the performance at the end of the movie. And it's like, da, 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 da. It's like playing the music and it's so loud and it's like emphasizing the kind of intense emotion of what's going on in the moment. I really like it. I love over the top music like this, which like conveys the whole point of the scene without needing any dialogue or facial expressions or anything. You know, it's fantastic. But yeah, so the directing was phenomenal, and the music as well. Psychological elements I already talked about. I like them a lot. They're great. The movie does a fantastic job as well of making the main character, played by Natalie Portman, very frustratingly meek and unwilling to speak her mind, which is kind of the whole point. And I like it in this. Like there was another thing I talked about where characters were frustrating. I don't remember what it was. In today's digest, it was one of them. But in this one, the frustrating kind of nature is really the appeal of this. Like I liked it quite a lot actually. She's a really not interesting. She's a good character. I enjoyed watching her like meekness and unwillingness to speak her mind, because at the end she kind of transforms into the Black Swan and does kind of speak her mind, and I guess it's portrayed as a negative thing, but it's interesting, you know. We like it. And an example is when she's in the bathroom or like the changing room or something, and I think she's in the bathroom, and she's like washing her face or something, and someone keeps knocking on the door, and she just keeps saying like, just a minute, and she like basically just keeps saying that, and they like keep knocking as they're trying to get through, and they're like, just a minute, and I'm like, oh my god, it's so annoying. Instead of just telling her like fuck off, and like it's she's like, yeah, it's very meek. We love it. And like the way that she like never speaks back to her mother until like toward the end of the movie when she's becoming more like Black Swan like, and she's so like submissive in her household, and yeah, I love her. She's a great character. And the other great character is the mother character, who is horrifyingly bipolar and abusive, and like it's great. Like I really like it. She feels like a mother who is like kind of living vicariously through the performer, and at the same time loves her, but is also like very mentally not like emotionally unstable, and is just a very interesting character. Like there's a scene where she I don't remember if it was her birthday, like Natalie Portman's, I don't know her character's name, Natalie Portman's birthday, or if it was like some like celebration of getting the role of like the Black Swan. But the mother basically brings out a cake, and Natalie Portman is like, she clearly doesn't really want the cake, but she placates her mother by taking a little slice of it, and then the mother gets like so upset that she only had a little slice that she like picks up the cake, and she's like, well, whatever, I'm gonna throw it, and she like almost throws it out, and it's like the emotional instability of the mother is like, you never know when she's gonna snap at and what's gonna make her snap, and yeah, it's really, yeah, it's great. But yeah, it's a fantastic performances all around. So yeah, this is a really, really good movie. Now I have a few miscellaneous notes. One is that I have to assume technically I don't think I would have to assume that Natalie Portman isn't a ballet dancer, considering she's been an actor her entire life and like has been played, like she was in Star Wars when she was like 17 or something. Now unless maybe before that she was a ballet dancer, but the ballet dancing in this is impressive. So I'm having to assume that there are like actual ballerinas who are like doing the ballet like stunt double like performances. But the transitions between like Natalie Portman and the actors are like seamless. Like it never even crossed my mind that like this shot that I was watching could be like a stunt double. Like it was really, really impressive. So that was really well done. The other thing is that this movie made me realize just how stressful it must be to have a job where your life or livelihood is kind of dependent on the artistic interpretation of someone else. Like, yeah, it must suck. Like imagine being this like ballerina who you can succeed in your career of being a ballerina, but only if people like you. And the reason they would like you is because of like some arbitrary like artistic reason that they would like you. Like some people might just decide they don't like you and not have you might not agree with them. You might think it's great. Your friends might think you're great, but this random like artist person might not. And it's like your fate is like in their hands, and it's like pretty terrible. So that was an interesting thought this kind of induced in me. What else? She literally turns into the Black Swan. Like she has like wings and like she has like a black feathers and everything in the final performance when she's doing it. It's like kind of cool. I really, really like the visual. Again, like another element of like, you can't really trust the literal, like you can't interpret this movie literally. There is no like literal interpretation. Sounds really cool. There's a big scene at the end where she realizes she's going crazy, and that because there's like a dead body that she thought she put in a closet, but the dead body's not there. And the music is so damn good. Like it's over the top and it's amazing. And then the conclusion of this movie is basically she does the whole Black Swan performance, and she like dives off and commits suicide as the White Swan. And everyone is very happy and they're standing ovation and all of them are happy, and the man who is like in charge of all this production goes up to her and says, "My little princess, I always knew you had it in you." And it's like such a damning line, because earlier in the movie there was an old like performer who used to be the old like star of the ballet company and was like I think they did the Black Swan / White Swan like performance in the past, and this same production guy used to call her my little princess, and Natalie Portman was convinced that like they don't worry, he'll never call me that, I'm different, like we don't have that kind of relationship where I'm like a performer, we don't have that like weird relationship. And then for him to do that at the end is like she's becoming like everyone else, she's becoming like a generic kind of person who will do whatever they can to succeed in this like competitive industry, and like it is very saddening because she loses, it's like a mark of loss of authenticity, and it lands very well. Like it comes out of nowhere as well, you don't expect it, and he's like, "My little princess, I always knew you had it in you," and it's like, man, what a terrible line. So it's great, and then the credits are also super cool. It like fades to a white like light, and there's just applause of the theater, and the applause kind of fades out a little bit, and it like turns into like this ominous kind of screaming kind of like voice, and it's just creepy and cool. And yeah, Black Swan, I highly recommend it. This is a fantastic movie. Next up, we have Vivarium. So this is a movie. It came out in 2019. It's an hour and 37 minutes long, and I watched it on the 2nd of November. And this is not a very good movie. This is the 2 out of 5. This is a sci-fi movie where the premise is that you have a actually, I don't know if they're newlywed. I think boyfriend and girlfriend, I think. And they're looking for a house. Maybe they are married. There's a couple. They're looking for a house, and they go to this like real estate agent, and the real estate agent is really creepy and stuff, and he takes them to this neighborhood where all the houses are the same, and it's like really weird and like uncanny, and he drops them off, and well, he doesn't drop them off. He goes in there and they look at the house, and then he like they don't realize, but he leaves, and they're left here stranded, and there's no way out. Basically, it's an infinite looping world where whenever you try and run away, it takes you back to the house, and that's like the premise. And then eventually they get like a kid delivered, and they have to like raise this kid, and eventually the kid becomes an adult, and he's kind of scary and dangerous, and it's like a whole thing. Okay. My God, what a boring movie. This is my main takeaway. It's incredibly boring. That's the main reason it's 2 out of 5. And the second reason is that, my God, there's a weird, like the kid I was talking about is just has a weird voice and is super annoying and is like just generally repulsive. Like I don't like this kid at all. The voice thing is a massive thing. Like he doesn't speak with like a kid's voice. He has like some overdubbed voice, which is like weirdly pitched and like changes tone every now and then. I just don't like it at all. His weird quirks, like annoying quirks of just randomly screaming super loud when something he doesn't like happen. Or when something he doesn't like does happen. I don't like it at all. And then the fact that the mother character, or like the wife or whatever, she cares about the kid a lot and like wants to protect it. I'm like, I don't care about this at all. This was not very good. But all that out of the way, all the negative, there are some positive things, which is that the neighborhood itself is like cool. I like the sci-fi concept, and the design of the houses is very cool looking. It was pretty good at the beginning of the movie when they're just trying to like figure out the rules of this place and trying to escape the neighborhood basically, and they're like basically traveling in a straight line, and they end up back at the house. Like all that stuff I liked quite a lot. When the kid, oh yeah, there's like this super creepy scene midway through where the mother is like asking the kid like, what'd you do today? And the kid's like, oh, I met someone or something. And he's like, oh, can you like mimic the person you met? And the kid like tries to mimic it, because the kid is like able to mimic like voices and stuff. Like he can perfectly mimic the mom and the dad and like do other voices or whatever. So the mom is like, oh, can you like mimic this person you met so we can see what they sound like? And then he like his throat starts getting like enlarged, and like a creepy like alien voice comes out of the kid's like mouth, and it's like, oh my God, this is like scary. Like the kid met with an alien creature. So that was like really cool. Like I like that scene. That was like super creepy and scary. And I also like that there's this cool bit at the end where the kid is like found out to be, well, they basically, the mother attacks the kid, and he like runs and scurries away and like pulls up the pavement, like in a weird, like abstract visual, and picks up the pavement and dives under it. And it's like a whole house under there and stuff. And that was really, really cool. So that's all the good. Everything else was just like boring and not good, including my final note here, which is that this movie has the most boring theme / allegory that has ever been done in a movie. And the point is, like, yes, domestic suburban life can be boring and monotonous, and being around someone all the time can get annoying, and children mimic their parents. When you finish raising a child, you get to escape domestic life. We get it, okay? These are like the most boring, like, thematic / allegory things in the world, and I don't know, I didn't like it. Did not like it, sorry. Yeah, that was Vivarium. Next up, we have the Chainsaw Man. Let me read this properly. We have Chainsaw Man, the movie, Reze Arc 2025. So this, and I rewatched it, so I've seen it twice. So this is a movie. It's an hour and 40 minutes long, and I watched it on the 8th of November, and then I watched it again on the 9th of November. So just to say, I've done like a proper discussion with Kai Entertainment on this, so check out the video on this channel about Chainsaw Man / Reze Arc discussion, so go check that out. High level thoughts. Firstly, I like this more than I initially gave it credit for. In that discussion, I think I was a bit more negative than I actually am now that I've thought more about it and have watched like reactions and stuff and rewatched certain scenes and listened to songs. So I think I gave it a 4 out of 5 in that discussion. I think I am giving it a 5 out of 5. I think it barely makes it through. Like it is in that 5 out of 5 category. I enjoy it quite a lot, like now in retrospect. So overall thoughts, it's about as good of an adaptation of the Reze Arc as I think is possible. I could not imagine it possibly being any better. The only drawback is that the Reze Arc is not the most compelling part of the Chainsaw Man story. Like it's good, it's really, really good. But Chainsaw Man gets so much better, like especially in those last 2 arcs of this part 1, and especially in a lot of the arcs in part 2. So, you know, it was like as good as it could be as an adaptation. It definitely brings the world to life. Like that's something that is absolutely true that the manga just doesn't have the time to do, I guess. Another thing is that initially, like I probably talk about in that discussion with Kyle, I didn't feel emotionally connected to it too much, but on the rewatches and as well as like watching reaction videos and stuff, I do connect with it a lot more emotionally this like second time through, especially like Reze and like her death at the end, like does really land. So yeah, what else is there? Initially, I was also hoping for more like hyper special animation cuts, like stuff that would really, really stand out. And the movie doesn't necessarily really have those that I was looking forward to. But to be honest, like I think the office scene, like the whole thing and the point of view shots at the end there and just random miscellaneous like cuts that I've seen now that I've like rewatched certain scenes because it's on digital now. Like all of that, I think there is a lot of stuff to love in this animation wise. So I think I've softened up on that too. So I think the animation is fantastic in this. And then also, this is one of those movies, this is my final note here, this is one of those movies that is consistently entertaining, which is very rare. Also, one of the best scenes in this movie is the final scene. So it is like you're kind of, like in a lot of movies, they'll be like, oh, we just hit the climax and now there's like 15 minutes left, but like nothing interesting is going to happen in these 15 minutes, we're just wrapping up. In this movie, like you reach the climax of the fight and it's really good, and then you have the whole other bit with Makima and Reze having a confrontation, and that's equally as good. And like the last line in the movie is like one of the best lines in the movie about like, is the city a good place? So it's like, it's a movie that is exciting from beginning to end. So I appreciate it a lot. But yeah, that's the Chainsaw Man Reze Arc. We love it a lot. Next up, we have Grounded. So this is a video game. It's I played it for 48 hours and I finished it on the 20th of November. So this is a game that, just checking my mic's recording. Okay, this is a game I played with me and 2 friends, and it was a 4 out of 5, you know. I enjoyed it quite a bit. The premise is that you've been shrunken and you're in a garden and there's like a bunch of insects and stuff, and you're trying to piece together like what's going on and how to get big and stuff. And I don't think I paid too much attention to the story. I think I find it too hard to pay attention to story stuff when you're playing a multiplayer game and everyone's like talking and stuff. But it was enjoyable. It wasn't anything special. Like it has elements of stuff I like. Like I like base building, and there was some base building to this. I like base defense. There was some element of that. The world was like kind of cool. It was fun to explore. Combat was serviceable. Zip lines were fun to like speed up getting around. You know, stuff like that. Like it was a pretty enjoyable game. The story seemed okay. Like I didn't pay too much attention, like I said, but I think it seemed okay. Like I think it was also a very well-built game. Is something that I think we all noticed when we were playing, which is that there's like no real minor annoyances that other games have. Like something like Raft, for instance, is a game that I compare this to, where there's a similar food and water mechanic, but in that game you constantly feel like you're always having to like fill up on like food and water, and it's like a whole struggle. Whereas in this game, it's like the food, like the system is just more satisfying, where it's like the food will last a bit longer, it'll be easy to travel with it and stuff like that, you know. So it was a good, like, no real annoyances in this, which is good. And the other thing is the scale is actually super cool, where you're like very miniature, and the focal length, I don't know what you call it, the focal length, but the like things looks like large, and it's really cool because you are in a very small garden. Like when you get a perspective like this in this screenshot, it's just cool to like see the whole garden and get some perspective. So that was awesome. Now I have two miscellaneous notes. One is that the audio is like weird, and I feel like this is a bug, and I don't think it's intentional. But the characters, like when you're playing multiplayer, when your friend is like talking in the game, like when the character makes a noise in the game, like "I'm Willow" or whatever, like they say like a line, it sounds like no matter how far away they are, it like sounds like they're literally speaking right into your like one of your ears. It's like weird. Like I don't. They should probably fix that, but that was kind of weird. An annoying, this is like my final note, but it's a very annoying bug, like a small bug where, well, I don't know if it's a bug, maybe it's some feature or whatever, but basically the game would change my Windows microphone sensitivity, like automatically, and there was no way to turn it off, and it would like sometimes turn my sensitivity down to like 10%, so like my friends couldn't hear me on Discord anymore. It got really annoying, so yeah, I wish they would fix that, but you know, in all like scale here, it's a minor bug, but it is what it is. But that was Grounded. Pretty good. Next up, we have Jujutsu Kaisen. So this is the manga. It's 271 chapters, and I finished it on the 21st of November. So I'm not going to say much because I've already talked about this to death. This is a 4 out of 5. If you're interested, go check out my 3 videos that I have talking about Jujutsu Kaisen. The first one was with Bacon. It was like chapters 1 to 63 or something. And then I had a second one that talked about the post-Shibuya arc. And then I had the final discussion or video just by myself, which was a review of the remaining chapters until the end. I think this is, overall, Jujutsu Kaisen is something that I enjoy quite a lot. It's nothing particularly special. I think the anime is probably worth more than the manga to me, because of the production, amazing, like, directing and animation and stuff. But yeah, so I got 2 sections here. I have Jujutsu Kaisen as a whole, and I have the final stretch, like, which is the stuff that I, like, reviewed in my recent videos. So, just to say, JJK as a whole, Gojo is obviously the one like thing that stands out the most in this. He is one of the most fun characters ever. His powers are super cool. His aura and reputation are like great, and that's pretty important to me. His fight with Sukuna is like one of the best fights that's ever been done ever. So that was a really great. The art of the manga is pretty great. Hidden Inventory is like, if you know anything about JJK, or if you don't know anything about JJK, I guess that's the arc at the. It's basically a flashback arc where we see Gojo and his friends when they were younger. It's the best arc in the story by far, so that was really good. And my final note on JJK as a whole is that it's too difficult to understand what's going on sometimes. Like, the powers are complicated, sometimes the plot is complicated, and the rules of the world can be complicated. But you know, you get the gist of it, but it's a little bit complicated. But the final stretch of chapters, like the more recent stuff, like post-anime, I enjoyed this stuff quite a lot. It introduces a bunch of great characters, like Hana is probably my favorite of the new, Takaba, Hakari, Higuruma, and it also like gives a lot of good moments for existing characters like Choso, Yuki, Kusakabe, Todo. Like basically everyone gets like a moment of shine in this final stretch. Even Nobara, it's like really good. So yeah, and then also just my final kind of note here about the final stretch is the section of like Gojo coming back to life and then all the way until his death is like some of the best chapters of any manga I've ever read in my life. Like, that fight is absolutely fantastic, the Sukuna versus Gojo fight. And you know, I'll say the line, can't wait for it to be animated. My goodness, I'm just so excited for it to be animated one day. Anyway, that's Jujutsu Kaisen, the manga. Next up, we have I Saw the TV Glow, plus a rewatch, because I watched it twice. This is a movie. It's an hour and 40 minutes long, and I watched it on the 24th of November. And I guess I didn't put my rewatch date, but you know, I rewatched it some date too. So this is again, this is a 4 out of 5, and I'm brushing over this because I've already talked about this in a review. So you can go to, I believe it's on Kyle's channel. So go to the Secondary and T channel. You can see an I Saw the TV Glow / Blonde dual discussion there. But I have a few overall thoughts. Let me just summarize them here if you don't want to go watch the whole thing. Number one is I love the Pink Opaque, which is like this TV show that's within this movie that is like super cool, like aesthetically. And I also like the fact that when they revisit the show when they're older, they kind of think it's less creepy and like he sees it as like a completely different show. Like, that was a really cool thing. I love the utter depressing feeling of being trapped in a life because you weren't brave enough to kind of take a leap of faith. I like that whole element to this movie. The final scene of him walking around apologizing is like, sorry, I'm on new medication. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about before. Like, all that stuff. That's the best scene in the movie. It's really, really good. I like the sci-fi concept of following characters in the real world, like in our world, and then learning that their world, like the real world, is actually a fantasy that's been orchestrated by this like this cartoonish Mr. Melancholy villain. And it, like, that twist kind of reframes all the stuff earlier in the movie, like when he's talking about his insides feeling wrong when he's like at the bleachers, and when he's not when he doesn't want to leave the place to when he goes, basically he's at the sleepover, and then he like doesn't want to run away with the woman, not the woman, with the girl, because he just doesn't want to leave, and it's like ties into the whole supernatural Miss Malcolm thing. Basically, it's like a whole thing that like twists this movie, and it's great, wonderful. The directing, colors, lighting are all wonderful. The use of sound is wonderful. Like there's loud sounds, which I love a lot. And finally, the song "Park that car, drop that phone, sleep on the floor, dream about me," whatever that song is, like that was a fantastically used in this movie. And the scene at the end when he's like opening up his chest when the music plays for like one final time before he like closes it again, like he looks so happy, and I was like heartbroken, and I was tearing up, and the movie actually got to me. I cried in that scene the second time through. So that's I Saw the TV Glow. Really good movie. I suggest you go watch it. It's interesting. I guess I didn't really talk about negatives, but you know what? If you want to hear my negatives, go check out the discussion with Kyle. Next up, we have Love Lies Bleeding from 2024. So this is a movie. It's an hour and 44 minutes long, and I finished it on the 26th of November. So the premise of this movie is that you follow a girl who is a amateur bodybuilder, and she finds a friend or a girlfriend that she kind of stays with. But that girlfriend's family is kind of dangerous, and they end up killing someone, or like the bodybuilder girl ends up killing someone, and I guess I'm going beyond the premise here, I'm just explaining the movie, but then the dad gets involved with the family, and he's dangerous, and he wants to like kill his daughter because the daughter knows evidence that he has committed like other crimes, and blah blah blah. You get the point. And this is a 3 out of 5. I think the most interesting thing to me was more the premise, which is the reason I watched this, because it sounded interesting, which is the premise of following a girl who is an amateur bodybuilder. Like, it just sounds interesting. But it doesn't do too much about that. Like it is a big thing early on, and obviously she goes to a bodybuilding competition, and that becomes like part of the story at some point. But beyond that, it's not really much about this movie. It's more of like a crime drama kind of thing. And the crime elements I think are like serviceable. Like I enjoyed them somewhat. There's some really cool directing in this movie. Like the movie opens with a creepy kind of scene of a cave, with like creepy music and stuff. There's a bunch of like red tinted like abstract shots of especially the father guy throughout this movie. So the directing is really good. But there's like this whole element of this movie which I think just went over my head, and maybe like on a rewatch I would understand it more, but I also don't think I would. Like I never understood it at all. Which is that there's these shots randomly throughout, not randomly, but there's like shots miscellaneous points throughout the movie where her muscles, like the main girl's muscles, kind of like convulse and get really large, and she like turns really large and muscular. And then, like it happened at one point where she killed the guy and turned into this like hulking figure and like killed him. And it's like, firstly, it's like a little goofy, like a visual, but also secondly, it's like, it feels like totally inconsistent with the grounded like crime drama of the rest of the movie. So it's strange. And I don't really understand the point is like the thing. I'm sure there is a point to it. It's just going over my head. And like my last note here I said is that I don't know what the message for this movie is. Like there's got to be some metaphor, symbolism, theme, like something going on here. But I don't quite understand why the bodybuilding girl is like so dead set on going to the bodybuilding competition after killing the guy. Like there's like stuff like that where I'm just like, I have no idea what's happening. And I don't understand like why the muscle growth scenes are like happening. It feels weird to me. Like if I were to, I feel like it's almost certainly in a movie about addiction or something, like being addicted to steroids because she starts taking steroids. But I guess I don't really understand how it all like ties into the movie beyond the fact that she's using steroids. I don't know. It's weird. But yeah, that's my overall thoughts. Now I have a few miscellaneous notes. One is that there's a toe sucking scene in this, and my god, is it gross. I did not like that. Another miscellaneous note is that the bodybuilding girl's girlfriend is played by Kristen Stewart. I had no idea. Like I watched this whole movie and I'm like, oh, who was that? And I looked it up and it said Kristen Stewart. And I was like, whoa, it's the Twilight girl. It's crazy. So yeah. And then also this is like just my last miscellaneous note. This is a movie that can only take place in the 90s before surveillance became like a very powerful thing. Because there is a lot of like getting away with crimes because we weren't recorded or anything like that, So yeah, that was Love Lies Bleeding. I don't have too much to say. It was fine. Yeah, I think I missed the point, but maybe one day I'll understand it. Next up, we have Blonde. So this is a movie from 2022. It's 2 hours and 46 minutes long, and I finished it on the 28th of November. This is, again, one of those movies where I have a discussion with Kyle. So go to the secondary ENT channel, and you can see a dual discussion for I Saw the TV Glow and Blonde. And you can see my full thoughts there. Now, this is a movie about Marilyn Monroe, or Norma Jean specifically, I suppose. And it follows her life as she is from all the way from being a little girl to her suicide at the end, or maybe suicide, we don't quite know. And the point of the movie to me is about showing how bad it is for women in like older societies and how a male dominated just world is just a terrible place. And it's showing like how it's just terrible. It's just bad, like just not a good place to live if you're a woman especially. But overall, this is a 5 out of 5. This is like an amazingly directed movie. Like the directing is made the main reason I think this is a 5 out of 5, where scenes just like flow so well into one another, and there's so many cool like abstract shots. Like if you want a compilation of like all the shots that are really cool, go listen to that discussion. I think we stepped through like 20 of them. It's just visually an absolute feast, and I was engaged like beginning to end. Like it's a very long movie, but it's like a very engaging movie because of how the scenes flow with one another. Really good. But yeah. What else have I written? Very sad. I feel terrible for her from beginning to end, and I'm thankful we live in a better society today. And I also said, I love the performance of the main woman playing Norma Jean. That is true. She does a very, very good job. And I have the one quote here, which is something I quoted in the discussion as well. Please don't. Won't you listen? I've changed my mind. The way she like says that when she's like being forced to have an abortion is just heartbreaking. Yeah, fantastic performance. So yeah, that was Blonde. That's all I really have to say. Go check out the discussion. Next up, we have The Night Before Christmas from 2019. So this is a movie. It's an hour and 32 minutes long, and I finished it on the 7th of December. So this is probably, if anyone's around long term here for this digest, you probably remember Hot Frosty from last Christmas. This is almost directly comparable to Hot Frosty, okay? In terms of score, it's a 2 out of 5, just like Hot Frosty. In terms of plot, the premise is very, very similar, where in Hot Frosty, just for context, there was a snowman that, like, I think the lady gave him, like, a scarf or something, and the snowman turned to life, and the point is that he's, like, really out of place in human society, and he's a bit goofy and stuff, blah, 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 you get the point. It's a romance movie. In this movie, we start opening the movie with a knight in, like, the 1300s or something, and he gets tasked by, I think, a wench is what he calls him, or what he calls her, to go and find his purpose in life or to fulfill his mission or something. And as part of that mission, he gets sent to to 2019 or whatever the present day is, and he's out of place, just like Hot Frosty. And it's a romance story with Vanessa Hudgens, and she like takes him in and looks after him, and it's like a romance thing. Okay, so. Just generally, it's a fun Christmas movie. I probably will never watch this again. Hot Frosty is actually better than this, I think. Like, Hot Frosty had, like, some more stuff that I thought was interesting. But, this was fine. I think the main thing is that I think we needed more time with the knight in the 1300s to, like, be invested in both his character and for him to feel a bit more, like, out of place in the present. Like, I don't know, for us to, like, kind of feel to be interested in his quest and stuff like that. Like, I feel like we just see him barely, like, for maybe 2 minutes in the opening scene, like in the 1300s, and then he's just in modern day. So I feel like we needed more there. But anyway, to be honest, I don't have any overall thoughts besides that. It was fine, perfectly fine. Just yeah. Miscellaneous notes though. The kid. Oh yeah, there's like a scene where one of the kids gets stuck in the middle of a frozen lake somehow, which is like the most random like thing ever. Like they were just in the backyard playing, and then she's like on a frozen lake. That was very funny. There is also a small story of that kid who was stuck with the lake, I think. They didn't have any good gloves because her dad can't afford them, or that's the implication. So then the other girl gives her her gloves, and then later that girl's mother, who gave away the gloves, says she did a good thing, and then she gives her new gloves, and it's like super cute. But then the mother later on is like gossiping to other people about how she like gave the gloves away, and it's like super cute. Like a mom obviously would do that. That was very, very cute. So I like that. Another note is that the police officer guy, I thought he was funny. And also my last note here is the storyline with the dad and the kids. The dad who like basically can't afford gloves, like that guy who's raising like 4 kids or something on his own. They get presents from the whole town, and it's like very wholesome and cute. So we like that. But that's The Night Before Christmas. I don't really have too much to say. Okay, it's a perfectly fine Christmas movie. Next up, we have Tatsuki Fujimoto 17 to 26. So this is an anime anthology series where there's 8 episodes and they're all independent, like they're not connected in any way. And I watched it on the 7th, I finished all of it on the 7th of December. So this is a series where you can watch my reactions to each of these episodes on this channel, so go check out those reactions. But if you want a summary of what I think, generally I thought these were really good. This is a 4 out of 5 in total. I liked how each of them had a very distinct style to them, but still retained the same kind of absurdist comedic kind of core to it, which is at the core of most Fujimoto stories. So I appreciated that. If you want to know my favorites, just in general, Sasaki Stopped the Bullet was great. Shikaku was one of my favorites. Woke Up as a Girl Syndrome, I think, was production-wise the best, and, was pretty good. And Naito, The Prophecy, probably had the best story and the most complex kind of themes and characters and stuff. So those are my favorites. But to be honest, that's all I really have to say about Fujimoto 1726. Go watch my reactions. I've said everything I could possibly say in those. It's only 2 videos. I combine them into 2 different sections. So yeah. Next up, we have That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime Season 3. So this is an anime. It's 24 episodes, and I watched it on the 7th of December. Or I finished it on the 7th of December. So if you don't know, That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime is one of my favorite animes of all time. I absolutely love Season 1, and that was when even just with Season 1, it became my favorite anime of all time. And Season 2, I think I enjoyed even more, and I watched that week to week as it came out. And then Season 3 came out, and I was like, you know what, I'm just going to wait for the whole thing to finish airing so I can binge it all at once. I kind of forgot about it after it came out and finished, and it actually came out quite a while ago. So long ago that apparently a Season 4 is coming out this year. So that's very funny. But absolutely, this lived up to the hype. This is absolutely a 5 out of 5. I love Reincarnated as a Slime, and it still is just as amazing as it ever has been in Season 3. This might potentially be my favorite season. But we'll talk about it, okay? So, firstly, just to say generally, I don't think I've enjoyed a season of anime as much as I have That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime in a very long time. This was one of my most enjoyable, binging experiences. I forgot how much I love this show. It is truly fantastic. I have a bunch of overall thoughts for this, but firstly, I absolutely love the large cast of characters and all the great character interactions. This show might have this anime specifically, we're talking about anime, might have the largest cast of characters as well as the sheer number of character interactions. It might be up there as the highest of all, but it's absolutely fantastic. I love the slice of life moments, and there's a whole slice of life arc in this season basically with the whole festival thing, and I love the festival. So this was absolutely fantastic in terms of characters. Rimuru has he has a history with so many random characters, and it's so damn good whenever they have scenes together. All the way back to there'll be Season 1 characters and who just show up randomly, and he has a history with them, and it's so cool. I've just never seen a show with this many relationships, so it's fantastic. Okay. Another overall thought is that finishing last season, I was very much looking forward to seeing Hinata be humbled. Okay, I was the biggest Hinata hater in the world. Okay, whenever she fought Rimuru unfairly in Season 2, I was so angry, and I was like, I can't wait to see Rimuru beat her, or for her to be put in her place, which was interesting because as the season progressed, my thoughts on Hinata pivoted completely. Going into it, I was so looking forward to her being humbled, but then when she made her journey to Tempest very slowly, and she was hanging out with her friends, and they were going to Japanese ramen shops and stuff, and she was excited to see Japanese food. All of that convinced me that I actually think I really like Hinata. She's fantastic. I didn't want her to die anymore. I didn't want her to be humbled. She was great. Just in general though, that traveling episode when they're going to Tempest is just fantastic. I think Slime does excel when it is being upbeat and positive and just slice of life and wholesome and stuff. Yeah, and I think that was just the prime example of that, so I like that quite a lot. What else is there? Let's see. The power fantasy elements of Slime are always great. Rimuru himself is obviously very strong and has been for the past few seasons, especially the end of last season. But right now, there's like such a diverse group of characters who are also like power fantasy, like extremely strong characters who are fighting under him or like with him. So we've got like obviously Diablo, or I think that's how you say it, right? Diablo. He's like incredibly strong. Like he's number 2 like demon here, following Rimuru. Shion has become very strong. Soe is obviously teleporting and very strong. All the ogres, basically, whatever they've become, they have some other name now. Obviously Veldora is working under him, unbelievably strong. Milim is basically an ally. Hinata is very strong and now on his side. Luminous Valentine is basically like allied with him for like the foreseeable future with like a peace contract now. Yeah, it's like Rimuru is just, he's compiling like a list of strong allies on his side, and it's wonderful. We love it. But yeah, back to, you know, what I was saying I like the most about this season was the festival arc. Oh my goodness. So unbelievably fun. It brings basically every single character that we've met up until this point back into the story, and they're all interacting and they're all having fun and exchanging dialogue, and oh my goodness, I loved it so much. But speaking of characters, you can probably see if you look at the screen right now, I completely forgot how much I love Ramirez, who is absolutely my favorite character. she is just so funny and so cute as well. She's like a little fairy girl. But she's so funny. It's absolutely fantastic. Like there's this like I wish I used, there were like so many images of Ramirez I wanted to use for the image here, but there's like so many funny ones. Like there's one where we meet her like on the road when she's first getting to Tempest, and she's like, it's like a dramatic shot where she's like on her knees like crying, and it's like this super like dramatic black background and everything, and then it like cuts to like a longer distance further away shot, and you see, because she's like a tiny little elf girl or fairy girl, she's just like doing that on like a giant log, like on a normal sized log. She's just like crouching down, and it's so funny, like the dramatic like difference or whatever. So we love Ramirez. What else do I have? The flashback to her and Trainee talking, and she slaps the table with her hand for emphasis, and then her hand is like giant and red. Oh my goodness, I love her so much. She has like a tiny house that she lives in. Like she built a little tiny house for traveling. Oh my goodness, it's so funny. Her and Veldora are just hilarious. Like the fact that she respects no one, but she respects Veldora is like the funniest thing in the world. And when Veldora gets like his own bedroom in his labyrinth, and then him and Ramirez are rolling around in the bed because they're like so excited that he has like a bedroom now. It's like so cute and funny. And what else is there? I also love how the Dryads are like fangirling over Ramirez because they think she's so cute, which is very true. She is very cute. And she has like this tiny little coffee, like what there was. How do I explain this? I'm just like ranting at this point, but this is one scene where it's like, it's another one of those like log scenes where the joke is like, you see her zoomed in, you think it's something, and then you see it zoomed out and it's like something else. But it's like a shot of like Ramirez drinking coffee, like, or something like that, in like a little coffee shop. And then it zooms out and you see like the three like Dryads who were like watching her, like doting on her. Is that the right word? Doting? I don't know. They're like watching her like excited or whatever. And you see it's like a little like set, like a movie set, where it's like a little corner of a room, and it's like a tiny chair and like a tiny coffee mug and a tiny like wall, and she's just sitting there drinking the coffee as the giant Dryads are just like watching her. It's very funny. But Armidius is the best character in the show. She's hilarious, so we love her a lot. What else is there? Overall thoughts. I only have one more overall thought, believe it or not, but the show also has the best sound effects of anything. Like, it's up there with JoJo's. Like, it probably is better than JoJo's. This has fantastic sound effects. I wouldn't be surprised if there was like similar people working on it or something, because they are kind of similar, but the sound effects in the show are fantastic. As well as the ability splash screens we get. This was obviously used to maximum effect last season with the big transformation, where Great Sage is like announcing, or the words of the world, or like announcing all of these upgrades that Rimuru getting. That's like one of the best episodes of any anime ever, just visually. And whenever the show does it, it's so good. And there's like a few of them in this season, so it's fantastic. But I feel like I barely said anything, but there's like so much that I loved in the like this season overall. Now let me just go through my miscellaneous notes, because I'm sure I have a lot of just random stuff that I'll cover here. I love Diavolo and his, I feel like I'm saying it wrong. Diavolo, is that his name, or is that the JoJo's guy? I don't know. I love him and his dedication to Rimuru, and how he gets mad at the back of the negotiation scene because it's going bad, like at the beginning of the season. That was really good. I also love that like early on in the season we get like 2 like meeting episodes where the whole episode is basically them and they're like meeting to discuss things. I like this a lot. Firstly, I like the meetings because it like brings all the characters together and we get to see them like talk and stuff. So that was really cool. But more so, I like the fact that we have 2 back-to-back meetings who are of different like nations and different groups. Because first we get Rimuru's meeting in Tempest, and then we get Hinata's meeting with the Knights in whatever the place was called, I don't remember, the human city. And we see the different ways that the kind of the different kingdoms are run, where like Rimuru's meetings are much more like gentle, lighthearted, collaborative, and then the Hinata one is very like somber and serious, and like authority is key. And I like how much it like contrasts those 2 kind of cities, and paints Tempest in a great light. So we love meetings. It was great. What else was there? Oh, speaking of meetings, there was also a really, 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 really good meeting that I liked a lot, when it was after the Hinata fight and like all that nonsense there with the 7-day saints, or 7-day saints, is that what they were called? And basically that all wraps up, and then there's a meeting with like all of the Tempest people, so Rimuru and all his like people, as well as Luminous Valentine, Hinata, and the Tempest Knights, and Veldora's also there. And everyone is just being so, they're just being so agreeable, and everyone's just like agreeing to things, and they're all coming to a conclusion that they want to have a truce for like the next like 30 or 300 years or whatever it was. It's just so wholesome and lovely, and Slime is just, everyone's happy and agreeing, and they set up a better deal for the future, and they even stay for food the next day. Like this show is just, nothing quite matches Slime. We love it so much. Oh, the actual Hinata and Rimuru fight had good animation as well. It was crazy. Like, they had actual hand-to-hand combat, like cool, like technical animation, which, slime is not necessarily known for its good animation. Sometimes it has good animation, but generally it's more like, passable kind of serviceable thing. But it was genuinely good animation, this hand-to-hand fight with Rimuru and Hinata, so that was pretty great. Great sages throughout the series. I love Great Sage a lot, like her advice and stuff. It's lovely. Or Raphael, I guess we call her now. What else is there? We love aura moments, like when Hinata's men see Rimuru be like a beast and like take down the 7 days or whatever. That was really cool. Diablo saving all the reporters and like just being really, really strong. We love all that. What else is there? There was this funny scene where we're at I don't remember any of the kingdom names. We're at the kingdom with like the whole like, how they are reparations and like the king is being deposed, like that whole kingdom there. And first, like they're having a meeting, and then someone runs in and like they make an announcement that Rimuru was planning to become a demon lord. And then like a few minutes later, like a second announcer like runs in. It's like Rimuru has killed Clayman, and the 2 demon lords have retired to work under Milam. And like this whole thing, the octogram is like a thing. And it's like, well, this is very funny how like information passes so slowly in this world. That was a good joke, good bit. We love that. What else was there? One of the Luminous Knights being in love with Soe is very funny. That is very true. What else is there? Let's see. I love episode 13. What was that for episode 13? Oh, yeah, where Rimuru goes back to the merchant guy, Mjolmil, or whatever his name is, Mjolmil. And he talks about making like a big, like a food place for the festival, and then he's setting up like a 50,000 person arena, and it wants him to like move to Tempest to work there, and it's like a whole thing, and this guy's like, oh my goodness, and it's just a whole conversation negotiating like the terms of this expansion of like Tempest, and it's just lovely. But what else is there? And then Rimuru talks to the other guy. What is this? Oh yeah, then Rimuru also like goes and talks to this other guy, the other guy, like I don't remember what his name was, but he's the guy that is representative of the nation, I think, that he's currently in with the merchant guy. And he's like stressed out because Milam is being invited, and he feels like he failed because the negotiations fell apart. But it's like a whole, we love it. We just love characters. They're lovely. It also is hilarious that Mjolnir I don't know how to say his name, but that guy, the merchant guy, has like a sick-ass pet portrait of like Rimuru killing the dragon. And it's just like hung up on his wall. And it's like this giant portrait. It's just lovely. What else is there? Wow, the second ED. Oh yeah, there's the second ED about oh my god, what's her name? Shion and it's not Shion, but the other girl. Suna, whatever it is, Shuna. What am I getting? Shino. I don't know what her name is, but the pink-haired girl, basically. And it's like her in like the real world, like in our world, and it's like present day and like interesting. Like I don't know why they did that, but it was cool. I kind of liked it. Oh yeah, they make an artificial labyrinth as well. I thought that was super cool. Really cool idea to like make profits and like get people to go there. And the whole design of that labyrinth and the execution of it, I thought was fantastic. I'm excited to see more of it, I guess, next season, hopefully. There's also an interesting thing going on with Shion, which is that firstly, she's incredibly strong now, but also they kept pointing out how strong she is, and they kept doing it to such a degree where it made me consider, like, is she gonna be like is she gonna fight Rimuru one day and be like his end somehow? Like, is that gonna be how he dies or something? And they talked about how her sword can like manipulate reality and probabilities, and like, and I think even at some point Raphael says that like it can actually, like, that sword could potentially injure Rimuru. And it's like, whoa, we setting up like a thing here? Like, they're gonna fight one day? It was interesting. I also like that Rimuru was in his slime form a bunch throughout the festival arc. That was really cool. I miss his slime form. He used to be a slime so often, and before he got Shizu's body. Was that her name? Shizue, or whatever. Okay, what else? There's also a very small storyline about the elder swordsman guy and the Tengu elder person there, who used to be like they used to be a thing, an item, I guess you could say. I really hope they meet again next season. That would be really cool. I was kind of hoping for it to happen this season, but it didn't. We love character interactions like that. I'm also really happy that the kids were at the festival. Like, they were so excited, and they were also so excited, or like so like what's the word? Like surprised, or like absolutely flabbergasted that Rimuru was actually the king of Tempest. I didn't know they didn't know about that, which was very funny when they learned. The show does a really good job of having like character reactions to things, like characters finding out things and reacting. A lot of other shows kind of skip reactions, and it's very frustrating. Slime never skips them, okay? You always see them, and it's always lovely. What else? There was a cute scene where the 3 Japanese people, so Hinata, Yuki, and Rimuru, were all eating sushi together, and it was very cute. It's also very cool how Soe, the blue-haired guy, how he's always listening and he just like teleports next to Rimuru whenever he's like requested. I always think that's like super cool. I also love the compilation of just after the festival. Firstly, the tournament itself was like very cool, like the fight in the actual arena, but I love like after that, you just have like a compilation of people just hanging out. Like all these different like random mishmashes of people. You got demon lords with like random like merchants, and you got like the kids, and there's like so many different characters, and they're all just hanging out, and it's like so good. So yeah, we love the just the chilling slice of life stuff of this season. And then there was like a really good like power move play which Rimuru did, which I thought was really cool, which is that Rimuru pays the merchants in dwarven gold, and then he bars them from future trade because they were insinuating that because they were monsters they couldn't like be trusted. And he gets, because of this like strong arming tactic he does of like, we're not trading with you anymore, it like kind of defeats the villain's underling who was trying to control the situation. I thought that was very cool, so we love that. And my final note is, I can't possibly imagine how this story will end. Like, it is interesting. Like, is it going to be like, I feel like it has to have a happy ending. Is it going to be like Rimuru just dying of old age? Like, is that what it's going to be? Is he ever going to go back to the real world? Like, the real world in this story doesn't matter at all. Like, it's, the only reason it's an isekai is like to have like some, I guess, even just levity moments, or like to explain how he like is building these insane things. But I don't ever think he's going back. So what is it? Like, how's it going to end? Is it going to be like, will he die? Like, will there be a grand war at the end and he like wins the war or something? Or is he just going to die like happy, surrounded by all the people? Is it going to be a thing that like all of the changes he makes to the world are going to make the present world become more like the old world? And like the fact that there's colosseums and stuff, like, is he going to recreate our actual world in this world and they become synonymous or something? Who knows? But I am very curious, and I'm very much excited for the next season. So much so that I'm almost certainly not going to be covering it next year as like a week-to-week thing, whereas I will be covering like everything else, just because I enjoyed binging this one so much that I want to probably binge next season too. Oh my goodness. But that was That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime, season 3. What a wonderful, wonderful show. I am so, so glad that I got to watch this. Next up, we've got Re:Zero season 3. So this is an anime. It's 16 episodes long, and I finished it on the 16th of December. So this is an anime that, you know, very similar to Slime. I've watched season 1 and season 2. Season 1 I enjoyed a lot. Season 2 I watched basically week to week as it was coming out, and I generally enjoyed that quite a lot too. It was a little bit confusing, like hard to follow sometimes. Even on my recap of like trying to recap what happened before watching this, it was like a struggle to like figure out what was going on. Luckily, it wasn't too relevant to the stuff going on in this season, but generally it was a very, you know, positive show for those 2 seasons. Unfortunately, this season was a 2 out of 5. I actually really, really didn't like this season. And most of it was due to, I guess, frustrations is probably the best way to put it. Like character frustrations or plot frustrations, like stuff like that. It just wasn't enjoyable to watch a lot of the time. Half the time I was just frustrated. I'm like, what are these characters doing? Where are these characters? You know, stuff like that. But first, let's start with some positives. So I have like a list of like 3 positive things that I liked quite a lot. One of them is the cat girl and Garth. I like their relationship, like their friendship. It was very, very cute. And when he was crying in front of her about like not being strong enough, I thought that all that stuff was really good. So I like that. I also liked when the cat girl got injured and Garth is like kind of or Garfield, I guess, is so like worried about it, and he's like blaming himself. And then when the other cat siblings, like the 2 other siblings, come in to the room where the girl is injured, he's like flinching because of how like scared he is about like what a terrible thing has happened because of him. Like he blames himself. Yeah, and it like only works because of that cute scene they had together where he was crying in front of her. It's just super duper cute. So I like that story a lot. I also really liked Liliana, the songstress. She was great. She was funny. Sorry, I just almost spat. She was funny. I liked her backstory. It was very heartfelt, and I appreciated her journey, you know, to get to the city that she was living in. And I liked her the cute backstory with this excuse me, my voice is going. With the song Master Guy, and how he likes her for her, but wants her songs to be appreciated by everyone else and doesn't want to like keep them for himself. You know, that was really cute. So we liked Liliana. That was fantastic. And the final thing is that I liked the Regulus fight. Like, it was pretty cool. Like, it was definitely frustrating, and we'll talk about it, but I thought it was cool generally. And Regulus was without a doubt my favorite of all the witches cult members, which the rest of them, my god, are they annoying. But Regulus was a funny guy, you know, we like Regulus. But yeah, and Amelia punching him, like, was it like 50 times, 53 times or something, once for each of his wives, was just awesome. And it was very, very funny, like her doing her like I don't know, like cute noises as she's like punching him like 50 times. It was very, very good. So we like that. So what can I say? Some positive stuff in the season. Who would have thought? But now we're only probably ever going to be, the rest of this will be talking negatively, okay? But let me drink some water before I do that. Oh my goodness. Okay. So, frustration. That is the one word that describes ReZero Season 3. Number 1, Subaru is dumb and incompetent. Now, this is a thing that has probably been the case for the whole show, but it really, really shines here, especially in the first few episodes. The one episode that bothered me the most is when it's basically the 1 or 2 episodes where he returns by death, where he confronts one of the witches cult members, he dies, so he's reincarnated, and then it's just like, it's so frustrating, because every time he comes back, he's just so like baffled. He just doesn't know what to do and he's freaking out. I'm like, man, why are you freaking out? Go like solve the issue that we know what it is. You just died. You gotta go figure it out. And he's always so slow to go to action. And then like he like uses Reinhard once. Like he tries to get the strongest swordsman in the world to deal with the situation once. And when that fails, it's like, oh, I'm all out of ideas. What else could I possibly do? And he doesn't like use Reinhard again. Like now that he has the knowledge that you can like, that any of the damage she takes will be given to everyone else, why don't you tell Reinhard that? Maybe you can work together and like figure out how to like beat her. Like he just gives up so easily and it's so dumb and annoying and frustrating and oh my goodness, I don't like it. So that's my first frustration. Second frustration is the biggest frustration of the season, which is Reinhard. My goodness, he is frustratingly slow to do anything. And it is very, very annoying. Half the time of the season, like unironically, I think like 30% of my notes, like I counted when I was looking at them, like now to record, like when I was writing this up, my notes were just saying like, where the hell is he right now? Like, what is he doing? Like he would solve the issue we're having right now. Where the hell is he? And it's so, so frustrating. Now I don't know if that's an issue with like, maybe it's not an issue in the light novel. Maybe it's purely an issue because of the pacing or the directing or the way that episodes are structured in this or something, but it was not good. Half the time I'm just thinking like, where the hell is he? He will solve this in 2 seconds if he was here. Yeah, it's just not good. I don't like it at all. But let me see. What did I actually write? It seems so silly that we're not trying to get Reinhard. Oh yeah, the second time around. Yeah, that's the whole thing I was saying about the Witches Cult member. But just throughout the entire season, it was so frustrating. What else is there that I hate? I hate the annoying way all the Witches Cult members speak, especially the ones that speak abstractly, like Wrath and Gluttony. They just speak in like riddles, and oh my god, I hate it. We love Regulus though, it was pretty great. And then the dragon girl, whatever, what was her name? She like had the name of the whole world as her name or something, right? I don't remember what the name of the world is in ReZero, but yeah, she was good too. But the other two, my god, Wrath and Gluttony, not good. And then my final annoyance is just the way they tried to explain the Reinhard Wilhelm Theresia backstory. It was so utterly confusing and like frustrating, where initially Wilhelm like says that he was tasked with searching for a kidnapped royalty, like a member of the royal family. And while he was away searching for his wife, searching for that royalty, his wife died, and somehow Reinhard was like related to this, but like it didn't really explain why, and I was very confused. And then we get like another explanation later, and apparently this had something to do with Reinhard taking away her divine protection, and like, I still don't know what's going on, and I'm like, okay, I'm still confused, and how does this tie into like the previous explanation? But then we get another explanation, which is like, Reinhard says, and I quote, "Grandma died 15 years ago by my hand." And now I'm just like even more confused. Like, did he like literally kill her with a sword? Like, what happened? I'm so confused. And then we get even more explanation. We get a flashback, and we see that like she just got killed in like battle, or like not even necessarily. She wasn't killed. She was just like captured by Pandora. And it's like, what? Okay, how does this relate to anything? Like, did they all just assume she died? Like, and what? How does that tie into any of the other explanations, which were, I don't know, just really annoying. And then there's a scene where, oh no, this is separate. So that's all the frustrating Theresia backstory stuff. And then there's like this weird scene where, like this weird episode, completely unrelated to all that stuff, where Subaru is giving this like big emotional speech to the town. Like the speech itself I thought was good. I like the speech, I was like, oh, it's like pretty good. The build up is the annoying bit, where we have this long emotional dramatic talk to like motivate Subaru to make this speech, when like it's the most obvious thing in the world that he should be the one to make the speech. And there's like no good reason that he would be against doing it. Like it was just frustrating. It felt like we were just building up for the sake of like having a payoff, but the build up was like pointless. Not pointless, but like unfounded or whatever. Like, I don't know, it was just dumb. Okay. So those are my high level thoughts on ReZero Season 3, the most frustrating experience I've had in a while watching an anime. But now let me look at my overall, my miscellaneous notes. So, one thing is that we meet Al. We've seen him quite a bit before, but I don't know if it was Blind Wave when I was watching their reaction videos to season 1 and 2, or if I just like picked this up myself, or maybe my friend suggested this when we were watching season 2 like week to week. But is Al Subaru from the future, or does he have like return by death? Like this, it felt like with that in my head when I was watching this, it very much feels like that's the case. Like some of the dialogue he says, I don't know if it's like Subaru from the future, that feels a bit weird, but like him having returned by death, I would absolutely buy that. Like the fact that he comes out unscathed, the fact that like he seems to be on top of like all of his fights, like it feels like he could be just returning by death, like independently of Subaru or something like that. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. But now I don't know if that's like I came up with that or if that was like someone else though. So that maybe I'm being spoiled on that and I just don't remember. But it's my theory now at this point. Another thing is that at some point in the season, Krush, oh, I don't know what her name is. They say Krush Sama or something like that. She gets like deformed by like the dragon blood. And there's like a whole build up where we're like hiding her face and everyone's freaking out. They're like, she used to be so beautiful and now she's like tarnished and she's like ugly. And like, there's obviously a big build up where we're expecting her to look horrific. And then we see her face and she still like looks very pretty. And she could be like, I'm sure she could be a model, like even in this universe, you know, like it's just, it's so dumb. Like, I don't know, they could have at least made her look uglier if you want us to believe that she's meant to be ugly. So I don't know what to say. Like she doesn't look hideous or deformed like the way they described it. But that's that. So I'm just checking my mic's recording. Oh my goodness, I'm so freaked out. I've been going for quite a while here. What else is there? I liked that Amelia confronts her. Oh my god, I'm dying. I like that Amelia confronts Regulus at the wedding. And she's so confident doing it because she knows for a fact that Subaru will miraculously save her, which is funny because from her perspective, like return by death will mean that Subaru eventually will be there, like when he needs her, or when she needs him. So yeah. Reinhardt dying in that Regulus fight was actually crazy, and I kind of wish it stuck. It would be kind of cool, but it is what it is. And then I said, holy fuck, this show has horrid pacing during the fights. Like, characters just have whole boring conversations while they should be rushing. Like, I can understand bad pacing in fights. Like, it's fine. Like, or not bad pacing, but like slow pacing or whatever. Like, I can completely understand it. Just like, don't do it when moments ago you were exchanging dialogue during this fight about how like we need to be rushing right now, so like we have a time crunch. Like don't talk about stuff like while that's happening. I don't know, it's frustrating. I like how Regulus picks up the giant body of water. Like that was done really interestingly, like visually, and I was like, well, that's like a cool power, so that was really cool. No shot that Wrath is dead. Like she just like fell into the water. Like I'm sure she'll be back. Like, it'd be very funny if she actually did die. That'd be really weird. But yeah, what else? It's very funny how Regulus has like 50 wives. But we only ever get one of them to talk, and it's very funny. Like that one person like represents like the 53 wives or whatever. It is very funny. So we love that. What is this? Why the fuck do Amelia? Oh yeah, so Amelia and Subaru both keep saying that Regulus is like incoherent and not making sense, but he's completely comprehensible. There is nothing he says that is like either it's not complex. Like he says things that are straightforward, and the things he says like make sense. Like, I don't know why they say this. Like, Wrath, I would understand. Like, she is nonsense speaking all the time. No idea what she's saying. Gluttony, same with him. Even with the Dragon Lady, like, she speaks, like, abstractly sometimes. Regulus is the most straightforward dude in the world. Like, I don't know why they're so confused about, like, what he's saying. It's so weird. But yeah, unless it's, like, a weird translation thing. Like, I watched the sub, like, maybe the subs were, like, simplifying what he was saying or something, but he was very straightforward, so I don't know. My second last note here is the gorgeous tiger fight, like where he fights the Six Arms guy. The setup was really good, where you have everyone shouting like gorgeous tiger, and everyone's like chanting for him, and it was very exciting. I like that. And the animation of the fight was amazing. It's the best animation that Reze has ever had, and probably ever will have, I'm guessing. But my god, was it a terrible fight. I had absolutely no idea what was going on, because the directing or the different like storyboarding like elements of the fight, it was just terrible. It was impossible to tell what was going on. So yeah, I talked about this on stream once and I went through it and I showed people, but my god, was it terrible to see. Anyway, my final miscellaneous note is that Pandora, who's like this witch, I'm guessing, like or like some very powerful like witch's cult member or something, she's a character I'm actually very excited to see more in. Like, I'm interested. Like, she shows up at all the important moments. Like, her stuff last season was very interesting, where she like sent Regulus away. And she has like a super cool ability of like seemingly rewriting history or reality or something like that. And it feels like she's almost like being set up to be the final villain of this show, or maybe like a final something antagonist of some sort. Maybe not a villain, like necessarily evil. Yeah, I'm curious like what happened with Theresia and her, and like what's going on. Like I am intrigued. So yeah. Now, despite how much I was frustrated by this season, I am still hopeful for the rest of the show. I did like season 1. I did like season 2. And I think many of the frustrations, hopefully for next season, will be alleviated if there's less fighting. Like, I think the only real frustration is that like we're doing fights, but like the strong guy who like can end these fights instantly is like nowhere to be found. And it's not like a good excuse of like, oh, maybe he's like busy, or like maybe he's like doing something else. We just don't know. Like it's up in the air. Like where the hell is he? Like it's just, I don't know. It's very annoying. Anyway, that was ReZero season 3. 2 out of 5. Next up, we have Sherlock. So this is a TV show. It's 4 seasons, and I finished it on the 16th of December. So this is a show I've seen a very long time ago when it was first airing, for seasons 3 and 4 especially. But I rewatched it with Kyle Entertainment, and we have a discussion series on this channel, so go check that out if you're interested. And this is a 4 out of 5. This is pretty much exactly the quality, and I enjoyed it pretty much as I always did. I have a few overall thoughts, but basically I just liked it quite a lot. I guess I only have 2 overall thoughts. One is that like the only real difference is that I hate the Christmas special a lot more than I did the first time through. And I don't hate the 6 Thatchers as much as I did the first time through. So those are the only real like changes. But Moriarty is still great. A Scandal in Belgravia and the Reichenbach Fall are just as good as I remember. But that's pretty much it. Like there's not real any changes. So if you want more, go check out that discussion. Or those 4 discussions, I suppose. Next up, we have Zenshu. So this is an anime. It's 12 episodes long, and I finished it on the 16th of December. So this is an anime I've been anticipating for quite a while. I think I watched the trailer like quite a while ago on stream, and it looked really good, and I was really curious, if it was actually going to end up being good. And in reality, it's a 4 out of 5. So this is an enjoyable isekai, surprisingly. I had no idea it was an isekai, but actually, maybe I did know it was an isekai now that I'm thinking about it, but I don't think I knew the actual isekai premise. But basically, the premise of the show is that you have an author, Natsuko Hirose, I think is her name, and she's not a manga. She's an anime movie director, basically, and she's a big fan of this movie called, I don't remember what it was called, it was like the 9 Heroes or something like that. And when she was a kid, she like watched that movie and she didn't really understand it, but over time she became obsessed with it, and she kind of inspired her to become a director. And the premise of the show is that while she's working on a love story movie that she's been tasked with, to her like directorial debut or something like that, she dies like in the production of it, or like chokes on something, and wakes up in a fantasy world, and that fantasy world is that 9 Heroes story. So she's being reincarnated into her favorite movie, basically. And the story follows her as she like lives through this fantasy thing, and it's kind of crazy and really cool. So I like the show a lot. Now, the number one most appealing thing about the show is definitely the aesthetic. I think it's really well made. The colors are really, really good. Like you can even see from this example, they're nice and vibrant and everything. The art is really, really good quality. And the graininess, like I really, really appreciate the graininess. It very much reminds me of Mushoku Tensei season 1, which had like a very grainy feel to it. This anime especially does too, especially when they're adapting the actual like original timeline, like 9 Heroes storyline. So yeah, visually I think this is really good. The second thing I like a lot is the magical girl sequence that oh my god, what's her name? Natsuko, oh my god, that Natsuko has, where it's that scene, like it's the thing you have in like a bunch of anime, where I assume in a bunch of magical girl anime, but especially in this, where it's a reuse sequence that's like really, really well animated, and they use it every time she uses her ability, and it's basically her like getting to her desk, like she picks up her writing board thing and spins it around, and the books are opening, and she's like writing on her desk. It's like the music goes Zenshu, and I'm like, oh my god, this is so good. So yeah, it feels very like, the music especially feels very Utena inspired, and the fact that it's like a transformation and Utena does that too, it felt very Utena inspired, but I liked it a lot. It was really, really cool. I got so excited whenever the transition would come on, and I'd be singing the song out loud, and oh my goodness, what a great thing. So the other kind of just going more over these overall thoughts, the world and the characters I think are both good in that they're like pretty good. But I think both of those things are kind of a little bit empty feeling, where the world is very good and like fleshed out a little bit, and it's like, it doesn't feel too empty. We're not talking about like Rings of Power season 1 levels of empty here. But it does feel a little empty and like hollow. And the characters, besides Natsuko, who feels like a very well fleshed out character, and maybe characters like Destiny felt pretty like fleshed out. I like Destiny a lot. But like the rest of them, Memel like feels a little bit hollow, but I do like her. A lot of them feel quite hollow. Like Luke feels very hollow. Like there's not really too much to them, But yeah, I think that's the main reason this is a 4 out of 5 instead of a 5 out of 5, because I really, really did appreciate, like I enjoyed this story a lot, but it's more so the slight hollowness of the world and the characters that I think falls a little bit flat. One interesting thing the show does, this I have a whole note on this, is that it undermines heavy plot stuff in a kind of cool way. Where, like, I have some examples here. When you first find out that Memel is the ultimate, or becomes the ultimate void, you kind of, or when Natsuko and Luke learn this, you kind of expect that it would be like a big secret and there'll be like an eventual big confrontation or something. But what happens is that they like tell her that they know this, like pretty much straight away. And it like resolves itself in that episode. And it's like, wow, it's like very subversive, you know? We're not holding this like big plot stuff until later on. We're just like releasing it and treating it as though it's like a very lightweight kind of thing, but even though it's in fact a very big heavy plot element, you know? Another thing is that you get this like this ominous bird creature that seems to be following Natsuko around and is like chirping like ominous signs and stuff. And you think, oh wow, this is like a big deal. Like this is going to be like the final boss of this whole show or something. But then like the next episode, it turns into like a comedy bit, and then like they capture the bird and like interrogate it, and like, wow, okay, that was like really, they kind of subverted that like seeming plot like heavy thing that you were expecting to have a big climactic resolution in the finale. But no, they just resolved it there. And the final example here is when Luke realizes that he's in love with Natsuko, like some way, like midway through the show. And you would expect like, oh, maybe he'll like reevaluate his emotions and he'll make like a heartfelt confession or something. But in reality, what he does is that in every possible opportunity where he sees Natsuko, he literally just admits his love on the spot. So he does it like 50 times in the episode. It's like, Natsuko, I love you. Natsuko Hirose, I love you. And he like says that throughout the entire episode every time he sees her. And it's like, wow, you know, they keep continually, this show keeps subverting the expectations of like heavy plot stuff or stuff that you expect to become a bigger deal. Just doesn't. It's kind of cool. I like it. It's very unique, very novel, very new, and I like it. Then I have a few more overall thoughts. One is that the dub itself is really great. I watched the dub as well. Fantastic dub, one of the best dubs I've seen. And this is my second last note, which is this was probably the best moment of this show. There's like a whole flashback episode where Natsuko is learning to be a director, or like not learning, but is like showing her progress to becoming a director. And then she like gets tasked with this love story, and she doesn't quite understand what it is to like fall in love. And she doesn't understand the moment where two people fall in love in like a manga, where it's called a babam moment or something like that. Badam, babam, you know, like a big moment where the heart like beats basically. And she doesn't quite understand it. And then a few episodes later, we get the scene where Luke is basically confessing his love the final time and is like striking his sword to wipe an enemy to save Natsuko and everything. And out of nowhere, at the end of the episode, the ending music is playing, which is like perfect. And Natsuko goes, ba-bum. And I'm like, oh my goodness, it's so damn cute. Because in that moment, she like realizes or understands what love is. And it's like super, 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 super cute. It's the best moment in the show. Ties in perfectly with the ending music playing, like the emotional music as well. And then it like transitions right into the ending after that moment. It's so good. Yeah, lovely. And my final overall thought is that I would love to watch the original movie, like the Nine Heroes, like original movie this is based on. Like they make it sound like such an interesting story, and all the flashbacks, all the flash like scenes we get of it are like super cool. So I don't know, and the aesthetic of it is like awesome. But you know, I'm sure we'll never see it. Maybe Mappa will bless us with a great OVA or something, but I doubt it. So yeah, those are my overall thoughts. Now, miscellaneous notes wise, it is funny how in the opening of the show, Natsuko at the end of the opening draws the Mappa logo into her book, which is kind of funny and meta, so we love that. The voids in this, which are the alien enemies basically, they feel very Evangelion or Gunbuster, so that was really cool. I love the flashback episode. I love the dragon guy, he was really cool. And when he returns to the story to help in the fight, that was really, really great. Excuse me. The movie, the show also has really great music. Especially like an example, if you want to go back and listen to it. There's a flashback scene where there's this guy who is like really good at track or is like trying to become a runner basically. And when he realizes he's crazy for Natsuko, there's like a really good song playing there. So I like that. The twist episode where everything is starting to correct itself toward the end of the season is very engaging and good and like sad. It's like, oh my goodness, all the big benefits and changes we made have been undone. So that was really sad. And great. What is this? Climax is interesting. Luke's always been right there beside me. He's been saving me over and over. Yeah, so this is like a big thing that like happens at the end of the show, but I don't quite understand it. Like, what is it saying? Is it something symbolic about how stories, because Luke is obviously a character in a story that Natsuko was obsessed with. Is it symbolically trying to talk about how like stories save us or like inspire us to live our lives or something like that? Like for me, the obvious character would be like someone like Goku, you know, Goku inspired, like, could I substitute that in? I'd be like, Goku's always been right there beside me. He's been saving me over and over. Like I could imagine if I was younger, like when I was a kid thinking like that, you know? So maybe that's what's happening. I don't know though. There's a bunch of swords that shoot out at the end of the final fight, and that's very like Utena themed as well. Great Utena reference. What else is there? Oh, I love all of Natsuko's drawings, but my favorite is probably the Ultimate Exister, which is the one in this image here, which is basically like a pop idol that's like singing a song and makes Memel fall in love with him just because of the singing that he does, and she sings and joins in the song as well, and it's really, really great. And there's a quote here from Memel: "I will forever be a Sir Existence stan." So it's just really cute. I like Memel a lot, actually. Memel's probably my third favorite character. I think Natsuko's probably my favorite. I like Destiny a lot. And then probably Memel's probably right after her. But yeah. So what else? Lamau, the guy. Oh, the Count guy. It was so funny. Basically, Destiny originally in the timeline married the Count. I think he's like a Count or something. So married this like political guy so that she could open an orphanage. And in this timeline, he has, and in the original one, I'm sure as well too, he has like a whole like harem of women. He has like, I don't know, like 21. No, he has like 10 wives or something like that. It's so funny because he actually cares about them. Like in the final fight, he's like looking after them, and he's like, "Women, stay with me, please. I'm looking after you." Whatever. Like he's looking after them, and then after the fight, all the women are like glad that he's alive, and I'm like, "Oh, look at this! They're actually like happily married. This is kind of crazy, unexpected." So we love that little storyline. Also in the finale, there was a really cool transition in animation-wise, where there's the rough version of Luke that like Natsuko is drawing in the book, and it has like a page-by-page like turning animation, and then that like transitions seamlessly into the actual like good animation of like Luke being drawn and like actually fighting. So that was a really cool transition, like I guess directing-wise or like animation-wise, it was really well done. And then my final miscellaneous note here is that I don't know if we ever got a resolution of this, or I never really understood it, but how were the voids, or how and why were the voids copying her drawings? Like, what was going on there? I'm sure there's like some symbolism going on there about like the artist and like the work they create or something, but I went over my head. I don't quite understand it. But that was Zenshu. Surprisingly, really, really good. I like this quite a lot. Next up, we have Bokura. So Bokura is a game. It took around 6 hours to beat, and I finished it on the 20th of December. So this is a 2-player game, I'm fairly sure. I can't imagine how you could play this with a 1-player. So I played this with my friend, and I think this spanned the entire year. I think we might have started like in January or something. Maybe we even started last year. I don't remember, but this took us a long time to beat. Not because it was difficult, you know, because we did beat it in 6 hours, just because we didn't play it that often. But overall, this is a 4 out of 5. Like, this is a very fun game. It's basically just a puzzle game where you're working and you have to kind of work together to solve puzzles. There's like a story to it, but the story isn't like particularly interesting. But again, I did span playing this game over the span of a year, so maybe the story is interesting, but it was just impossible to follow because of how long the period of time was. But the best thing about this game is the asymmetric experience. Basically, both of you have different perspectives, and you don't realize it. At least I didn't, and until a while, until we like played, and we were like, "What? You don't see this on the screen?" And she's like, "Yeah, I don't see it." But if, like it is different. Like where I was a like a cyberpunk, not cyberpunk, like a technological robot kind of thing, and she was like a like an animal themed kind of thing, and it is interesting. Like you get different challenges, and you can do different like the different worlds have different abilities. Like I could be a dog at some points because I was like some mechanical thing, and like she could like climb on certain areas that I couldn't. Basically, it was like interesting. The asymmetric element was really cool, so I like that quite a lot. But to be honest, that's really all I have to say about Bokura. You know, it was a very brief game. I enjoyed it quite a lot. Next up, we have Elena Knows. So this is a book. It took me around 5 hours and 20 minutes to... Actually, that's not true. It's a 5 hour and 20 minute audiobook, which took me roughly like 3 hours to read on 2x speed. And I finished it on the 20th of December. So this is the latest installment of my book club series that... Or not my book club, but the book club I'm in. So I had to discuss this book. It was a good time discussing it. Overall, this is a 4 out of 5. So the premise of this book is that you've got Elena, who has Parkinson's. She's like an elderly kind of woman, but she's not really. I think she's in her 60s. She's like 63 or something. And her daughter was recently died. And the story is kind of following Elena as she tries to make her way to her friend Isabel, or like someone, not her friend, but someone she knows who is Isabel, because she thinks that Isabel can help her get to the bottom of her daughter's murder, because Elena is convinced that her daughter was murdered. And the entire point of this story is kind of to show that parents, like, no, you can never truly know if someone is suffering, and depression is kind of, there are no symptoms for it necessarily, like no outward symptoms that someone might be able to notice. And Elena didn't really know her daughter as well as she thought she did. That's kind of one element to it. There's like a bunch of different elements to it too. Like there's the whole element of like forcing your ways onto other people. Like Elena knowing is like her being so like thinking that she knows best, and like her stance on abortion leading to Rita like uptaking that stance. Rita's her daughter, and then Rita kind of forcing Isabel, or not forcing, but really guilting Isabel into keeping her daughter instead of aborting her, and then that results in Isabel's life being terrible. So there's like a whole lot of elements to this book. It was a really interesting book. There was a lot of depth to it, which I appreciated. One of the best book club books I've read this year, potentially the best. I did like it quite a lot. But let me see my overall thoughts now. So it's an engaging book where I'm constantly wanting to know where it's heading, what the answer to Rita's death is, and what will be revealed in the flashback. So true. I also love Elena's perspective. Elena is an interesting character because she's very stubborn. She's like an older lady. And she has a very because she has Parkinson's, her like daily struggles are just like a struggle. And there's so much description or so much time spent on this book describing her, just like her conscious effort to have to move her feet, like one leg at a time to move because she has Parkinson's. It's truly terrible. But I really enjoy reading her perspective. I like the way that she like observes other people and like dislikes other people. It's interesting. So I like Elena a lot. Another interesting thing the story does is that it's a story that refuses to accept common wisdom, or its kind of message is a little bit like don't accept common wisdom. And the two lines of common wisdom here are like quotes from the book, or like, no, sorry, not quotes from the book. These are like quotes of like, oh, hypothetically people say this all the time, and the book kind of challenges this, which is, you know, once you have a kid, you'll be so grateful you didn't abort them. And this is directly challenged in the book because Isabel like has a kid and like just doesn't feel like it's the mother of the kid at all, and just doesn't appreciate being a mother and wish they never had the kid. And the other element of common wisdom it defies is, you know, there comes a time when it's our duty to look after our parents. When obviously this is the whole reason Rita committed suicide, because she didn't feel like she could care for her parent forever because Parkinson's plus was too much for her. So I appreciate that the story kind of goes against this common wisdom and says that it's actually not very sound or anything. So I like that. I think my final kind of thing here is that the book is called Elena Knows. And like I said, I think there's a few different interpretations of it. And it's repeated throughout the story. It's like a motif where like every now and then Elena will say something or like think something, and then the narrator will say like, yes, and Elena knows this because Elena knows, or something like that. And I like its use throughout the book. Like, it's well done. I like the title. I think it ties into the themes very well. But by the end, it like doesn't really land. Like, there's no moment where it's like, Elena knows now. There is like a little bit of a moment where Isabel is like, Elena, you thought you knew, but you don't know, or something like that. And it's like, oh, it like pays off a little bit, but it doesn't quite. It's not like a perfect landing where I'm like, wow, that was amazing. So yeah. Now those are my overall thoughts. I have a few like miscellaneous notes. One is that this is originally a Spanish book, and there is like one translation thing where I'm like, oh, this was interesting, and I brought this up in the book club, but it is interesting because initially there's like this whole segment where Elena is speculating on whether Parkinson's is masculine or feminine because she wants to like kind of like give it a name or nickname or something like that. And basically like this is obviously relating to how in Spanish there's like different genders for like terms or something like that, whereas in English there isn't. So it's like an interesting thing where it's like, oh, if you're a Spanish speaker, you get like a different perspective here. So that was interesting. I love the way the argument between Elena and Rita, I like the way it's conveyed or like described, where Elena thinks of it as like whipping back and forth. And that was really interesting where, let me see here. So I said, it's funny how her daughter gets one final big whip, saying it's hard to enjoy anything around her mum. And then her mum gets one final big whip saying that her rotten personality will mean that she's never happy. And I'm like, oh, look at this. It's like a back and forth, like whipping. I kind of like that. I also like the chapter where she is on the train for like the 10 a.m. train, and she's talking about how like there's an atypical grouping of people around her because most people like start work earlier. And like, I just like the way she describes her walking down the shaky carriage and looking at all the people and describing them. And then a guy says that she can like sit next to, she can take his spot. And then like the guy that she's sitting next to wants to get up. And so she has to like move out of the way, but she can't. So she just tells him to walk past. Like, I like this. I mean, it makes me feel bad for an old lady, you know, so all that stuff was really good. Another element I just haven't touched on yet, which is that the book does a really good job of making Parkinson's feel terrible. Like, I would never want this ever. Like, it truly is a terrible thing. So yeah. Another thought I had when I was reading this was the story, the actual concept, like I was saying before, about how the idea is that your child could be depressed and you might not even know it. I wonder if this was more novel or unique back in 2007 when this book first came out, because I feel like these days this is the thing that people are more aware of, but I wonder if this was like breaking new ground back then, or like in the discourse this was more like impactful or something. So that's interesting. Another thing is that I'm very thankful that we have ultrasounds now, because there was like this whole scene in this book where they wanted to check if she had a uterus, and to do that they had to like insert like a balloon or like inflate her stomach with air or something. It was like it was like a full surgery. It was not good. And we can just like do that with ultrasounds now, is what they said. So, we love the ultrasounds. Another element is that I was continuously surprised by Rita's age. So this might be due to my like lack of comprehension or like missing certain parts of the book, but initially Rita is like introduced, and I think she's introduced, I initially think she's like a teenager, like late teens or something. And then we find out that in one of the flashbacks she's 20, and I'm like, oh, okay, she's 20, so maybe she's like mid-20s now or something like that. And then we learn later that she's 44, and she's like significantly older than I thought. And I do like, I don't know, I think I also brought this up in the book club, but I don't know if this is like either me like not understanding or like missing certain parts of the book, which would have made this very obvious, or if this is meant to be a thing about like we're reading the story from Elena's perspective, so Rita kind of comes across as younger because we're hearing everything from her mother, who would always see her as younger. So it's interesting. And then my final thing is that, my God, when Rita was spouting the dogma to Isabel about not having an abortion, I started hating her so much. Oh my goodness. So yeah, that was Elena Knows. Now, the next thing on this list is Elena Knows 2023, the movie. So we watched the adaptation of this book, which came out very recently. It's on Netflix. It's an hour and 44 minutes long, and I watched it on the 22nd of December. And overall, it's a 3 out of 5. So this is an interesting movie. Firstly, Elena Knows, the novel, is basically a first-person perspective novel where I don't know if it's like technically that, but like the point of the novel is that you're inside Elena's brain the whole time. You're like you're seeing her, you're hearing her thoughts, you're understanding her like struggle of like moving her feet one step at a time. Like all of that is basically almost the entire appeal of like Elena Knows, is like being inside her head. This is obviously very difficult to adapt into a story, which is a movie, right? How do you portray what's going on inside a character's head without like having literal like narration or something like that? And this movie doesn't have any narration. The movie does a very impressive job at adapting the first person perspective like element. It is truly impressive. Like and it's not done, the way it's done is kind of through Elena herself, like the way that she interacts with with flashbacks and stuff. Like she'll be silently watching stuff, like there'll be certain flashbacks and she'll just be like silently watching. There'll be elements of like adding to her character where you see her when she's younger, and the way that she behaves like adds to the element of her character which you see later, like you would see if you're in her mind perspective wise. Like it is just impressive, because I feel like I know Elena very well just from watching this movie, despite like the difference in this not being a perspective story. So it is certainly interesting. But what else is there? The flashback scenes. Yeah, the flashback scenes were really good. They were my favorite part of the movie, and I chose one as like the example here, like for my image. And they really, really characterized Elena perfectly as like this mother who thinks she knows best. Elena knows. They did a really good job of doing that. And I think Elena's performance in this movie is fantastic, especially in the flashbacks. Like she does a really good job. The other thing is that the directing of this movie is surprisingly really great. Like I wasn't expecting too much. Like, I know this isn't a very popular movie, but it was really well directed. Like they hold on shots for a very long time. The color palette is like very cold and like which matches the tone. Like it's just really overall pretty well done. And the movie is also very engaging. Now this might be because like it's an adaptation of something that I've seen, so I was like curious how they were going to do things, but I found it very engaging. Like the time flew by basically. And the music was also surprisingly good. So there's a lot of positive things to say about this. Now, there is one big negative thing to say about this, which is that they make some absolutely baffling changes that make the ending of this like movie fall flat, unlike the ending in the book, which is like one of the best parts of the book. So the big change they make is that Isabel, who in the original story is like a stranger to Rita, who Rita convinces not to have an abortion, is in the movie Rita's longtime childhood friend. So this changes the entire abortion element of the story, because instead of Rita imposing her dogmatic views on a stranger, because her mum drilled those views into her when she was a kid, thinking because Elena is so like arrogant and all-knowing, Elena knows and all that. Instead of that, Rita's doing what she thinks best to help a friend, which to me is like an entirely different dynamic. Like forcing your beliefs on a stranger versus doing what you think is best for a friend are like two completely different things. The fact that the two of them have like a history together means that there is an inherent implication that Rita would know what her best friend wants. She might be wrong about it, but she's at least doing what she thinks is in her friend's best interest. Like, to me, this like completely undermines any of the Isabel storyline at the end, because it was her friend who was telling her. It wasn't a stranger. Like, I would understand the bitterness of Isabel toward a stranger Rita, because it was a stranger. How dare she impose her beliefs onto you? But a friend is someone who is meant to do stuff like that. They're meant to challenge you. They're meant to provide you with opinions. Like, it's just the ending falls flat because because Isabel was Rita's friend, which is not something that happens in the original, and it is truly a baffling decision. I don't know why they changed this. So yeah. Another baffling change is that there's hardly any build up to Elena's desire to go and cash in Isabel's debt. So basically, the ending point of this book is like, the entire journey of the book is Elena going to meet Isabel, and then the payoff is the meeting with Isabel, which doesn't go the way you expect. And the movie just like doesn't focus on that at all. The majority of the movie has nothing to do with the journey, and the journey just happens right toward the end. And then when Elena arrives at Isabel's house, the conversation just happens really quickly, and Elena starts crying, and it kind of feels like it happens out of nowhere and like way too quickly, and it just falls flat. Yeah. And then, yeah, that's it, basically, for my overall thoughts. Now, I have a few miscellaneous notes. One is that Rita isn't anything like I thought. Like, she's a lot more kind and caring in this movie. Now, that might be me due to, like, missing certain characterization elements in the book, but she comes across as, like, much more tolerant or, like, kind and caring. Whereas when I was reading the book, I was thinking she was way more, like, argumentative or, like, easily upset with her mother, but it didn't really seem that way in the movie. I also love this scene, which I have as my image here in the background, where it's like a flashback of them at the beach when Elena doesn't have her illness yet. I think like I said before, I think it really, really well characterizes her as like this Elena knows kind of mother who thinks she knows best all the time and stuff like that. So I thought that was really, really well done. Another funny adaptation choice is that in the novel, Rita's boyfriend is described as having like a hunchback, and Elena describes him as like a freakish kind of boy. Whereas in this movie, he's just like a normal guy, like a normal like 45-year-old guy or whatever, a normal 50-year-old guy. And it's very funny. So I feel like that's probably intentional. I would assume that the point is there that Elena's perspective of him is warped, and that's the point we would make by contrasting the book to the movie. But yeah. Now, what else is there? I had a miscellaneous thought when I was watching this, which is I wonder if the stigma of nursing homes is going to disappear like in the future generations, because people spend so much time on their computers or like devices these days, where it's going to be like who cares if I spend time on my phone when I'm at home or in a nursing home? Like, I still have all the freedom I want. Like, I feel like the issue today people have with nursing homes is that it's like kind of giving up your freedom, right? You're confined to this place and you don't get to do what you want anymore, like on your own house. Whereas if you like really are dependent on technology, I wonder if that will change. So, yep. The movie also does a really good job of seamless transitioning to flashbacks, where, for instance, we might be following older Elena in the present, and then Rita, or like a younger version of Elena, will like pop into the scene very naturally, and suddenly you realize we're in a flashback now. So I thought that was really well done. Part of the good directing, I guess, of this movie. It's also a shame that they put the hairdresser scene at the beginning of the movie, because to me, I didn't talk about this when I reviewed the book, but the hairdresser scene is kind of like the climax of Elena or the audience realizing how old Elena looks. Excuse me. And I feel like this is something that should come at the end of the story to kind of like pay off the whole Parkinson's storyline, but it happens at the beginning of this story, which is kind of strange. So not a big fan of that. There's also an interesting scene in this movie that I didn't quite understand, but I feel like it's probably very impactful if I did understand it, because it was like very important to the movie. Like, it felt important. Which is that it's the scene where they're at the insurance place, and Elena is like smiling to the doctor because, sorry, not the insurance place, the disability center. And Elena is like smiling to the doctor, and she's talking about how she likes to sleep during the rain, and she's like so happy. And I'm trying to understand like what's going on here. It's almost like she has like this supreme confidence that she'll be approved for the disability thing for some reason. Like, maybe it has something to do with like the Elena knows, kind of like her being like arrogant and thinking she knows everything. Like, that could be a thing, but I didn't really understand it. But in this scene, I did really like how worried Rita was that the doctor who was writing some document that was required for this like disability notice, he wrote a 1 that looked like a 7, and she was like really stressed about that because they'd been rejected about stuff like that before. And that felt very like descriptively real. I feel like we've all been in situations like that, so that was really cool. And then just separately as well, the movie completely lacks any element of like going against the traditional wisdom that I talked about the book doing. This movie doesn't really tackle that at all. The church scene and finding her body and then her body falling during the mass were all really well done. I like that a lot. And they cut out the bit where the guy is shuffling past Elena when she's on the train. So I was very sad they didn't adapt that. But that's Elena Knows, both the book and the movie. Yeah, pretty interesting. Next up, we have The Eminence in Shadow. So this is an anime. It's 32 episodes, and I finished it on the 22nd of December. So just to give like a little preamble here. So I finished that time and got reincarnated as a slime, season 3. And then I looked up like, oh, I like the power fantasy elements of slime. And that's one of the elements of that show that I like quite a lot. So I looked up like, what are some other good power fantasy anime? I haven't seen many. I've seen this. I've seen slime. I've seen I'm sure there's others, like I don't know. But I tend to really like it. So I looked it up, and overwhelmingly, on Reddit at least, there was a universal consensus that if you like power fantasy, you need to watch The Eminence in Shadow, because apparently it's like the best one. Everyone says this is like the go-to power fantasy thing. And my God, were they right. This is a 5 out of 5. This is absolutely fantastic. This is like power fantasy, like everything you could possibly want from it. Like an overwhelmingly powerful protagonist who has like very interesting like character quirks, and this is a wonderful, wonderful show. So I like this a lot. Firstly, the premise is fantastic. And the premise is that you have a guy who wants to be a background character with his family and friends kind of life, but he wants to be a main character in the shadows who's running the world, So that was a really good premise. It is basically the ultimate power fantasy where Sid, who's the main character, never loses, and everything always goes right eventually. So it's really, really fun in that regard. It's probably the funniest anime I've ever seen. I don't think I've ever laughed out loud as much as I have to this. And a scene at the end of this show is like one of the funniest scenes I've seen in my whole life. I can't believe it. It is legitimately hilarious. I really, really, really like the comedy in this show. Another funny thing, overall thought, is that I almost dropped this show after episode 1. Not that episode 1 was like bad or anything like that, but I wasn't immediately hooked, and I had like a long list of like other things I could watch. So I got to the end. I'm like, I don't really want to continue watching this. I got plenty of other things to watch. And then I thought I was like bored a bit later. I was like, let me just watch like 5 minutes of the next episode. And then I did, and it really hooked me over. And episode 2 was like a big, a step up in terms of everything compared to episode 1. It even like is the episode that introduces the more comedic tone and like the more like a more larger world at large. And like, yeah, it was very, very good. It was a big step up, and I'm glad I didn't drop the show. Now I have 2 lists here. I have my list of favorite characters, and I have my list of greatest moments. So I have 5 favorite characters, okay? So at number 5, we have obviously Sid, the main character, Shadow. We love him. He's great. At number 4, we have Delta, who's this like dog girl who is very energetic, and she's a big brawling like fighter, and she has a bunch of fan service and stuff. We love her. Delta's great. Then in number 3, we have Sherry, who's the girl with the pink hair. Sherry Barnett, I think is her name. She's like a very timid, clumsy girl who is like a scientist or like a researcher or something. And she's just hilarious, so we love her. And then number 2, we have Claire, who is Sid's sister, who is just over dramatic and very serious, but loves Sid deep down. And we just love her so much. She's fantastic. And then, of course, in number 1, we have Princess Alexia, who is just like, she's the best character in the show. She is fantastic. I just hope I want to get more of her in the future. I don't even know what I like. I like everything about her. Like, I like her like rivalry with her sister. Well, I guess one-way rivalry. I like the fact that she's so like, she still wants to get stronger. I like the fact that she doesn't want to be left behind. I like the fact that she like fake dates Sid because she like wants to get back at her, like she doesn't want to like marry this person. Like, it's just so many elements to her that I think are just great. She's funny, but in like a serious way. I like Princess Alexia a lot. She's definitely my favorite. But yeah, also these are voiced by like pretty famous people. Like Delta is voiced by Power's voice actor from Chainsaw Man. Sherry is voiced by Norn Greyrat from Mushoku Tensei, who's probably my favorite voice actor, potentially up there with like I don't even know. I'd have to think. But yeah, up there with like maybe Okabe or something like that. Claire is voiced by Milim from That Time I Got Reincarnated as Slime, and then Princess Alexia is voiced by Mayuri from Steins Gate. So kind of crazy. And now we have my list of greatest moments. So we have, of course, I Am Atomic. Like, it's so good. Oh my goodness. When that happened, I couldn't believe it. It was just like, it's so earnestly cool. It's fantastic. And the sound design of like making the atomic like whisper and like be in both your ears at the same time, it was like super cool. When Sid plays the piano, like the Moonlight Sonata, underground for Rose, it's just the funniest thing in the world. Like, it's this scene here. This was absolutely hilarious. Like, he finds a piano and he's like, I have a great idea. When Rose is in the underground tunnel, I'm going to take that piano and I'm going to play it so that I look very dramatic and cool when she shows up. And it's so funny. So that was a fantastic moment. I love the fight with Iris and Beatrix at the end of season 1. That was a really, really cool fight. I love the financial collapse arc where you pit Shadow against when you pit Shadow Garden against John Smith, like that whole segment and like the resolution of that and the fact that like Sid completely fails and the women like get even more like money and power from that. It was hilarious and amazing. So I love that arc a lot, that entire arc. And my goodness, one of the funniest things, like I said before, is when the Ragnarok creature is descending in the final episode, and Sid himself is the one playing the organ in the church, and he like goes crazy and is like really, really hamming it up when the actual Ragnarok creature's coming out. It's the funniest thing in the world. Oh my goodness. And you know he's like having the time of his life because this is like a dream come true that he can play the organ to this dramatic boss music coming down. And like even the villain is like so happy that the like boss music is being played and they don't know it's like Shadow or Sid playing it. It's just so damn good. This is a fantastic show. But now I have a bunch of miscellaneous notes. So one is I just have like a list of like random funny moments that I had notes on. So these aren't all the funny moments. They're just stuff I wrote notes on. But the exaggerated lounging to the side when he's trying to pick up the coin nonchalantly in episode 3, that was very funny. Like Alexia throws a coin. He pretends to like he doesn't really care about it, but he's like doing that is on the ground. It's just so funny. There's a whole segment with Sherry when she's like crawling behind a window to kind of get to because she has to go back to her dorm room when the terrorists have taken over the school. But the whole time that she's crawling, the terrorist is like looking out the window and can like directly see her. It's like so funny. And then like her reaction as well when she's going down the hallway and like Shadow or like Sid is like taking out the people behind her and she's like, oh good, just my imagination. It's just, I love Sherry. She's so funny. Every time, and also just the ongoing gag that every time Sid thinks that like someone else is reincarnated, when there's like a hint that someone else is reincarnated, and he finds out that it's just one of his like Shadow Garden like women that he told about his past life, and they go and like he tells them about like different light novel series, and like they go and write the light novel series. He tells them about the banking system, and they like do the banking system. Tells them about like shopping centers, and they create like a shopping center. It's very funny. The taking the piano thing I talked about is absolutely hilarious. The miscellaneous cutaway to Claire, who's Sid's sister, just to remind you, when she's running around frantically trying to find Sid during the tournament because she's like fought and now she wants to like find her brother. It's like so funny. There's Claire crying over some random person's dead body in the lawless city because she thinks it's Sid's dead body and she thinks he's dead. It's like, oh my god, very funny. And then when Sid, or Shadow, I guess in this case, he's having to pretend that he's not cold, because the window was left open. And it's like super cold when he's having a meeting, but he has to like hold frame like during the meeting because like his shadow, and he has to look really cool in front of like, I think it's Beta in that scene behind him. So that, yeah, it's great. Then I have a list of like, there's a lot of fun elements to the show. Like the fact that, in episode 2, Sid thinks that the whole organization that he accidentally created, which I don't think at that point he doesn't even know it's a whole organization. He probably just thinks it's like his 7 women or whatever. And he thinks like they're just playing along with the delusion that there's like a cult of Diabolos. And people like he just doesn't believe that they exist at that point. And it's just so funny, but in reality they actually do. So that was really funny and fun. There's the whole fact that he desperately wants to be like a background character, but every now and then he's like thrust into the spotlight, like when a named character like talks to him, like it's just great. Oh my god, I just remembered like a really, really funny thing I forgot to include in my list, but it's like when the terrorists like invade the school and they go to like kill Rose and they're about to attack him, and he's like so excited that he gets to like sacrifice himself to like save Rose, and he goes and like dies in front of her. It's the funniest thing in the world. Oh my goodness. Anyway, what else is there? The fact that he enjoys being a background character so much is so great. Like he loved being tortured. He's like, oh my god, I get to be tortured like a background character. He loved asking out Princess Alexia and like shaking and convulsing and like crying and stuff like that. It's great. He loves when like other characters like talking and like not including him, and he like fades into the background. It's really great. And he loves like losing to Rose in the tournament. It's so fun. Sid is like such a fun character. This is a lovely show. Another miscellaneous note is that episode 10, like there's no real fan service before episode 10. There's like a little bit, but like about as much as you'd see in any isekai. And then episode 10 happens, which is basically a fan service episode. And then after that, like fan service like happens throughout the entire show, and it's like kind of strange. Like it's fine. I like it. Like it's good. We love it. We love Delta fan service, but like Like, it's kind of strange that it just happens out of nowhere and continues. So that was a thing. And then what else is there? Early on, it felt like, oh yeah, so I had a little issue early on where I was like, Sid really is detached from like the world. He has no real interest in other people. He doesn't really get emotionally invested in them or anything like that. And I thought this would like drag down the story a bit, but somehow the story always finds a way to get me invested, like emotionally, and like all of the mini arcs. So it is very impressive. Like, despite Sid being so detached, he does get me invested. So it's really impressive. Or the story gets me invested. Oh. Sorry, just checking I'm recording. I always freak out. I'm getting to the end of this like goddamn 5-hour recording session. I was also very excited when the three women, so Alexia, Rose, and Beta, when they all teamed up, and I was devastated when they broke up as a little trio, so that was very sad. What else is there? I love when Sid... Oh yeah, I love Sid is just like assessing random people and like sees them as like, oh, this is like the prototypical background character. He's definitely going to lose his fight coming up. So that was really good. I love the fight that Mundane Man has against the Golden Armor guy, and it's told from the perspective of the blue hair, like, crazy swordsman girl who, like, doesn't really understand what's going on, but is, like, trying her best. So that was really fun. Excuse me, I keep burping. And I love, just generally, the Mundane Man arc. Like, I just love how excited Sid is to be Mundane Man. It's just so fun. Like, he's so excited to, like, take his weighted bracelets off in front of the blue-haired girl just to show off, like, oh my god, I've always wanted to do this. This is, like, a really cool moment that, like, the cool guy does. And just the fact that, like, whenever Mundane Man says, like, a cool line or something, like a cliche line, you just know that Sid is, like, having the time of his life, like, giggling inside, like, when he's saying it. It's so good. So, yeah. There's also like the entire fight with Mundane Man and Iris is so good when she's like freaking out and like backing off whenever he makes like a slight readjustment to his like position to like get her in like his targeted range. It's like really great. And what else is there? Oh, I also love the final episode of season 1 where you see the fight with Iris, but you see it from Iris's perspective, like, of Mundane Man, like, jumping up to the Rose place, basically, and I thought that was really, really cool. So, like, directing-wise and just story-wise. What else is there? There's the moment where Rose has a flashback to the paper bag guy, and she realizes that Mundane Man and Shadow is that guy, and it's, like, super cool. Like I said before, the fight with Iris and Beatrix is awesome. There's this cool thing they do, which is, like, Shadow takes a single step, like, toward the two of them, and then, like, no sound to his step, like it just lands, you don't hear anything, complete silence, and instant teleport behind. It's just super cool, like directing and animation. Like I really like that. It was really cool. And then he goes back to fighting with pipes in that episode, which is what he does in episode 1. It was really cool. In the vampire arc, he has like this one speech that he like keeps repeating to all the people because he thinks it sounds really cool. I love that. There's the whole John Smith thing is like my favorite. Firstly, that's like definitely my favorite of Sid's like alter egos. He's like so cool looking, and his like abilities with like the strings and stuff are like really awesome. And him being pitted against like Beta, against like Alpha and like the entire Shadow Garden is so good. Like, who are you, John Smith? Like, it's so epic, and you know that like he's laughing on the inside at that, and it's just so great. One thing I am a little bit sad on, and I hope we see it eventually, is that I'm sad that Princess Rose hasn't found out that Shadow is Sid yet, because I feel like that'd be a really interesting like reveal to her to find out. So I don't know. But like I said before, I loved when we pitted Shadow against Alpha. That was really, really good. I felt really bad for Alpha. Like maybe I was thinking like, oh my god, maybe Sid did take it too far. He's like hurting her feelings here, by saying he forsook the name Shadow. But yeah, but afterwards when it all gets resolved and they find out that Shadow didn't betray them and Delta's still alive, they're all so happy, and I'm like, oh my goodness, I'm so happy for you guys. So that was really great. I also love that everyone thinks that Shadow is like the best and greatest and kindest and most compassionate man ever. And the example is like when he goes back to get the money from Geton in like one of the final arcs, and he says to him like, I'm here for something important for me. No wait, I'm here for something important to me. And clearly he's there for the money because he like loves money and he really wants to get money. And then the Fox Lady is there thinking that he's there for him, and he's like, oh my god, he's so compassionate, he came back for me. It's like, this is so good. And then Shadow's, it is so funny how Shadow's like financial plan, like Sid's financial plan, just completely fails, and Shadow Garden is richer than they ever were before thanks to his like new plan. It's lovely. So that was very funny. When the scene where he drops off the money to the prostitute lady is like so funny. Like he does it so nonchalantly. It is also super cute as well, so we love that. And then when Rose in the final arc, where she's like being held up in the tower preparing to get married and she's so depressed, I love how genuinely happy she is to see Sid when she's at her lowest. You know, it's actually, I got me a little bit emotional. Like, oh my goodness, like Sid is really important to her. That was really cute. And then obviously my final note here is, oh my god, he's back on Earth. So this season 2 ends on a very big cliffhanger where he gets teleported back to Earth. And they're redoing the episode 1 conflict where he's like saving this girl who's like being kidnapped by these two people. So my god, am I excited for more of the show. But the Eminence in Shadow, what a show. I can't believe it. It came out of nowhere. I never would have expected there were still anime out there that would be like existing, like not new anime, but like existing anime that could be like 5 out of 5s to me. I'd given up, you know? But it still exists. So The Eminence in Shadow, I highly recommend this. Next up, we have, or finally on this list, we have The Princess Switch 3, Romancing the Star. This is a movie. It's 1 hour and 46 minutes, and I finished it on the 23rd of December. So a nice pre-Christmas movie. So this is, you know, if you're following the saga of these digests, there have been 2 Princess Switches. We watched both of them last year and talked about them in the digest last year. And this is the 3rd one. And I think this is my favorite. So far, honestly, they're all like 3 out of 5s. Like this doesn't really ascend to become a 4 or anything like that, but it is my favorite. Firstly, it follows Fiona, who's like one of the 3 people who look the same, but she's the most like, she's a criminal. She's like, the most like, I don't know the best word to describe her, but if you've seen the movie, she's Fiona. We love her. She's great. She's the most mischievous. And this was a movie all about her. She's so fun. That's probably the best word to put it. But there's a few elements of this movie that I like quite a lot, and they're both about Fiona. So one, I like Fiona's relationship with Peter, who's like the main, like this is the main like love story in this movie. And I really, really like that we see them as kids, because when we see them as kids, it kind of colors the rest of their relationship. Like we're seeing them as just as friends just adds like an extra layer of depth basically. So like, for instance, when they're like ice skating on the ice skating rink, I imagine them as kids. Like, oh my gosh, like they've probably done this before. They've probably done like a bunch of fun activities. Like it just adds an element to their relationship that I like. So I really did like the relationship. That's the first thing. The second thing is that I really like the Fiona's mother storyline as well. Like I wasn't expecting to like it initially when it got introduced. For context, it's like a storyline where when she was younger, Fiona's mother never really had time for her because she was always busy. And then in the present day, Fiona is kind of doing a similar thing where she's like kind of distancing herself from other people because she doesn't want to get too close to them, which makes her kind of like her mother. And there's like a whole storyline there. And I really, really like the conversation she has with her mother, where it ends on a very sad ending of saying like, it's too late. And then this like sad, perfect music, like this perfect sad music is playing. And it's actually so sad. I'm like, oh my goodness, this is like a tragedy. This movie's going to end in sadness. But then she goes back and like apologizes and says, you know, let's move forward. And I almost teared up. Oh my goodness. It actually got to me a little bit. So that was lovely. But those are my main overall thoughts. Now I have like a few miscellaneous notes, and then my God, I'll be done with this digest. One is, oh my god, Mother Superior. What a title. Oh my god, I wish my title was Mother Superior. Like, I don't care about Doctor, so they call me Mother Superior. Holy. And my goodness, she's so happy when Fiona's sentence is commuted. It's a Christmas miracle. And I quote. There we go. The young actress for Fiona looks absolutely nothing like her, so the casting was very poor for that. The cute childhood flashback of looking up at the North Star and then knowing that the other person is also going to be looking up there. I like that in this movie. That was really cute. The random 2 security guards at the villain's like base was just very funny. When the thing gets stolen and they're like, oh, maybe the vibration set the alarm off or something, and it was just very, very funny. When the old guy shows up, the magical old guy, and gives Fiona a cape, it was cute, so we like that. We love the old guy showing up. What else is there? It's so strange. It's so sad when she asks him for the star. Oh yeah, there's a really sad scene with Peter at the end, like toward the end, where she basically said, she threatens to call the police on him. And I'm like, oh, that's like super sad. You know, I thought you guys were getting somewhere. And then he immediately gives in and like gives her the star and then like goes away. And I'm like, oh, so that was really sad. And completely unrelated, but yodeling works really well with caroling. So that was really well done. There was like a yodeling scene at the end and I thought it was integrated really well. Fiona is all alone on Christmas and then Peter shows up and it's really cute. And finally, there's an awesome final shot where we zoom in, we like pan up to the North Star or whatever, and a big firework goes off behind it, and the North Star is like in the background. It's like super cool. So, yeah, that's The Princess Switch 3, Romancing the Star. It was pretty good. So now we have the rankings of 2025. So 88, The Garden of Sinners number 8, is probably the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. It is actually, I'm very glad that I watched it just so I can say this. So yeah. Then 87, Garden of Sinners 6. Oh my god, I need to drink some water. Yeah, so 88 is Garden of Sinners 8, 87 is Garden of Sinners 6. Then we have the two of out of 5. So we have Garden of Sinners 5, Garden of Sinners 1, 4, 2, Series of Unfortunate Events, Don't Look Up, The Day the Earth Stood Still, Squid Game Season 3, The Last of Us Season 2, Vivarium, Thunderbolts, The Night Before Christmas, Beast Games, No Longer Human, and then ReZero Season 3, right at the top of the 2 out of 5s. Then we have the 3 out of 5s. So The Garden of Sinners 3, you know, I actually think that's actually a good movie. We have Citrus, Porcupine Lake. We have Garden of Sinners 7, which I pushed up quite a lot in retrospect because I actually did tear up like watching this movie. Doctor Who Season 2, Serial Experiments Lane, Escape the Night, The Half of It, Girl Asleep, Love Lies Bleeding, Words Bubble Up Like Soda Pop, The Hollow, Tusk, Before the Coffee Gets Cold, Elena Knows the Movie, The Princess Switch 3, Dune Awakening, Ritual, Superman, and 28 Weeks Later. Then we have even more, so the 4 out of 5s. Bokura, Weapons in number 50. Grounded, Fantastic Four, I Saw the TV Glow, Us, Nosferatu, Elena Knows, How to Train Your Dragon, How to Train Your Dragon live action, which I think was slightly better. Dating Amber, Squid Game Season 2, Love and Pop, Jujutsu Kaisen, Tatsuki Fujimoto, 17 to 26. Project Zomboid, The Garden of Words, You Can Live Forever, Baldur's Gate 3, Conclave, Solos, A Sign of Affection, Practical Magic, K-Pop Demon Hunters, Encanto, The Mitchells vs. the Machines, Hollow Knight, in number 25. 28 years later, Zenshu, The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, Gifted, Thread, Summertime Rendering, My First Summer, and right on the cusp of becoming a 5 out of 5, but it's still a 4 out of 5, Wonder Egg Priority. And then we have the 5 out of 5s. So in number 16, we have Greenland. And then number 15, Black Swan, Blonde, Chainsaw Man the Reze Arc, Black Mirror Season 7, and Challenges. And then we have our top 10. So Nope in number 10, a fantastic horror movie. Barbarian in number 9, another fantastic horror movie. Number 8 is Satisfactory, one of my favorite games of all time. Number 7, Factorio, which I think is an even better game, which I like even more. Licorice Recoil, one of my favorite anime of all time, in number 6. And then we have the top 5. So in number 5, we have Anora, one of my favorite movies of all time. In number 4, we have Vinland Saga, one of my favorite manga of all time, which finished this year. In number 3, we have That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime, Season 3, one of my favorite anime, one of the best seasons of the anime. In number 2, we have The Eminence in Shadow, a surprising, came out of nowhere, really enjoyed it, one of my favorite anime of all time, just out of nowhere. And then, of course, in number 1, we have Takopi's Original Sin, one of the most impactful things I've ever watched, one of my favorite anime of all time, potentially my favorite anime of all time, a beautifully animated, directed, beautiful story. I love it, Takopi's Original Sin. So these are the 5 greatest shows of this year, or 5 greatest things, I guess. What do we have? We got 3 anime, 1 movie, and 1 manga. But that's it. So if you want to tune in for some statistics, in terms of what have I consumed, how do they distribute by year, stuff like that, tune into the yearly channel retrospective. I was planning to do it here, but my god, my voice is disappearing. My throat is going to be hurting tomorrow. So thanks for tuning in. I'm literally dying right now. I will see you next year. If you're interested in what's going to be the future of this digest, then check out the retrospective, because I am definitely going to be changing things up next year. And yeah, please leave a comment down below for anything, okay? I love reading comments. If you manage to get to this point in this, I'm assuming many hour video, then please say something. But that's it. I'm out of here. I gotta go edit this video. See you later.